Chapter 35:25. Most importantly, there was no place for them to run around. Running outside was equivalent to courting death. Without a doubt, the crew's vigilance saved the Snowfield Brigade a lot of trouble. They just had to guard the entrance and exit of the ship and prevent Li Chuhai's people from getting close. Block the entrance and exit of the ship's workers. Loon, move and hit the speedboat. Pigeon calmly gave orders through the wireless mic, making the comrades more coordinated. Qing Niao, I'll leave the main target to you. Leave the rest to us. Yi Qian had locked onto Li Chuhai, so she was the most suitable person to take care of him. The other comrades expressed that they had no problem with it and quickly answered Pigeon's questions. Yes, no problem. I'll keep an eye on the deck. You guys keep an eye on the rear. Kill him even if he jumps into the sea. Deal. The comrades who had taken out 6 people in one go saw that their main target had hidden, so they no longer stayed where they were and retreated to the next advantageous position. Gunshots rang out. None of the targets could escape. Li Chuhai, who was still thinking about what went wrong, was in a sorry state. It could be said that this was the most sorry state he had ever been in since he was born. Even when he left the country in a hurry more than 20 years ago, he wasn't in such a sorry state. Both of his knees were pierced by bullets. Not only was he bleeding, but the pain was also something Li Chuhai had never experienced in his life. Now that he was in pain, it was so painful that he wished he could faint. It was better than enduring it. The sea breeze was so strong and so cold, but Li Chuhai's forehead was covered in sweat. When the cold wind blew, it froze into ice before it could drip down his forehead. Pain. It was too painful. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He would never forget it a second time. He also never thought that he would be shot one day. He had always been the one who watched coldly as others were shot. He had always been the one who watched coldly as others struggled to get shot. But now it was him. Good. Since he was forced to fight his way out, then he would fight his way out. None of the people on the ship could leave alive. Li Chuhai, who was in so much pain that his face was twisted, grabbed the black market bodyguard, who was helping him to the side. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. You hear me? The bodyguards protecting him were loyal to Li Chuhai, and their existence was to serve Li Chuhai. Thus, they nodded their heads and replied, "With us here, we will definitely bring you out." These people were all Asians. They were originally from our country, because their facial features, skin color, and hair color were similar to our country's. Li Chuhai brought all Asians with him when he returned to the country. Some of the heavyweight bodyguards were left abroad. They were probably waiting for him at the port where he would arrive next. Li Chuhai, who was in so much pain that he was gasping for air, stared at his crippled legs. The 2 black market bodyguards were trying to stop the bleeding as fast as they could, wrapping his legs with gauze again and again to stop the bleeding. However, this was of no use at all. A piercing wound could not be stopped by simple bandaging. It required professional medical equipment. After they finished bandaging his wounds, Li Chuhai only left one person by his side, while the other 2 went out to clear the path. His mouth was twitching from the pain, and his body was filled with hostility. He bit his cheek and said in a low voice, "No matter what it is, as long as it's not our people, kill them all. Everyone, kill them all. Don't let me see anyone alive." Chapter 35:26. They were going to wipe out the cargo ship. The 3 bodyguards who were lucky enough to escape naturally obeyed Li Chuhai's orders. The man who Li Chuhai leaned against, the one who had been in contact with Li Chuhai, asked in broken Chinese, "Do you know who they are?" His eyes were bloodshot. "Who are they?" Li Chuhai gritted his teeth and said, "They should be from the military." He wanted to shout, but it was too painful. It was so painful that he had to force himself to speak. These people must have been sent by the military. They must have been sent by the military. They are not the police, not the Coast Guard. They must be special forces from the military. When did the country's special forces become so powerful? They actually managed to get onto the ship. Li Chuhai, whose eyes were red from the pain, said, "If they are from the military, you will be rewarded with 50,000 US dollars for each kill. 2 kills will be 100,000 US dollars. What would make these bodyguards risk their lives for? Of course, it was money. They worked hard for money. Now that there was a chance for them to earn more money, how could they let it go? There were not many people outside. The Snowfield Brigade's special forces had taken out 6 of them, so there were only a few people left. However, these people were not ordinary black market bodyguards. Those who were picked by Li Chuhai were even more different. These people were well-trained and had good teamwork. It was obvious that they had an unusual past. Facing the military, they dared to hold their guns and fight. Li Chuhai didn't bring many bodyguards back with him. There were 20 of them in total. 5 of them were killed last night. 6 of them were killed by pigeon just now. 2 of them were killed by Yi Jian, so there were only 7 bodyguards left. Other than the 3 who were with Li Chuhai, the other 4 had spread out and were hiding, waiting for the opportunity to shoot. Li Chuhai knew what he was doing, so he had some scruples. Now that the ship had quieted down, Li Chuhai, whose lips were already pale, thought of a vicious idea that could make the military hesitate. He said slowly with a dark face, "Tie the people on the ship together first, and kill those who don't listen." They needed to have bargaining chips in their hands, and Li Chuhai wanted them to use everyone on the ship as bargaining chips. There were 67 workers on the cargo ship, as well as the crew members and the captain, a total of nearly 100 people. Once they became the bargaining chip in their hands, the entire situation would be in Li Chuhai's favor. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade had thought of this, so they had been on guard. The whistling sea breeze blew away the smoke, leaving only the smell of blood mixed in with the sea breeze from time to time. The sinking cargo ship was like a ghost ship sailing in the sea, emitting a gloomy aura. Yi Qian carried the rifle on his back and held the railing of the ship with both hands. Slowly and gently, he leaped onto the deck as nimbly as a sea swallow. His other comrades used a combination of infrared and night vision goggles to get close to the few people who were also moving in the dark. Assassination was the favorite of the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade. Now that they had the help of auxiliary tools, it was even more convenient for them to assassinate. "I have to shoot." Bai He, who was guarding the entrance of the ship, said calmly. His slender fingers, which were wearing combat gloves, gently pulled the trigger of his gun. Bang! After less than 5 minutes of silence, gunshots rang out on the cargo ship again. One of the people who tried to enter the cabin was shot dead by Bai He, while the other person quickly dodged and escaped. The assassination was carried out quietly. Chapter 35:27. The sound of gunshots came from the darkness. The target that was hit rolled down the stairs, blood flowing out. Finally, the body hit the railing and curled up into a ball, motionless. Li Chuhai heard the gunshots from above and knew something was wrong. His men were no match for the enemy. The special forces sent by the military this time were not ordinary special forces. Thinking of this, Li Chuhai clenched his teeth and made a prompt decision. He said to the bodyguard guarding him, "Jump into the sea and leave." He couldn't stay for long. While the bodyguards he brought out could still buy him some time, he needed to race against time to escape. As for using the workers on the ship as a bargaining chip in his hand, the other party had already taken precautions, and this plan was no longer feasible. Without a bargaining chip, the people he brought were no match for the enemy. If he did not leave now, only death would await him. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade had been guarding against Li Chuhai jumping into the sea. Just as he had the thought, Yi Qian had already reached him. The thick smell of blood came from the corner, attracting Yi Qian step by step. She had never thought that one day she would be able to kill her mother's enemy with her own hands, but now that there was such an opportunity, how could she let it go? Her footsteps were very light, like a cat walking on a beam. Her eyes were cold as she approached the target. Clear. 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 The battle results of his comrades came through the microphone. Those who tried to attack in the dark were taken out one by one. Yi Qian's lips were slightly curved. The Snowfield Brigade had already taken the initiative, so how could they still have a chance to attack? There was a soft sound in front of him, followed by a few hurried breathing sounds. Yi Qian had already lightly hooked his finger on the trigger. Less than 3 meters away was where Li Chuhai was temporarily hiding. He was getting closer and closer, from 3 meters to 2 meters. There were no more subtle sounds, and even the sound of breathing had disappeared. If it wasn't for the smell of blood, he would have thought that the person hiding in front had left. Li Chuhai, who was helped up, was put down again. At the same time, he held a pistol in his hand and pointed it forward. Yi Qian could sense that someone was in front of him. Similarly, the highly vigilant Li Chuhai and the well-trained bodyguards could sense it as well. They had no choice but to return to their original positions. They had to solve the problem in front of them before leaving the cargo ship. Both of them could feel the danger around them, but neither of them made the first move. As for Yi Qian, he didn't make a move. Li Chuhai's knees had been pierced by her. If he didn't make a move now, he would have no choice but to take the initiative to attack. There was no other way. He was afraid that he would bleed to death. After about 3 minutes, Li Chuhai, who was in so much pain that he couldn't even feel his legs, looked as ferocious as a demon from hell. He ordered the bodyguard who was protecting him, "Lure him out." If he didn't draw the other party out, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Either he would be exhausted to the point of bleeding to death, or he would be surrounded with no possibility of escaping. There was still a chance of survival if he lured them out and fought them head-on. Li Chuhai was a ruthless person, and a very smart, ruthless person. In any crisis, he was able to fight for a chance of survival. That was why he had been able to live so smoothly for so many years. But today, his days of smooth sailing were destined to come to an end. Yi Qian's ears were sensitive, no matter how low he tried to lower his voice. He couldn't hide the fact that they were very close. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. He said calmly, "I won't come out. I just want to exhaust you." The clear and calm voice of a woman could be heard. Li Chuhai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A woman? Chapter 35-28. The military sent out a female Special Forces soldier. Could this be a female Special Forces unit? When did the country establish a female Special Forces unit? Knowing that his hiding place had been completely discovered, Li Chuhai sneered and said calmly, "So it's a female soldier. How about this? I'm injured now and can't escape, but I don't want to die. I surrender. You can come over and tie me up. What do you think?" Although he said that, he signaled for the bodyguard to come closer. He intended to confuse Yi Qian and lure Yi Qian out so that his bodyguard could make the first move. This method was a little inexperienced. Yi Qian said in a low voice, "Now the entire cargo ship is filled with our people. You think you can escape? It's best if you surrender and don't suffer." Her answer made Li Chuhai's eyes darken. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed and said, "I know, so I surrender. You can come over. You know what's good for you? Ask your men to throw their guns over." His fake sigh made Yi Qian smile. It seemed that Mr. Li thought she was a fool. "Fine, Let him think she was a fool. Throw the guns over and ask your men to come out with their hands up. Be honest. You hear me? Li Chuhai really thought that the female soldier, who sounded very young, was a little naive. He narrowed his eyes and let out a long sigh filled with helplessness. My legs were crippled by you. How can I not be honest? He ordered his bodyguard. Throw the guns out. They're after me, not you. The bodyguard seemed to hesitate. Li Chuhai shouted angrily, throw the guns out now, and you can still get out alive. Quick! He threw the guns on the ground and kicked them out. Li Chuhai said, okay, we don't have any weapons on us now. Don't worry. I'll ask my men to come out. Don't shoot. We're all just trying to make a living. Don't make things difficult for him. The rifles were gone, but the pistols were still there. Don't worry. We keep our promises. Now I'll count to 1, 2, 3. Tell your men to come out. Yi Qian answered seriously. The bodyguard hooked the trigger with his thumb and hid the small pistol behind his back. Then he raised both his hands and slowly walked out of the darkness. However, his body was not directly facing the front, but slightly to the side. The moment he appeared, Yi Qian did not even pause and immediately fired. His shot was quick and accurate, hitting the man in the chest. As the gunshot rang out, Li Chuhai's expression changed drastically. What a fast-firing speed! As the bodyguard leaned back, he knew that he had fallen into the female soldier's trap. He had been tricked by a female soldier. The recoil of the 5.8mm bullet was enough to make the bodyguard fall backward. The moment the bodyguard fell backward, Yi Qian dashed toward Li Chuhai at lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang! Continuous gunshots rang out. Li Chuhai, who could not move his legs, fired one shot, while the agile Yi Qian fired 2 shots. One shot was for cover, while the other shot hit Li Chuhai's right shoulder. Li Chuhai, who had been shot in the shoulder again, no longer had the strength to hold the gun. The pistol fell from his hand. He leaned against the cold hull of the ship and glared fiercely at the figure walking over. He had lost. This time he had really lost. Yi Qian, who had walked out with a gun, ignored the other party's fierce gaze. He aimed the rifle in his hand at Li Chuhai's left shoulder and fired again with a cold gaze. She said, Li Chuhai, do you still remember the martyr Sun Xueqing, who was killed by you? Chapter 35:29. The clear and cold woman's voice seemed to still be a little immature, and within that immaturity there was a bone-chilling sharpness causing Li Chuhai, who had almost fainted from the pain from the 4 spears, to suddenly narrow his pupils. His pale but still fierce face also had a slight change. He didn't change because of the female soldier's voice, but because of the name that came out of her mouth. It was a slight change of remembering the past. Sun Xueqing, martyr. Now that he heard this name again, Li Chuhai, whose lips were pale, chuckled softly. Sun Xueqing, Hongmei, if you didn't mention it, I really would have forgotten. Now that you mention it, I do remember that I know such a person. The female soldier was like a red plum blossom on a branch in the cold wind. She had a pretty face and a sweet smile. When she smiled, her eyes curved, revealing her white teeth. At that time, she was the ideal partner in the eyes of many male soldiers. Just he knew that there were 5 men who had a crush on her. She was indeed a woman who could easily move people's hearts. Don't be fooled by her weak appearance. When it came to training, it was as if she was a different person. Even if there was a big puddle in front of her, and the puddle was filled with smelly water and mud, as long as it was training, she would climb over without hesitation. A very beautiful woman, a very stubborn female soldier. Unfortunately, she was too righteous. Yi Qian, who held the gun, didn't bandage Li Chuhai's wounds because she didn't want him to leave alive. She didn't immediately surrender him because she wanted to know more about what happened back then. If you forgot about my mother, how could you possibly instruct Yi Jifan to raise me into a cripple? Why would you let old Madam Yi make things difficult for me? Li Chuhai, you didn't forget about my mother. Even if my mother was killed by you, you still used another method to harm my mother. Li Chuhai, you killed my mother back then. Now, you have nowhere to run. Li Chuhai, who was in so much pain that his eyes were about to collapse, choked on the blood that flowed out of his mouth. He coughed. When he heard the female soldier mention Sun Xueqing, he had already guessed the identity of the female soldier. Now, his guess was confirmed. It really was Sun Xueqing's daughter who got into the military academy. Getting into the military academy and going on a mission with a group of Special Forces soldiers, it looked like he had been careless and missed out on many things. Even now, Li Chuhai still didn't panic. He was afraid of death, but he wouldn't admit defeat because of death. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Qian, who was talking to him from head to toe. Mom? Oh, after all this time, it turned out to be the daughter of an old friend. Were you also the one who shot me twice in the knee? Sun Xueqing's spear skills were not bad back then. Looks like my daughter isn't inferior either. You're here to avenge your mother, right? Not bad. You're more capable than your mother. I've underestimated you. Back then, I did kill your mother, but I really didn't think of killing her. She can only blame herself for not understanding the situation. Those who don't know what's good for them and are stubborn enough to go against me, then don't blame me for taking action. Facing Yi Qian, facing the daughter of the martyr Sun Xueqing, who was killed by him, Li Chuhai didn't feel guilty at all. He still felt that he didn't do anything wrong back then. After all, it was Sun Xueqing who wanted to ruin his plans and block his path. If she didn't ruin his plans and block his path, then wouldn't it be over? Chapter 35:30. Facing Yi Qian, Li Chuhai still shamelessly thought that everything was because martyr Sun Xueqing didn't cooperate with him, so he had no qualms about taking action. That's right, after Li Chuhai went abroad to do bad things. He always felt that he had to take action, because those people didn't listen to him. Those who didn't listen should be taught a lesson. He had always thought so, and it was still the same. His bottom line wasn't morality, law, or conscience. His bottom line was that if you didn't cooperate with me, I could teach you a lesson with no qualms, including death. That was why martyr Sun Xueqing, who insisted on her principles and was loyal to her motherland, died. Until her death, martyr Sun Xueqing used her bottom line, principles, loyalty, and her own life to fight against sin and evil. She used her integrity and loyalty to declare war against those who had dirty hearts and dark human nature. In her previous life, Yi Qian had seen how dark human nature could be. Therefore, facing Li Chuhai, who didn't feel that he was wrong, she was able to maintain a calm expression no matter how angry she was. Li Chuhai, you colluded with Sun Yaozu to harm my mother. You should have known that you would end up like this one day. She didn't hope that the ugly criminal in front of her would come to his senses and admit that he was wrong. How could Li Chuhai think that he was wrong? From what he said, it was clear that he didn't think he was wrong. End up? I really didn't think that I would end up like this one day. He took a deep breath and felt the cold air around him. His mouth twitched, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He sneered and said, "Your mother wanted to die. Who can she blame? If your mother knew what was good for her, would I have taken action? You have to know that I had to do a lot of preparatory work before I could deal with your mother. This kind of thing, if there was a slight mistake, I would be the one in trouble. Your mother didn't know that a wise man submits to circumstances. She deserved to die young." He didn't want to make a move on such a beautiful female soldier. It wasn't that he was protective of her, but that there were many people who knew her. It wasn't easy to deal with her in secret. Who would have thought that in the end, she would be the only one who knew many things that she shouldn't have known. She even worked as an illegal worker on the ship, and her identity was exposed by a fellow villager surnamed Sunday. She deserved to die. She knew too many things that she shouldn't know and didn't listen to his advice. She insisted on reporting what she had found out. So don't blame him for being impolite. Li Chuhai panted. Unable to move, he leaned against the ice-cold hull of the ship. His voice gradually weakened. I spent a lot of effort to get rid of your mother. First, he had let the soldiers who had worked with her think that she was a spy. Then he had gotten rid of Fu Yuxing, who had been very close to her at that time. However, before he could do anything, Sun Xueqing had retired and returned to her hometown. At that time, he was not familiar with the process of his personal affairs and was very busy. When he found out that she did not report it to the higher-ups, he let her go for the time being. But she knew too many things, and her retirement made him very worried. Fortunately, she came back later, which allowed him to secretly take action. Even if he got rid of her, he was still worried. Since she was dead, he wanted her to die more decisively. From her life to her deeds in the army, he erased them bit by bit. Then he used the Li family's connections to completely erase her name, leaving only a lonely grave in the cemetery of martyrs in the southern province. Chapter 35-31. Sun Xueqing, this female soldier, was quite impressive. Before she died, she even cursed him to not have a good ending. She even said that no one knew of his sins now, but one day someone would. Through the night vision goggles, Yi Qian saw him lift his eyelids with some effort. Before he could lift them, he slowly closed them again. She saw the vicious smile on his hateful face and felt a little anger in her heart. I saw the photo of my mother's sacrifice. Her eyes were wide open, and she died with a grievance. Did you say something that she couldn't accept? Taking 2 steps closer, Yi Qian lifted her leg and kicked the gun that had fallen into the blood. The blood that flowed out had turned into blood ice. When the gun was kicked out, there was still a faint trace of the gun left in the blood. Li Chuhai, who couldn't lift his eyelids, heard this and a cold smile appeared on his lips. When he spoke again, his voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. You want to know? No, how can I tell you? Your mother died. So early. Of course she's dead. She's dead. The anger in Yi Qian's heart became a little sharper. She bent down slightly, and while Li Chuhai struggled to lift his eyelids, she reached the rifle in her hand towards Li Chuhai's shoulder. When Li Chuhai saw her move, blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a strange laughter came from his throat like a broken bellows. Then, the gunshot wound on his shoulder was ruthlessly stabbed by a hard object. It was the barrel of the rifle. After it was stabbed, it slowly turned, just like how he had tortured Sun Xueqing in the past. You're more ruthless than your mother. No wonder Yi Zhifan's family was no match for you. He made a strange sound in his throat and stared at Yi Qian with eyes that used to not care about human lives. His weak voice was still filled with ruthlessness. Your mother said a lot before she died, but I didn't want to tell you. Ha ha, ha ha, I won't tell you. Yi Qian coldly tugged at the corner of her mouth and replied, I didn't expect you to tell me. I only know that after my mother was shot in the back, she was tortured by you guys. I only know that my mother might not have died from blood loss. She might have died from the pain. I know all of this. I'll let you have a taste. Ha, 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 good, enough. Ruthless you are. Ruthless. It really hurt. It hurt so much that he didn't even mind if he had to close his eyes. At that time, he squatted in front of Sun Xueqing, whose mouth was bleeding, and asked her with a smile, What's wrong? Are you so naive to think that someone will avenge you? Everyone knows that you sacrificed yourself on the battlefield. You should be thanking me for getting you the title of martyr, which can benefit your family. Martyr Sun Xueqing, you should be thanking me." The female soldier was clearly about to die, but she forced herself to hold on. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at him. Her bleeding mouth spat out a few words clearly. "I'm not naive. I believe in justice. One day, someone will come to my grave and tell me that you've been brought to justice. I won't be able to see what will happen to you after I die, but I know for sure that your fate will be miserable because you betrayed your own country. You're going to die a horrible death. All of you will die a horrible death." He didn't know if it was because her eyes widened before she died, but at that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Then, Sun Xueqing said, she gave birth to a daughter. She wasn't worried that others would avenge her. She was only worried that her daughter would grow up to be a great person. Because she was the daughter of a martyr, the country would definitely treat her well. Chapter 35-32. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. He really had to be on his guard. With Mr. Sun's reminder, it was the first time he had to be on guard against a 2- or 3-year-old child who would seek revenge on him when she grew up. At first, he was on guard, but then he gradually forgot about it. It wasn't until Mr. Sun mentioned Sun Xueqing's daughter in front of him that he remembered that he had done something ridiculous. Although this child looked more and more like Sun Xueqing, Yi Shifan's family had really raised this child to be a good-for-nothing because of his orders. He felt that things were a little interesting. Didn't they say that someone would seek revenge for her? Look, she couldn't even protect her own daughter and died early. He didn't know where she got the confidence that someone would seek revenge for her. He also called the person his grandfather had left behind to mention Yi Shifan, whom he hadn't contacted for a few years, but who had obediently followed his orders. After knowing that Yi Shifan also had a daughter, he went to investigate again. As he investigated, he found something interesting. It turned out that Fu Yuxing and Sun Xueqing were a couple, and the child that the old lady of the Yi family called a bastard was most likely Fu Yuxing's daughter. When he found out about this, he felt that it was interesting. He didn't like Fu Yuxing, but he had a great-grandfather. Although he had tried to make Fu Yuxing leave Sun Xueqing, he hadn't killed him in the end. Until now, this was something he regretted. But when he found out about this interesting thing, he was glad that he hadn't killed him. He thought about whether he should wait for him to return to the country and create a drama of mistaking the wrong girl. Later, some things happened. Sun Yaozu, who had laundered money for him, was suddenly killed by his bodyguard. The girl he had raised, who had been admitted to military school, made him a little wary. When he returned to the country, he investigated Sun Xueqing and Fu Yuxing's daughter, Yi Qian. He found out that Yi Qian had suddenly become enlightened in the 2nd year of junior high. She had abandoned her previous cowardice and was very studious. In the end, she had been admitted to military school as the top student in the southern province. On the other hand, Yi Shifan's daughter didn't even pass the college entrance exam, causing him to have to postpone the mistaking the wrong girl drama. As he continued to investigate, he found out that Yi Jian had no foundation even if she got into the military academy. On the other hand, Yi Shifan's family, whom he had high hopes for, was full of troubles. His daughter, Yi Ying, was even more foolish. Instead of going abroad to build a good reputation, she actually went around making friends, ruining her bright future. Li Chuhai, whose body was getting colder and colder, knew that he didn't have long to live. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, to the point that he couldn't lift his eyelids several times. As for the pain, it was extremely painful. Even if he didn't bleed to death, he would die of pain. Who would have thought that in the end, it would really be her daughter who came to take revenge, Li Chuhai closed his eyes. He was very, very cold. He was so cold that it was as if his skin and flesh had been cut off, leaving only an empty skeleton. His breathing became weaker and weaker. Before his breath faded, Li Chuhai muttered the coldest words. "The one who shot your mom is someone you know. The one who shot your mom is someone you know." Yi Qian put away the rifle and wiped the blood-stained muzzle on his clothes. Then she said to Li Chuhai, who had already stopped breathing, "If you can find the mastermind behind this, it won't be hard to find the one who shot my mom." Chapter 35-33. The shooter was someone else, but the mastermind was Li Chuhai. Now that the mastermind had been brought to justice, there was no need to worry about not finding the person who shot her mother. But what was worth discussing was that Li Chuhai said she knew the person who shot her mother. Who? Who did she know who shot her mother? For a moment, Yi Qian thought of Chief Kai, who sent the diary over. Chief Kai and her mother were comrades, and he was someone she knew, but she quickly denied it. If it was really Chief Kai who shot her mother, then he wouldn't have such deep suspicions about her mother's death. He wouldn't have risked his life to get her the investigation file of her mother's death. So it couldn't be Chief Kai. Then who could it be? Did Commander-in-Chief Xia know about it? Did they investigate it thoroughly? Even the mastermind was found, so the real person who shot her mother in the back should have been found as well. Yi Qian pursed her lips and slowly wiped the barrel of the gun. She made up her mind to ask Commander-in-Chief Xia when she returned to the capital to see if the military had found out. After wiping the barrel of the gun, Yi Qian slowly got up. She was about to turn around and tell her comrades, "Target cleared." But the moment she turned around, she suddenly stopped. Someone she knew shot her mother. The military might be afraid that she wouldn't be able to accept it, so they kept it a secret. Then, that would explain why Commander-in-Chief Xia avoided her in the meeting after telling her that Li Chuhai was the mastermind. It seemed that the person she knew had an unusual relationship with her. Faced with Li Chuhai's refusal to admit his mistake, Yi Qian didn't feel much emotion. However, when she thought about how she knew the person who shot Sun Xueqing in the back, and how they had an unusual relationship, Yi Qian felt a burst of pressure in her chest. She turned around and said to her comrades, "The target has been cleared." Even her voice was trembling. Pigeon, White Crane, and the others were still in shock. They didn't know that their number one target was actually the mother of their comrade. They had never heard Qing Niao mention it before. When they first heard it, their breaths froze. When they heard that Li Chuhai refused to admit his mistake and even said that martyr Sun Xueqing deserved it, they all wanted to rush up and shoot him a few more times. They wanted to see if he would still be so stubborn. Qing Niao could accept it calmly, especially Li Chuhai, who deliberately did not answer Qing Niao's question, and added, "Do you want to know?" "No, how can I tell you?" The loon had already taken a few steps forward, but the White Crane reacted quickly and pulled him back. No matter how angry or hateful he was still satisfied with the result. At least this person was dead. But now they were worried for their comrades. She didn't expect that this bastard would make a Qing Niao before he died. Yi Qian turned around. They couldn't help but take a step forward. Pigeon was the first to speak. "The target is cunning by nature. His words cannot be trusted. Don't take it to heart. If you do, you'll fall into his trap." That's right. Since he admitted that he was the murderer of martyr Sun Xueqing, why would he arrange for someone else to shoot? To be able to shoot from the back. He's not an ordinary person. What if he didn't shoot? He's so cunning. It's impossible that he didn't think of it. He must have shot himself. No matter who shot, Li Chuhai is your mother's murderer. There's no doubt about this. Qing Niao, don't fall into his trap. His comrades spoke one after another to persuade Yi Qian. They were afraid that Yi Qian would fall into the trap and fall out with the people around her. Chapter 35-34. Yi Qian smiled at his comrades' comforting words. No, I didn't take it to heart. If I really had any ideas, I could have just asked the military. Why would I have to think about it myself? He answered casually. There was nothing wrong with his answer. His comrades all breathed a sigh of relief. The next step would be to clean up the scene. It was already 4:30. Pigeon ordered her comrades to clean up the scene. Then she contacted the military and sent the news back to the military. Major General Yang, who had been guarding the scene, received a call and learned that everyone had been taken care of. The number one target, Li Chuhai, had been shot and killed. In addition, several foreign terrorists had been killed. He, who had been cold all night, finally smiled. But soon, his smile gradually disappeared. Pigeon reported everything that Li Chuhai had said to Yi Qian. Major General Yang's eyebrows were already furrowed. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't help but frown after listening to the report. He was a little troubled. He stood up and walked away from his desk. After a few steps, he sat down again. After at least 3 minutes, he said in a deep voice, "We can't hide this for long." Since Li Chuhai said it, Yi Qian will definitely know why he was so afraid of her during the meeting. She will know that Li Chuhai didn't lie to her. When she returns to Beijing, let's tell her the truth. Commander-in-Chief Xia made a decision. Since Li Chuhai had been taken care of and martyr Sun Xueqing's case had been concluded, it was only right for her to know who had shot martyr Sun Xueqing in the back. He was afraid that when the time came, Yi Qian, who valued friendship and loyalty, might not be able to accept it. Major General Yang sighed. "You're right. We can't hide it for long. She'll find out sooner or later. Why don't we just tell her directly? Okay, it's settled then. As for Li Chuhai, let the old man of the Li family know something. It'll only be beneficial for us." Commander-in-Chief Xia had already changed the topic to another important matter. This old man is obsessed with power and left too many people behind. It's time to clean up the mess. Ever since Li Chuhai's accident, the capital had been in turmoil. Now that the news of Li Chuhai's death had been leaked to the Li family, with old man Li's stubborn temper, he wouldn't let some people off even if he didn't make a move. The sky gradually brightened, and there was a light mist on the surface of the sea. The ship sent by the military arrived at the cargo ship. After cleaning up the scene, the Snowfield Brigade's special forces placed Li Chuhai and the people he brought onto the ship. Then, they opened the water box to clean up all the remaining bloodstains on the deck. They also picked up the bullet casings one by one. If they didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see the traces of the battle last night. Only then did they open the cabin door. When the crew on the cargo ship walked out of the cabin, they heard a ship leaving behind them. As for the scene, there were a few bullet holes. It was these bullet holes that let them know that there was a gunfight on the ship. As for who exactly it was, they didn't know. Even the captain and his assistant didn't know. When Yi Qian and the others arrived at the shore, old man Li received the news. He was practicing Tai Chi in his room when he found out that his son, Li Chuhai, who he had spent a lot of effort to protect, was killed at sea. His vision turned black and his body swayed. He almost fell down. Old man Li couldn't accept the fact that his son had to die before him. He was already on the ship, but something still happened. Chapter 35-35. Old man Li couldn't accept the fact that his son, Li Chuhai, had met with an accident. This was his youngest son, and his personality was the most similar to his own among his children. Compared to the 2 sons of his first wife, he loved this son more. Probably because he had a son at an old age, he loved him more than his older brothers and sisters. His son was smart and quick-witted, Not only was his personality similar to his, even his appearance was similar to his. In those years, his relationship with his first wife was quite tense. The two sons of his first wife weren't very close to him, but the son and daughter that he raised outside were the most pleasing to him. Because of this, when his first wife passed away, he immediately brought the son and daughter back, and at the same time gave them the status of birth mother. The son that he brought back didn't disappoint him. He was outstanding in everything since he was a child, and the way he handled things was more and more similar to his, which made him more and more biased. Later, when he entered the army, he was like the sun in the sky. His ability and means were all the shadow of his younger days. Later, something happened. After beating and scolding, he sent his son abroad immediately until last year his son came back. He thought that the past had passed early, and no one would come to dig up the old scores. His most beloved son could also stay in the country and accompany his old father, who had entered the yellow earth at some point. But in the end, he, a white-haired man, had to send his son off. Old Man Lee, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes when Old Lady Lee screamed. That pair of turbid eyes showed the fierceness of his younger days. He asked the person who reported the news to him, "Who leaked the news?" Investigate it. The person who reported the news was dressed in casual clothes and stood in a shadowed corner with his head slightly lowered. He sighed softly and said, "Old master, no one leaked the news. It was just a coincidence." A coincidence? Is there such a thing as a coincidence in this world? Do you believe it? Old Man Lee didn't believe it. His arrangements were thorough and meticulous. Even the heavily guarded capital couldn't trap his most beloved son. Now that he was in Jean City and even on a boat, how could something happen to him? Old Man Lee still couldn't accept the fact that his son Lee Chuhai had an accident. The only explanation was that someone among the people he arranged had leaked the news to the military. Old Madam Lee, who was about to faint from crying, didn't believe it either. Hearing this, she raised her head. Her wrinkled face, which was still young and pampered, revealed an extremely sorrowful expression. She held Old Master Lee's hand tightly and sobbed. "You must uphold justice for Chuhai. Old Master, Chuhai died too unjustly. You must uphold justice for him." "Hi, how?" Master, I beg you, you have to get justice for who died unjustly. He's the child you love the most. You said you missed him and asked him to come back, but he came back to accompany you without hesitation." Her only son was suddenly gone. Old Lady Lee cried so much that she almost fainted during Old Man Lee's temporary coma. If it weren't for the fact that she had to take care of the old man when he fell down, she would be lying on the bed with her heart aching. She relied on the most in her life. Even the old man had been left behind. But now he was gone. The person she relied on the most in her life was gone. Who had killed her, who had leaked the news that was on the ship. None of them were going to escape. Chapter 35-36. Old Madam Xiao Li was extremely sorrowful as she cried miserably by the bedside. Her usual timid expression had faded from her face, and there was already a bit of viciousness in her eyes. However, the sound of her crying made people unable to help but feel sad. "Master, your arrangements have always been foolproof. How could there be a mistake?" "I don't believe it's a coincidence." "How could there be a coincidence under your arrangement? It's not a coincidence. Someone deliberately killed our Master, you must check it out. You can't let or die without knowing the reason. You asked the young master for help, didn't you? That day, the young master suddenly left after returning home. Did he know something happened to his younger brother? Old man Lee's face suddenly darkened. His eldest son came back that day. Why didn't he know? Why didn't the servants at home mention it to him? Old Madam Lee, who was crying miserably, didn't seem to notice the change in Old Man Lee's face. She said sadly, "You're not in good health now. Let the young master investigate it. His own younger brother was killed. How could he bear it? Master, if it's not convenient for you to do it, let the young master do it." Old Master Lee's expression darkened. Dark clouds had already gathered above his head, and there was already the momentum of a thunderbolt. He lowered his head and asked Old Madam Shally beside him word by word, "When did boss come back that day? Why didn't I know?" The person standing in the shadow looked at Old Man Lee, and then looked at Old Madam Lee, who seemed to be implying something. She pursed her lips slightly and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Old Man Lee's favorite son was killed by the military. People who were familiar with Old Man Lee's temper knew that it wouldn't end well. If someone had to be responsible for Lee Chu-hai's death, it would be better to let Old Man Lee's eldest son be responsible. They were all sons, and they were both flesh and blood. Even if he were to vent his anger on them, it would only be a matter of time. Facing Old Man Lee's question, Madame Shally seemed to be frightened. She shrank her shoulders and looked up from her arms. Her neatly combed hair on her forehead was messy, and she looked even more haggard. She seemed to have not understood anything. She sobbed and said, "This is young master's home. Isn't it normal for him to come back? Usually, when first young master comes back, I don't tell you, master." After saying that, she raised her hand to wipe her tears. Her hands, which were no longer young and had lost collagen, slowly clenched until her fingernails turned white. The old man's plans were always foolproof. Had already escaped the capital, so there was no way she would die on the ship. That night, he learned that something had happened to The next day, the young master, who never cared about his stepmother, came back and left in a hurry. He had wanted to kill for a long time, and now that he had the chance, he couldn't let it go. He had caused Er's death. She would make him pay with his life. No. She wanted his entire family to pay with their lives for her None of them could escape. Old Madam Lee was able to climb into her brother-in-law's bed and force her sister to death. How could she be as weak as she looked? When Old Madam Lee was young, she didn't even have clothes to cover her body on the streets. She didn't even have enough to eat. It was the unmarried Old Madam Lee who begged her family to take her in. The two girls, who were not related by blood, called each other sisters. Old Madam Lee, a beggar, suddenly became the daughter of a rich family. Chapter 35-37. At that time, the late Old Madam Lee had never thought that she had taken in a venomous snake who used her weak appearance to hide her vicious heart. Not long after she got married, this 15-year-old venomous snake climbed onto her brother-in-law's bed, gave birth to children, and became an outside mistress. When the late Old Madam Lee found out that the good sister she had taken and had an affair with her husband, and even had an illegitimate child, Old Madam Lee fainted on the spot. Not long after the matter was exposed, Old Madam Lee first held her son and daughter and knelt at the entrance of the Lee family's mansion, saying that she was guilty and begging for her sister's forgiveness. She even said that everything was her fault, and it had nothing to do with her brother-in-law. She called out, "Sister, brother-in-law," but the children in her hands were the children that she had with her brother-in-law. Her vicious heart was shocking. At that time, Old Madam Lee was still more than 6 months pregnant, and her pregnancy was not very good. She did not have a moment of comfort when eating and sleeping. Just when she needed to calm down and take care of the fetus, the outside mistress held a son and a daughter and came to the mansion in a big wind and rain to beg for forgiveness. How could old Madame Lee bear it? That day, she miscarried a baby girl who was about to take shape. After that, old Madame Lee's body collapsed. After the miscarriage, she suddenly aged 10 years, and her body became weaker and weaker day by day. In the end, in order to not let the outside mistress take advantage of her two sons, old Madame Lee forced herself to endure her illness until the two sons grew up. Later, when the second son went abroad to study, old Madame Lee passed away. Old Madame Lee, who had endured the death of her first wife, was good at acting, no matter when she was timid and weak. Even if the servants at home said something loudly, she would be so afraid that she would secretly wipe her tears. Then, in the middle of the night, she would hide under the quilt and secretly sob. When old man Lee asked, she did not say anything at first, only saying that she had a nightmare. After being pressed about this matter repeatedly, old Madame Lee finally said it while sobbing. Just like that, in less than a year, all the servants in the Lee family's old mansion had been cried away by Mrs. Lee, leaving behind only old Madame Lee's own people. Therefore, when old Master Lee found out that he had arranged for his son to escape, and no one mentioned it to him when his eldest son came back, the anger on his face made old Madame Lee's heart tremble. The servants at home have always been arranged by your side. Is it that if anything happens at home in the future, they will only report to you and leave me aside? Old Madame Lee, whose heart was trembling, turned even paler. She shook her head and cried, "Master, why do you have to say such heart-wrenching words? Young master is returning to his own home. Do the servants at home have to keep an eye on him at all times? It's not like you don't know my situation as a stepmother. Do you think I would dare to ask about the young master's return? He can come back if he wants. Why would he need to report to you? If that's the case, you'll say that I'm still foolish at my age." Although her heart was trembling, she knew that old man Lee had taken her words to heart. She wanted to say a few more words, but old man Lee, whose face was as dark as water, asked her to go out first. The eldest son and his second wife were like fire and water at the beginning. If even the eldest son came home and the servants at home and his second wife mentioned it to him, he would indeed scold his second wife for being foolish. Old man Lee, who didn't dare to disobey old man Lee, had to go out first. She wanted to stand at the door and listen, but she heard that old man Lee had ordered the messenger inside to lock the door. Knowing that she couldn't hear anything, old Madame Xiao Li went downstairs to the living room and called her daughter. Her son was gone, and only her married daughter could make decisions for her. Chapter 35-38. In the room, the informant sat on old man Lee's bed and sighed. "Old man Lee, I told you it was a coincidence. I can understand if you don't believe me, because I didn't believe it either. No one knew that Chu Hai went to Jin City. The military didn't know either. However, there were a few people who sneaked to the cargo ship that Chu Hai was going to take. It was because something happened to them that the military became suspicious. You know that Chu Hai's situation abroad is already known in the country. How could they let Chu Hai leave the country alive? Even if there was a trace of suspicion, they wouldn't miss it. Chu Hai just happened to run into it." Old man Lee couldn't help but close his eyes when he heard that. His chest rose and fell for a while before he slowly calmed down. "Who did they send?" "Sai, that's what I wanted to report to you. These people, their origins are very mysterious. I don't know which unit they belong to. I don't have any information on them. Old Du also asked around, but you know that everyone is in a state of panic now. Some things aren't easy to find out. So far, I haven't found out which unit sent the soldiers to kill Chu Hai." Old man Lee was obviously not satisfied with this result. He narrowed his turbid eyes and said slowly, "You don't even know which unit they belong to? Then you came just to tell me that Chu Hai was shot to death?" The old voice was not as intimidating as before. Even if he spoke slowly, it was enough to make the person sitting by the bed tense. He replied, "I came because I was afraid that you would take action outside first after you found out. You know the situation outside. The whole situation is very tense. If you take action for Chu Hai, your connections will be affected. You can't even find out which unit they belong to. With your experience, what kind of unit do you think it is? If it's a Special Forces unit, then it must be an elite Special Forces unit. You can slowly investigate if you want to know, but not now. It's best to wait until the news dies down before you show yourself." The informant analyzed bit by bit and separated the personal benefits. He slowly told Old Man Lee everything so that Old Man Lee could endure it for the time being. If Old Man Lee couldn't endure it, then he would definitely be affected. After climbing to where he was today, he was no longer the young man who didn't know anything. He had to plan for his future. He couldn't drag himself down because of a dead person who committed a serious crime. His analysis left Old Master Lee speechless for a long time. He closed his eyes and lay down quietly. His calm face did not reveal what he was thinking or planning at this moment. Seeing this, he got up and poured a cup of water to cool it in his hand. When Old Master Lee woke up, he would pass the warm water to him. After about 4 or 5 minutes, Old Man Lee opened his eyes. The informant handed the water over and said respectfully, "You haven't drunk any water since you woke up. Drink some water to moisten your throat." He took the water and took a few sips. His throat was so dry that it felt like it was blocked by phlegm, but there was a hint of sweetness. Old Master Lee handed the cup over and stared at the man who had become who he was today. He said calmly, "You're right. Right now, I still have to endure it. Help me ask around. I want to know who fired at Chu Hai. I want to thank him properly. That's right. Thank him for doing such a great deed of sending off the younger generation." Chapter 35-39. The person who took the cup nodded and said, "I will do my best to investigate this matter so that you can feel better. You have always done things steadily, so I have always been at ease. However, you still have to be careful. Also, help me take care of Chu Hai's son and daughter. When school starts, I will send them to the southern province to study far away from the capital to avoid being targeted." After Old Man Lee finished speaking, he saw the other person's surprised expression. Without thinking about why he was surprised, he asked in a deep voice, "What, is it inconvenient for you?" "No, it's not." The person quickly shook his head and said, "Do you still not know that the son and daughter that Chu Hai brought back are not Chu Hai's biological children?" It was Old Man Lee's turn to be shocked. When Chu Hai went abroad, he did not get married. He only got married and had children when he was abroad. After he settled down, he did not return to the country because of domestic reasons. The son and daughter that he gave birth to did not come back, but he sent photos. He sent photos of them from childhood to adulthood. How could they not be his biological children? The person told Old Man Lee the news that he had just learned. After finishing, he said, "It can be seen that Chu Hai came back prepared." Fortunately, Chu Hai was prepared. Old Man Lee's temples were already hurting. He could not understand why he had to hide who his biological children were from his family. What did his most beloved son do abroad that he had to hide? When the person saw that Old Man Lee did not know, he suppressed the shock in his heart and stood up. "It's getting late. You should rest well. I still have a few things to take care of. If there is any new news, I will report it to you." He bowed to Old Man Lee, who had helped him before, and left with large strides. He had to return to the southern province. The southern province was not peaceful now. There was a big commotion above, and everyone below was tense. They were afraid that they would be implicated if they took a wrong step. Everyone was cautious, and he was no exception. The door opened and closed gently. Old man Lee, who was lying on the bed, stood up and looked at the closed door. There was a dim light in his eyes. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. These people who had once received his kindness were now so ambitious that there was no longer a place for him as their benefactor. Each and every one of them had their own plans. If Chu Hai was still here, no matter how many schemes these people had in their hearts, they would still be plotting and hiding. Now that Chu Hai was gone, thinking of his youngest son whom he loved the most, the white-haired old man, Li couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart. There were even tears in the corners of his eyes. Chu Hai was no longer here. The son he had high hopes for was no longer here. So what did the future of these people have to do with him? His eldest son and second son had never been close to him. Ever since the death of his first wife, the father and son had been like fire and water. As for his eldest grandson, Li Jinyan, because his second wife had done a few stupid things in the past, he had also been estranged from the family. He had treated the Fu family as his own family, and the Li family had instead become his maternal family. On his daughter's side, a married daughter was like spilled water. He never counted on her. Only his youngest son was the most suitable for him, and he was the most filial. However, the youngest son he was most satisfied with, and filial actually wanted to hide his biological children from the family. Old man Li, who was having a headache, couldn't understand why. Madame Li also knew that her younger brother, Li Chu Hai, had been killed. After hanging up the phone, she sat on the sofa for a long time and didn't come back to her senses until Du Jiai came out and saw her pale face. She was so shocked that she hugged her, and Madame Li slowly came back to her senses. Chapter 3540. The heater was on in the house, but Madame Li's hands and feet were cold without a trace of warmth. Although she had regained her senses, she was still in a daze, as though her soul had left her body. Du Jiai was a little anxious. She held Madame Li's cold hands and hurriedly rubbed them. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Who called you? Was it Dad or brother?" She kept rubbing her hands, trying to warm Madame Li's cold hands. Gradually, Madame Li's fingers began to tremble. Then, she held her daughter's hands as though she was looking for someone to rely on. Her voice trembled as she said, "Jiai, your uncle is dead. He didn't manage to escape. He was shot to death because it was the death of her closest family member." Even the bold Du Jiai was so frightened that her face turned pale. She was stunned for a while before she said in a trembling voice, "He was shot to death? Who shot him to death? Who else could it be? Who else would have the guts to shoot her younger brother to death?" Madame Li, whose lips were pale, bit the tip of her tongue to make her voice clearer. "The military said that he didn't manage to escape on the boat. Last night, he's gone. Jiai, your uncle, he's gone, gone." As she spoke, Madame Li's tears flowed out. That was her biological brother. Although they had not returned to China for more than 20 years, they had always been in contact with each other. From childhood to adulthood, the two of them had protected each other. Until the Li family, the two of them were even more united against outsiders. But she didn't expect that the younger brother she had always protected would be gone. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. She was already a grandmother, but when she cried, her voice was louder than a child's. Her tears kept flowing, making Du Jiai feel a little helpless. "Mom, don't cry. There's no use crying now. Uncle won't come back just because you cry." Du Jiai didn't have any deep feelings for her uncle, Li Chuhai, who she only knew existed but didn't know who he was. But since she was young, she had always received gifts from abroad. She knew that her biological uncle treated her very well. Now that she suddenly received such bad news, she couldn't accept it. Madame Li cried loudly, and she couldn't help but cry as well. The mother and daughter cried together, and the guards outside did not know whether to enter or leave. They hurriedly called the deputy chief of staff Du and reported the situation at home. When the deputy chief of staff Du received the news, he knew why his wife was crying. Now that he was so busy, he was not in the mood to comfort his wife and daughter. However, he could not allow a fire to break out in his backyard, so he still called home. The meaning was clear. First, Li Chuhai violated the law and deserved to be punished. Secondly, if your maiden family has any requests, you must not agree. If you really do agree, you must ask yourself whether your maiden family or your children are more important. Third, although the Du family is now implicated, I, Du Mao, am a righteous man who stands upright and fearless. I will not abuse my power for personal gain. You can cry in front of me, but you can't ask me to do anything. After making these points clear, he hung up the phone. As for whether his wife would listen, based on his understanding of his wife over the years, she definitely could do it. Du Jiayi heard everything clearly. Seeing that her father didn't make a mistake because of this, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Dad was right. The dead can't come back to life. Moreover, her uncle deserved to be punished. Then the Du family had better not do anything. If they did, they would be unlucky. Chapter 3541. With Du Jiayi's persuasion, Mrs. Li gradually calmed down. She still wanted to go back to her mother's house, but Du Jiayi stopped her and said, "Mom, if you go to Grandma's house today, what will happen to Dad? What do you want your brother to think? Little uncle deserved it. What's the point of you going there now? Also, didn't you hear what Dad said? Little uncle's case was not made public. If you go there now, Mom, what will you say if someone asks you how you found out about this? If you say that Grandma told you, will people believe you? No, they won't. They will only think that Dad told you. Since it's not made public, it's confidential. You're not even part of the military, so how did you know? So they will only think that Dad told you. If you go to Grandma's house today, you will undoubtedly help outsiders to harm Dad." Du Jiayi's words shocked Mrs. Li so much that she sat on the sofa for a long time. After a while, Mrs. Li's eyes turned red, and she looked like she had aged a few years. She smiled bitterly and said, "Go back to your room. I want to be alone." "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't be impulsive. Go back to your room. I want to be alone." She wanted to be alone and think about what crime her brother had committed. Why did the military want to hunt him down at all costs? Too many things had happened in the past 2 days. She had yet to settle the past, and now there were more waves. She was so confused that her head hurt. She needed to calm down. The Li and Du families were in turmoil because of Li Chuhai's death. Yi Qian, who had parted ways with her comrades, did not immediately return to the capital. She was a student participating in the 3-day exchange program. Today was only the 2nd day. How could she go back early? Pigeon, Bai He, and the other 4 comrades did not need to say anything after completing their mission. They quickly left after going ashore. The higher-ups would take care of the rest. This was also why Old Man Li didn't know which Special Forces unit they belonged to. The Snowfield Brigade didn't belong to any unit and didn't even exist in the military system. No matter how capable Old Man Li was, there was no way he would know. After waiting for an entire night, Father Fu already knew that Yi Qian had completed his mission. He had been waiting outside the foreign guest reception center since early in the morning. When he saw his daughter walking over, Father Fu quickly walked over. When Yi Qian saw his father Fu hurrying over, he couldn't help but smile and quicken his pace. She walked over with a smile on her face. Her dark eyes were as clear as a mirror, as if they had been washed by water. "Dad, you didn't wait the whole night, did you? The dark circles under your eyes are bigger than mine." Father Fu, who had been nervous the whole night, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You go back to your room and rest for a while. We'll gather at the military port at 1:30. Because of the incident at the civilian port, they temporarily couldn't enter or leave. Therefore, they canceled their morning trip and went directly to the military port in the afternoon. When the leaders and the 3 male students found out that Yi Qian had returned unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. When they got on the bus in the afternoon, Yi Qian smiled and said, "I was hiding on the ship and didn't dare to come out. They found the ship based on the phone signal. Later, they heard gunshots. When I came out, the ship was clean. Until now, I only know that they were going to catch a very important criminal." Then he whispered, "I don't know who it is." Chapter 3542. Father Fu smiled and said, "Care about what you should care about. What you shouldn't care about is not something you should care about. You don't have to ask about it." The leaders also said similar things. The leader of the National University of Science and Technology looked at Yi Qian sternly and said, "Not letting you know is to protect you. Since you are back, you are not allowed to mention what happened last night. You hear me?" Then he said to another student, "You two, don't mention it again." Yi Qian and Zhang Minghong humbly accepted the advice and said that they would not ask about it again. The leaders of the Naval Command Academy and the Air Force Academy also reminded their outstanding students to keep their mouths shut and not reveal any information to the outside world. Li Xiang and Jiang Yang also said that they would not mention this matter to anyone. However, they had seen Yi Qian's ruthlessness in killing people. They had a sense of respect for Yi Qian. They also felt that Yi Qian was different from the 3 of them. When they talked to him, they were more or less careful. Yi Qian knew in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Just like the day before, he walked and sat quietly. Only when someone asked him a question would he answer softly. After the 3-day exchange meeting, Yi Qian returned to the capital with Father Fu. In the past 2 days, she did not tell Father Fu what she was thinking about. She wanted to know who it was before telling Father Fu. However, she did not know that Father Fu already knew. On the 10th day of the first month, Yi Qian returned to the capital. She did not rest in the middle and arrived at the military headquarters around 1 in the afternoon. Father Fu, who had just finished the exchange meeting, also had to work. Yi Qian went to look for Commander-in-Chief Xia. At this time, she was already sitting in the office. There was no one in the office, so she had to wait. This time, she had to wait for a long time. Yi Qian hugged her chest and slept in the office. She only woke up when she heard the sound of the door being unlocked. She looked at her watch and saw that it was 4:17 in the afternoon. Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Yang were talking as they walked in. When they saw Yi Qian standing up and saluting them, they waved their hands and gestured for her to sit down. They said to Major General Yang, "That's it for now. You go to your work. I want to talk to little Yi." He already knew that Yi Qian was waiting for him in the office. He also knew why she was here today. She would know sooner or later. He sat down and took out a camouflage folder from his office drawer. "Take a look at this. After reading it, you'll know who shot Sun Xueqing and the reason for him to shoot." "What's the reason?" Yi Qian, who thought it would take some effort to find out, immediately stood up and took the folder. She was afraid that Commander-in-Chief Xia would go back on his word. "Read it slowly. Don't get agitated after reading it. We have investigated everything clearly. I hope you can treat it calmly. Seeing her open the folder, Commander-in-Chief Xia gave her a heads up. Yi Qian read it slowly, paragraph by paragraph. The investigation was very detailed, from when her mother became a spy to who she met, and what she found out. It was an investigation report. It was also her mother's life story. She read it page by page. When she saw that someone was misled by Li Chuhai into thinking that her mother was a spy, Yi Qian's eyebrows twitched. Her fingers trembled as she flipped to the last page. There was a photo on the last page. Yi Qian's pupils contracted when she saw the person in the photo. This is the person who shot Martyr's son, Xueqing, behind her back. We arrested him half a month ago. Commander-in-Chief Xia pointed at the photo in Yi Qian's hand and said in a deep voice, "There is a detailed investigation of why he shot her." Chapter 3543. When Yi Qian saw the person in the photo, she felt as if she had been electrocuted. Li Chuhai said that she knew the person who shot her mother in the back. Yes, she really knew him. Moreover, she had known him for a long time. She had known him for several years. After she looked at everyone around her, she even felt that Li Chuhai was lying to her and deliberately said that she knew the person who shot her mother. However, this was true. From the moment the military avoided her, she knew that Li Chuhai was telling the truth. When she saw the person in the photo, she really knew him. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that the female soldier sitting across from him had a pale face and bit her lower lip until it turned white. He knew that she could not accept this result. However, this was the truth. He wasn't in cahoots with Li Chuhai. He was also confused and thought that Martyr's son Xueqing was really a spy. At that time, the situation was quite urgent, and because Li Chuhai had intentionally or unintentionally misled him, even letting him hear some so-called secrets, when those missions were stuck to the enemy, we might even be completely wiped out. He was then ordered by Li Chuhai to finally raise his gun and shoot Martyr's son Xueqing. The whole thing wasn't his fault. It was all because of Li Chuhai. He knew that once Xiaoya knew the truth, she would not be able to accept it. After all, this person had helped Xiaoya for a long time. It could be said that he played a part in Xiaoya being able to walk out of the mountains. Until he was arrested, he still thought that Martyr's son Xueqing was a spy. He never thought that his former leader used him. When we told him the truth, he cried until he broke down and said that the person he was most sorry to was you. He was also a victim. From then on, he would be shackled for the rest of his life. He would have to feel guilty for the wrong things he had done. He would have a guilty conscience for the rest of his life. If you want to see him, go and see him. He also wants to see you. Ever since he found out the truth, he has always wanted to see you. Yi Qian, who had bitten her lower lip so hard that her teeth had left an arc, put the photo back into the folder. Her long, thick, curly eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and she slammed the folder shut. When she looked up, Commander-in-Chief Xia saw a deep pain flash across her eyes. Then, in the next moment, her eyes turned dark again. It was very deep and had already hidden all her emotions. Those who were familiar with Xiao Yi knew that she was a child who valued relationships and righteousness. Now that something like this had happened, who would have thought that this would happen? When her future in-laws found out about this, their first reaction was to ask the military to keep it a secret. It wouldn't be too late to tell her after Li Chuhai, the main culprit, was caught. Everyone knew how big of an impact this matter would have on Xiao Yi, so no one dared to let her know immediately. On the night that sixth brother left the country, he didn't forget to call Commander-in-Chief Xia even before he was about to board the plane. He asked Commander-in-Chief Xia to keep it a secret for the time being. It would be even better if he could wait for him to come back. Unfortunately, before sixth brother came back, Li Chuhai exposed the truth that they were hiding with just a few words, which made her feel like a thorn in her heart. Now, she didn't know if this thorn should be pulled out or pierced even deeper. Looking at Yi Qian's ink-rimmed eyes, Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't understand what she was thinking. The more he couldn't see through her, the more worried Commander-in-Chief Xia became. There was deep concern in his eyes. Yi Qian really wasn't thinking about anything. Shock, sadness, pain, sadness, all these emotions were like a ball of knotted wool at this moment. No matter how she tried to straighten them out, her heart was stuffed full, making it difficult for her to even breathe. Chapter 3544. The more it was like this, the more Yi Qian didn't want Commander-in-Chief Xia, whose eyes were filled with worry, to see the suffocating sadness in her heart. Even now, she still hadn't accepted such a cruel truth. Even if it was all Li Chuhai's orders, she thought it would be hard for her to accept it in such a short time. Yi Qian took a few deep breaths in succession and said in a low voice, "Where is he now? I want to see him." No matter how calm her expression was, she still let the cat out of the bag when she opened her mouth. Even her voice was trembling. How could she be truly calm? She was just using a calm appearance to hide the turmoil in her heart. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the time. It was almost time to get off work, so he picked up the military cap on his desk and put it on. He said to Yi Qian, "Okay, I'll go with you." After he finished speaking, he tidied up his desk and picked up the folder on the desk to put it in the drawer. A photo that was not clipped fell out of the folder. Commander-in-Chief Xia's hand paused, and he bent down to pick up the photo that fell to the ground. The man in the photo had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His eyes were bright and spirited. His rough facial features revealed the forthrightness of a northerner. His long years in the military made his facial features even more rigid. One could tell at a glance that he was a soldier from the army. This man was the man who shot Sun Xueqing in the back. When they walked out of the office, the sky was already hazy. The weather in Beijing had been sunny for the past few days, and the air was cool and refreshing. Although it was cold, it was very comfortable. The evening scenery was also quite beautiful. Yi Qian, who walked out of the military headquarters, was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. After getting into the car, she kept looking out the window, as if there was an invisible barrier that isolated her. She didn't want to look at the people outside, and the people outside also couldn't feel her presence. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't spend much time talking to Yi Qian. This kind of thing couldn't be accepted just by talking to her. It was a process of acceptance. Even when they found out who the shooter was, they couldn't accept it, let alone Yi Qian, who had received a lot of help from him. The person who killed their mother was someone they knew and treated as family. No matter who it was, they couldn't accept it all at once. That kind of feeling was even worse and more painful than knowing that a stranger had killed his mother. Yi Qian knew that it was rude of her to sit in the same car as the commander-in-chief without saying a word, but now her mind was in a mess. When she thought about the person she was going to meet later, not only was her heart in a mess, even her mind was in a mess. In such a mess, she just wanted to be alone and did not want to say a word. Commander-in-Chief Xia could understand. Moreover, Yi Qian was his daughter-in-law, so he was even more forgiving and doting on her. Therefore, he didn't disturb Yi Qian if she didn't say anything. When they arrived at their destination, Commander-in-Chief Xia said, "Shall Yi go alone? Call me when you're done." Yi Qian gratefully bowed deeply to Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was exceptionally tolerant of him. He turned around and walked through the heavy iron gates with the guards. The people locked up in the depths of the iron gates were not ordinary people. Everyone had a single cell, and the walls were covered with soft bags to prevent the people inside from harming themselves or committing suicide. After passing through several doors, Yi Qian walked very slowly. The guard who led her over did not rush her. He also slowed down so that Yi Qian could keep up with him. As they walked deeper and deeper, Yi Qian suddenly felt a little restless. She clearly had a lot of questions in her mind, but she just couldn't sort them out. She wanted to clarify the questions she wanted to ask, but she just didn't know where to start. Chapter 35:45. She wanted to ask him if he had recognized her when she first went to the military. She wanted to ask him why he had helped her so much back then. Was it because he felt guilty? She wanted to ask him if he had avoided her when she went to the military and did not see her for a long time because he knew who she was. There were too many questions she wanted to ask, but these questions were too sharp and too hurtful. She was indebted to him, and he had done his best to help her. He was like family to her. She really could not bear to ask him these sharp questions. Yi Qian suffered and struggled as the guards led her to the isolation room. In this room, with surveillance cameras and guards, she waited for the person she wanted to see to come out. She did not know if it was just her imagination, but Yi Qian heard the faint sound of metal chains in the room. She stood up immediately, then slowly sat back down. Her heart was in pain. Perhaps the place where they were being held was a little far away. Yi Qian waited for about 5 minutes before the bulletproof glass wall in the isolation room moved. A prison guard walked out first. Then the sound of metal chains being dragged on the floor could be heard clearly. Hearing the sound, Yi Qian unconsciously stood up. She stared unblinkingly at the door until a tall figure walked out. The moment she saw the person, Yi Qian's eyes suddenly felt sore. Warm tears slowly flowed out from her eyes. She looked at the person who had come. Her lips moved very, very slightly. It seemed like she was saying a few words, but it also seemed like she was too emotional to say anything. When the person saw Yi Qian, he first smiled slightly, then sighed softly. "Little Yi, you're here." Just like before, whenever he was in the regiment and saw her, he would say, "Little Yi, you're here." Then he would ask, "How long do you plan to stay this time? Can you stay for a few more days? Quick, help me train those soldiers. Every one of them needs training. I don't even count on the squad leader, platoon leader, or company commander. I'm counting on you." Since the second half of the second year, he would say this every time she went to the military. Lu Tuan. Yi Qian walked up to the glass wall and clung to it with both hands. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. She really never thought that Lu Tuan was the one who shot her mother in the back. Really never thought about it. When she saw the photo, she even wanted to say, "Is there a mistake? How could it be Lu Tuan? How could it be Captain Lu?" But how could he be wrong after a comprehensive investigation by the three parties? The events of that year were investigated bit by bit. How could it be wrong? She had hoped so much that it was wrong. She had never wished so much that something was wrong, that something was not right. She did not dare to show too much emotion in front of Commander-in-Chief Xia. Now that she saw Lu Tuan walk out and saw that his hands and feet were chained, Yi Qian's heart ached as she thought of everything that had happened in the past. In the past, he had helped her too much. He would often say to her, "Little Yi, you're really amazing. If my daughter was half as capable as you, then I would really be relieved." Then he would say, "Haste makes waste. Little Yi, although we ask our soldiers to be strict with themselves, we're not so strict that we have to train them day and night." She even heard the soldiers in the army say, "Little Yi, why haven't you come to the base yet? Don't tell me you've been scolded so badly by me that you don't dare to come?" Chapter 35:46. This was Lu Tuan. He reached out to help her when she was at her most difficult time. When she needed help the most, he was the one who helped her. Uncle Jen had told her in private that if Lu Tuan hadn't agreed to take her to the military, he wouldn't have had the authority to do so. It was Lu Tuan's approval that allowed her to go to the military for training and enter the gun and ammunition storage. Later, when Yi Shifan detained her household register, he asked Commander Yi Shifan to go to the school and take out the documents from the provincial military. This forced Yi Shifan to have no choice but to move her household register out. He was worried that she wouldn't have enough money to go to school, so he reported to the higher-ups to give him a pension that would last her until she graduated from university. Later on, she went to the automobile company to train with the soldiers. Lu Tuan was afraid that she would give up halfway, so on the first day, he told her that if she did well, he would take her to a good place. It was because of Lu Tuan's encouragement that she was able to go overseas with the higher-ups. She still remembered that when she was training with the soldiers, she accidentally got injured. At that time, Lu Tuan ran towards her with a pale face and scolded the soldiers. Lu Tuan was relieved when he saw that she only had a graze on her arm and nothing else. He even said to her in a serious and caring tone, "You're considered a soldier under me. You have to be strict. You can't be lazy just because of a small injury." Lu Tuan, who cared so much about her and took care of her, but he was the one who shot her mother in the back. Yi Qian, who was holding onto the glass wall, looked at the haggard Lu Tuan with tears in his eyes. Lu Tuan was still full of energy when he was transferred, but now, even his beard had grown out. His eyes had the gray of an old man. Transferred, suddenly, Yi Qian's body trembled. His shrunken pupils gradually dilated. He looked at Lu Tuan in a daze. Transferred. Lu Tuan transferred last year, and Li Chuhai returned last year. Was that why Lu Tuan transferred? Was Lu Tuan forced to transfer because of Li Chuhai's threats? After Principal Chun was discharged from the hospital, he was hired as the chief instructor of the sniper base in the southern province. She didn't have any training arrangements for the winter break, so she went to the sniper base as well. There, she met Lu Tuan and political commissar Yen. It was also at that time that she learned that Lu Tuan had been transferred to civilian work and political commissar Yen had been transferred. Lu Tuan didn't tell her personally. Principal Chen only told her after they left. He said that he didn't want to distract her, so he didn't tell her directly. When Lu Tuan left, he said to her, "You have to walk your own path in the future. He can only help you up to this point." At that time, she did not feel anything. She thought that Lu Tuan was reluctant to leave the army, reluctant to leave his comrades, and reluctant to leave her, a soldier who could be considered half his subordinate. Now that he thought about it, Lu Tuan must have known something, but he couldn't say it out loud. He could only remind himself. Yi Qian's mind was in a mess. His hatred for Li Chuhai increased. Lu Tuan had already sat down. He looked at the young girl who was holding onto the glass wall and crying nonstop. The smile in his eyes was bitter. He sat down and turned on the small speaker used for communication. His voice sounded a little hoarse. "Don't cry, little girl Yi. I'm sorry. I'm the one who got you into this. Don't cry." Yi Qian slowly sat down. When she heard the familiar voice and the familiar intimacy, the tears that had just stopped gushed out again. Why did Lu Tuan's voice sound so hoarse? Chapter 35:47. His voice was hoarse, and he looked much older. Even his energy, and spirit seemed to have faded away. "Uncle Lu, are you okay?" Yi Qian asked softly. Her numerous questions turned into a greeting. Even when facing Lu Tuan, who shot her mother in the back, Yi Qian still remembered Lu Tuan's kindness to her. When Lu Tuan heard that he had changed from Lu Tuan to Uncle Lu, the unyielding man's eyes were filled with tears. This girl, why didn't she hate him? Why didn't she scold him? Why did she care about him? This girl, why did she make his heart ache so much? Girl, you must have known by now that you're here. I'm the bastard who didn't know right from wrong and shot martyr Sun Shueching in the back. I was the one who killed your mother. Little Yi, I was the one who fired. I was the one who fired. At this point, Lu Tuan's bloodshot eyes were filled with tears. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I had been a little smarter and reported the situation to my superiors, what happened back then wouldn't have happened. You wouldn't have lost your parents at such a young age. Yi Qian, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Please apply to the military to give me a quick death sentence. I've let you down. I've let martyr Sun Shueching down. I've let Uncle Jen down. I'm a sinner. I'm a sinner. You quickly let the military give me a death sentence. When I'm in the underworld, I'll kowtow to martyr Sun Shueching and Uncle Jen to admit my guilt. When Lu Tuan was arrested, he didn't know what he had done wrong, so he was very calm. When he arrived in the capital, he was investigated, questioned, and interrogated. When he finally understood what had happened, he didn't cry out loud, because at that time, he was indeed following orders and didn't intend to murder. Until now, when he heard Yi Qian ask, "Uncle Lu, are you okay?" that voice full of concern made Lu Tuan's spirit collapse. Yi Qian saw Lu Tuan crying until the veins on his neck bulged. She also cried until her shoulders were shaking. From Lu Tuan's endless tears and his sorrowful expression, she read regret, guilt, and self-blame. She wanted to say a few words of comfort, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Faced with Lu Tuan, who had killed his mother, Yi Qian could only think of the words, "God is making fools of people." Sniffling, Yi Qian inched closer to the glass wall and asked Lu Tuan in a hoarse voice, "Uncle Lu, did you know whose daughter I am?" The iron-skinned man nodded with bloodshot eyes. "Yes, I've known since a long, long time ago. Coincidentally, I was on a business trip to the province, so I brought your photo to the cemetery of martyrs. That day, I knew whose daughter you were." Lu Tuan's emotions gradually stabilized when he mentioned the past. He would tell Yi Qingtang everything she wanted to know in detail, and would not hide anything from her. 7 years ago, Uncle Jen came to me and said, "Platoon Leader Lu, I have a granddaughter who has no parents. She's a good seedling. She has a good memory, quick reflexes, and can endure hardships. I want to apply to bring her to the army to learn. Not just 1 or 2 days of learning, but she'll be able to follow me in and out of the gun and ammunition depot. What do you think?" At that time, Uncle Jen stayed in the army as a sergeant major. Since Uncle Jen said so, I didn't refuse. At that time, Uncle Jen had already retired. The only reason he was able to stay in the army was because the army needed him. At that time, Lu Tuan didn't dare to offend Uncle Jen. Chapter 3548. Although Yi Qian knew that she was an exception, she didn't know what Uncle Jen had done for her. She listened quietly as Lu Tuan spoke slowly. Then, "Uncle Jen handed me a small photo of you and told me that this was the girl. Her mother was a martyr, and her father died early. She was placed in Uncle Jen's home and wasn't very well liked. She was already 13 or 14 years old, thin and weak. She looked a few years younger than her actual age. At that time, I even joked that she might be a little malnourished and would be fine after a while. Uncle Jen wanted to train you and said that you were pitiful, but you were indeed a good seedling. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this up. See, did you agree? If you did, I'd let her come over in a few days. Since you've put it this way, how can I refuse?" Uncle Jen had dedicated his life to the army, and the higher-ups specifically told me that as long as Uncle Jen made a request, I had to agree even if it was unreasonable. Lu Tuan's haggard face smiled when he mentioned Uncle Jen. At that time, Uncle Jen made a request. It was an unreasonable request, so I didn't dare to agree immediately. I only said that I needed to ask. I took a look at the photo and didn't recognize you immediately, so I made an application to the provincial government first. Later, Xia Jinyuan, who was assigned to a basic company, mentioned you to me and said that I could try to train you. After discussing it with Old Yen, I called the provincial government to urge them on account of Uncle Jen and Xia Jinyuan. The provincial government was still hesitant at first, but I said that I didn't have any problems, so the approval was granted. After I applied for the entry permit, Uncle Jen showed me the photo you took in the past few days. I was shocked by the girl's cold, dark eyes in the photo, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on my back. Little Yi, your eyes were full of murderous intent in the photo. It was this murderous intent that reminded me of your mother. When I looked at your facial features carefully, the more I looked at you, the more familiar you looked, like a spy that I had killed with my own hands. Lu Tuan smiled bitterly as he said this. At that moment, he was very shocked, but it had been more than 10 years, so he couldn't take it anymore. He was shocked, but he didn't say anything. He wanted to do some research before making a decision. He didn't ask Grandpa Jen immediately. Instead, he went to the Southern Province Cemetery for Martyrs. There, he saw a black and white photo. The female soldier in the photo was wearing an old-fashioned military cap. The corners of her mouth were slightly curved, revealing small dimples on both sides. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was very beautiful. The girl in the red photo in his hand was very similar to the female soldier in the black and white photo except for her eyes. At that time, he knew whose granddaughter Uncle Jen was talking about. She was the daughter of the martyr Sun Xueqing, the daughter of a spy that he had secretly dealt with. Yi Qian gently closed her eyes and interrupted Lu Tuan's answer with a slightly tense voice. In other words, you knew whose daughter I was when you applied for the travel permit. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Why hide it? If he had told them earlier, they wouldn't have had to take so many detours and spend so much time to find out who the mastermind was. Hearing this, the bitterness and regret on Lu Tuan's face deepened. I wanted to say that after I confirmed it, I wanted to immediately call back to the army to tell Grandpa Jen, but in the end, I held myself back. Because at that time, your mother wasn't a martyr in my heart. She was a spy, and her children shouldn't be blamed for her crimes. I thought that if you were really a good seedling, I shouldn't be biased because of your mother. Chapter 3549. When he came back from the Cemetery of Martyrs, he thought about it for almost an entire night before deciding to keep quiet and observe for a while. If it worked, he would stay. If it didn't work, he would talk to Uncle General with Uncle Jen's personality. He definitely wouldn't let that girl stay. Who would have thought that when he returned, Old Yen, who had returned to the military earlier than him, would happily tell him that Uncle Jen's granddaughter was really amazing. She was a genius, definitely a genius. Old Yen had never praised anyone so happily in front of him, which made him a little curious for a moment. After he saw and understood, he was shocked. He wasn't wrong. That girl was a genius. Lu Tuan, whose emotions were fluctuating, coughed softly. His coughs were very loud. And Yi Qian was so anxious that he hurriedly asked the prison guard, "Can you get me a glass of water?" The prison guard didn't refuse and poured a glass of water for Lu Tuan. When Lu Tuan took the water and saw Yi Qian's worried expression, the torment in his heart made him want to go to the execution ground immediately. After drinking half the glass of water, Lu Tuan lowered his head and buried it in his arms. His slow voice was full of pain. At that time, I was glad that your mother was buried as a martyr before she died. Otherwise, she would have dragged you down. No matter how talented you were, you wouldn't have been able to enter the military. Yi Qian's chest felt as if there was a heavy stone pressing down on it. It wasn't that Lu Tuan didn't want to say it, but because in his heart, her mother wasn't a martyr, but a spy. Li Chuhai. Li Chuhai, letting you end it so quickly is really letting you off easy. Her chest felt suffocated, but her heart felt like it was on fire, burning so much that her internal organs hurt. Her mother, even in death, she had to bear a groundless accusation. Li Chuhai, you're truly despicable and shameless. At that moment, Lu Tuan's chest was heaving up and down so violently that he couldn't speak. He hated himself for not saying anything, for not asking. As the thin and weak girl grew day by day, he began to vaguely understand some things. He knew that Yi Qian suspected that her mother did not die in the line of duty. After knowing this, he wanted to have a secret chat with Yi Qian, but he was worried that if she found out, she would hate her heroic mother. After much consideration, he decided to keep it a secret. Hate, too much hate. He should have said it. He should have asked. Lu Tuan, who was gripping his hair tightly, heard Yi Qian ask him softly, "Have you ever thought that my mother might not be a spy? Also, is it because Li Chuhai came back that you had no choice but to quit?" Lu Tuan was so angry that he wanted to slap himself. "No, I never doubted it. Your mother and I were not in the same unit. I knew that your mother was a spy. Other than what Li Chuhai said, your mother's leader also told me. I received an order to carry it out secretly. Later, your mother suddenly spoke to a suspect with the surname Sun. I paid attention and carried out the order. After I raised the gun, I was immediately evacuated. Then I was transferred away. Li Chuhai had nothing to do with the transfer. It was a normal transfer. If I didn't know about this, I would have forgotten about Li Chuhai." In other words, Lu Tuan was transferred immediately after he was given the order to fire the gun. He didn't know what happened afterward. So, until he was arrested, he still thought that her mother was a spy. It wasn't that Lu Tuan was stupid, but that the enemy was too cunning. Chapter 3550. Li Chuhai didn't dare to look for Chief Kai, because they knew what kind of person his mother was. Therefore, he looked for Lu Tuan and asked Lu Tuan to shoot him in the back to solve his problem. Therefore, when Lu Tuan saw his mother and Sun Yaozu meeting, he was convinced that his mother was a spy. How could Lu Tuan, who wasn't on the same team as his mother, know about this? At that time, Li Chuhai had been transferred to Lu Tuan's team for more than a year. How could Lu Tuan suspect Li Chuhai? Who would have the guts to suspect their superior? Who would dare? No one would dare. In that era, there was only absolute obedience. How could a subordinate question a superior's orders and privately verify the authenticity of the orders? No, no one would. Looking at the remorseful Lu Tuan, Yi Qian's heart gradually calmed down. It wasn't Lu Tuan's fault. What did he do wrong? He was just following orders. The person she should hate was Li Chuhai. He was the one who had committed the most heinous crimes. For his own selfish gains, he had harmed others, disregarded the lives of others, and treated human lives like grass. The person she should hate the most should be Li Chuhai. Such a person actually had people helping him escape from the capital and escape to Jin City. There was even a cargo ship coming to pick him up. Those people who helped Li Chuhai were all malignant tumors. The moon was clear and the sun was bright. The world was vast. It was because of the existence of drug addiction that this world was covered in darkness. It was because of their existence that darkness continued to grow. She shouldn't hate Lu Tuan and shouldn't waste her energy on hatred. She couldn't be the messenger of justice to expose all the darkness, but she was willing to cut through the thorns and do her best to cleave out a ray of light that belonged to her in the darkness. She remembered Captain Xia once said to her, "We can't change the current situation of this world, and we can't eradicate all the darkness, but we can do our best to uphold justice." In a person's life, there were too many things that could be done. Some people were unknown and ordinary, while some people were unknown but could bring benefits to others. For example, the old scientists who lived in Dangui Garden. Few people knew their names, but they used their lives to contribute to changing the world. It was impossible for her to be as great as the old scientists in Dangui Garden, but since she wore the military uniform, she had to shoulder the sacred responsibility given by the military uniform. Before he left, Yi Qian said to Lu Tuan, "Uncle Lu, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Therefore, you did not do anything wrong, nor did you commit any crime. The real person who killed my mother was Li Chuhai. He escaped to the sea a few days ago and was killed by us. Uncle Lu, I have already found justice for my mother. Please take good care of yourself. I will visit you again when I have time." Actually, Yi Qian herself did not know if she would come. She did not know how to face Lu Tuan. Hate. She could not bring herself to hate him. There was resentment. Yi Qian felt very uncomfortable blaming Lu Tuan, who had helped him before. Since that was the case, he might as well not meet her. Yi Qian got up and bowed slightly to Lu Tuan. She did not raise her head to look at Lu Tuan's expression at that moment. She turned around and left with steady steps without looking back. Lu Tuan slowly got up from behind the glass wall and watched as Yi Qian left. When her back disappeared from his sight, Lu Tuan painfully closed his eyes. Tears slowly flowed out from his eyes again. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. This Yi girl, in the end, she still came to comfort him. But a mistake was a mistake, and he should take responsibility for it. He could not find any excuses for himself. Lu Tuan stood up and said to the prison guard, "I would like to apply for a trial as soon as possible." Chapter 35:51. When Yi Qian left, she didn't hear Lu Tuan's request. When she walked out, she saw Father Fu and Commander-in-Chief Xia talking about something. When he saw her walk out, Father Fu immediately walked over without waiting for Commander-in-Chief Xia's reply. Yi Qian quickly quickened her pace and walked over. When Father Fu saw his daughter's red and swollen eyes, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He raised his hand and patted her shoulder gently. He said kindly, "Come, let's go home." Go home, his daughter. Home was always the warmest harbor. If there was any grievance or pain, she could vent it at home. His daughter needed to vent properly. Commander-in-Chief Xia also walked over. He first looked at Father Fu, then at Yi Qian, and then at Father Fu. He said, "Do you want to go somewhere where you can sweat to your heart's content?" Xiao Yi could endure what ordinary people couldn't. At this moment, it was obvious that her heart was very stifled. When she went home, she would definitely not show any signs of abnormality in front of old Master Fu and make him worry. It was better to go outside and vent to her heart's content first before going home. He wanted to suggest this just now, but Xiao Yi happened to walk out. He was about to say that the future in-laws who saw their daughter had already left. Commander-in-Chief Xia had witnessed Yi Qian's hardships over the past few years and treated Yi Qian like his own daughter. He understood Yi Qian very well. When he said this, Father Fu immediately reacted. He didn't make the decision to agree. Instead, he asked Yi Qian, "Do you want to go and take a look together?" Yi Qian didn't refuse. At this moment, she really wanted to sweat and vent before going home. At least, she couldn't let grandfather see her red eyes. They went to the army's boxing room. Before Yi Qian walked in, she heard fighting sounds coming from inside the room. When she opened the door, there were at least 20 people training in the huge indoor training ground. This is the team's boxing training ground. You can try it out. I'll get the instructor to show you around first. After Commander-in-Chief Xia finished speaking, he waved for an instructor to come over and show Yi Qian around first. Yi Qian looked around for a while before the instructor brought her to the changing room. When she came out, she put on her boxing attire. Yi Qian had never practiced boxing before. She mostly practiced sanda and grappling, which were the most practical moves on the battlefield. Boxing was a sport that involved wearing boxing gloves, so it wasn't very practical for her. But now, it was indeed a good way to vent. Boxing and archery were both survival skills used by humans in the past. Now, they had become competitive sports. Yi Qian put on her gloves and jumped onto the arena. She exchanged a few words with two soldiers who were fighting. One of the soldiers, who was so strong that his muscles bulged like fists, smiled and reached out his fist to give Yi Qian a high five. He said to the other soldier, "You practice with her. I'm going to rest for a while to catch my breath." Yi Qian started sparring with the other soldier, whose muscles were as solid as rocks. She didn't know much about boxing. She only watched it briefly just now. As the soldier sparring with her taught her, he carefully explained the methods, and techniques. Boxing is different from the sanda and grappling you've learned before, but there are also similarities. Speed and strength are equally important in boxing. Just like this, Father Fu, who was watching from below the spectator stand, saw how serious his daughter was in learning. He thanked Commander-in-Chief Xia. "It's all thanks to you. It's good for her to vent her sweat." Chapter 3552. Xiao Yi is very tolerant. When she saw the photo in my office, her face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. I thought she would be furious. Even if she wasn't, she would at least lose control of her emotions a little. But she didn't. She endured it. She endured it like that. Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed softly as he spoke. My heart ached, and I was worried. She's too tolerant. Old Fu, it's not a good thing for a child to be too tolerant. She keeps everything in her heart and doesn't show it easily. To put it nicely, she doesn't show it. To put it bluntly, she doesn't know how to sort it out. My words are a little harsh. Please don't mind. Father Fu smiled and shook his head. Why would I mind? That girl told me before that you dote on her as if she were your own daughter. Even your son has to take a back seat. I know your painstaking efforts, and I can't thank you enough. Why would I mind? If his daughter really married into the family Xia in the future, it would be good to have a father-in-law who would side with his daughter. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had unknowingly made a good impression in front of his future in-laws, also laughed. I really dote on Xiao Yi as if she were my own daughter. I even told Sixth Brother that if he didn't marry Xiao Yi, I would acknowledge Xiao Yi as my daughter. Xiao Yi's tolerance has something to do with the environment she grew up in. Now that she's back home, there's no need for her to tolerate it anymore. A young girl should show her anger, sorrow, and joy in life. She can't just hold it in. She strives to be calm and collected during training and missions. When it comes to life, venting appropriately is more conducive to physical and mental development. If it were any other child, they would have broken down long ago. But she didn't. She endured it until she almost bit her lower lip and didn't cry in front of me. She only cried when she saw him. It's good that she cried. At least I didn't see any hatred for Lu Zongping in her eyes. We all know that Lu Zongping is innocent. He was just following orders. Later on, the investigation didn't find any contact between him and Li Chuhai. It's obvious that he was also used. As long as Xiao Yi can figure this out, she will feel at ease. Perhaps thinking it through and accepting it are two different things. The more you think about it, the more you feel stifled in your heart. You should vent it immediately and not leave it for tomorrow. Father Fu nodded. That was indeed the case. If he was unhappy, he shouldn't keep it to himself. If he kept it to himself for too long, something bad would definitely happen. On the stage, Yi Qian had already started sparring with the soldiers. She started with one punch after another, and her sweat flowed freely. Towards the end, the speed of her punches became faster and faster. On top of that, her legs were nimble to begin with, and her movements were agile to begin with. She was like a fish that swam left and right, making it difficult for the soldiers sparring with her. Yi Qian gradually got into the groove, but in the end, there was no order to it. He was fighting and shouting at the same time, and it was all a mess. It was so chaotic that the soldier who was training with them was stunned for a moment. Then, he saw their chief instructor give him a hand signal. The soldier glanced at a major general, and a general who had appeared in their training hall from the corner of his eye, and understood what was going on. The crown princess had not come here to learn boxing. She had come here to sweat for some other reason. Wasn't it easy to sweat? After an hour, she would definitely be exhausted. The soldier sparring with Yi Qian wasn't just sparring for fun. She had lost her order, but he couldn't. No matter how she attacked, he would either dodge or attack at the same time. As a result, Yi Qian was sweating more and more. After a while, even her hair looked like it had been washed with water. Every time she punched, the sweat on her hair would splatter everywhere. It was obvious how devoted Yi Qian was. Chapter 35:53. On the other hand, Mr. Fu's heart skipped a beat. He had no idea that his daughter had such explosive power. She was like a mountain torrent, a volcano erupting, and the sea flowing backward. When she threw a punch, he could even hear the sound of the air being torn apart. Father Fu had always known very little about Yi Qian. He knew less about her than Commander-in-Chief Xia, less than Principal Chen, who had raised Yi Qian, and less than Xia Jinyuan. Even Lu Zongping knew his daughter better than he did. On the other side of Yi Qian, Father Fu watched seriously, afraid that Yi Qian would get injured and fall to the ground. He was a little nervous and wondered if he should remind her or stop her. Commander-in-Chief Xia was much calmer. Since she's here, let her practice well. The harder she fights, the more it shows that she has too many emotions in her heart that she needs to vent. You don't worry. Let her fight until she's tired. She's so fierce. I'm worried that her body can't take it. Father Fu frowned. He was worried and took a few steps forward to pay closer attention to Yi Qian's every move. If anything happened, he could immediately rush forward. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't help but laugh when he saw how nervous he was. He walked closer and said, if she really can't take it, she can just rest for a day or two. She still has about a week before she leaves school. If she really fights too hard, you'll have a reason to let her rest at home. Isn't that better? If she has time, she can come to our house. Old Master and Old Madam are looking forward to Xiao Ye's visit. Father Fu was silent for a while before he nodded slightly. He sighed to show his approval. As long as she can vent, that's the best. I worry too much. My girl has suffered so much when she was young. When she grew up, she trained with Uncle Jen and Headmaster Chen. She has been through a lot of training at such a young age. If she can't take it anymore, I'll let her have a good rest. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled. That's right. I've already endured so much hardship. A few hours is really nothing. Xiao Yi, this girl, was able to stand out because she was able to endure hardships and bear the burden. She was able to stand out and let others see her brilliance. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise above others. This saying was really true. An hour later, Yi Qian did not collapse from exhaustion, but his hand cramped from venting too much. The soldier, who was also sweating profusely, immediately noticed that something was wrong. He stopped punching and quickly asked, "Are you okay? Is your hand cramping? One hand or two? Shake it off first. I'll get a hot towel for you." "It's nothing, just a cramp in my left hand. I'll be fine as long as it goes smoothly." As Yi Qian spoke, he used his teeth to take off the gloves on his right hand. He then took off the gloves on his left hand as well. At this moment, she looked no different from being fished out of the water. Her entire body was covered in sweat. When she sat down to soothe her cramped hand, small puddles of sweat formed on the ground. The good thing was that the gloominess in his heart had really dissipated. Father Fu had already strode over. "Is your hand cramping? Quick, give it a push." He was already half squatting and holding Yi Qian's left hand. He slightly increased the strength of his left hand. Seeing how anxious Father Fu was, Yi Qian, who was still panting, smiled. "I used a little too much force. I'll be fine after some rest. Don't frown. If you frown, they won't dare to come close." The military rank on his epaulettes was enough to deter the soldiers from coming close. Now that he was frowning, wasn't it scary? Chapter 3554. Father Fu pushed Yi Qian's arm gently and pretended to criticize her sternly. "You're still in the mood to joke around. Does it still hurt? Other than your hand, do you feel any discomfort anywhere else? Don't hide it from me. If you don't feel well, just tell me. You hear me? It's comfortable. It's comfortable. I feel very comfortable after you push me a few times. Quick, smile at my coach. Look at you. He's so scared that he doesn't dare to pass me the hot towel. You're so stubborn." Father Fu had no choice but to glare at his daughter. He turned around and said to the soldier who brought the hot towel over, "Come, little comrade, pass me the hot towel." The soldier who was addressed as little comrade stood at attention and quickly passed the hot towel over. Before he could say anything, Father Fu smiled and said, "You've worked hard just now. Go and rest." "Chief, it's not hard at all." The soldier passed the hot towel over and saluted before leaving. Yi Qian didn't think much of it before, but now she could tell that the soldiers were a little reserved around her father and Commander-in-Chief Xia. She put the hot towel on her hand and leaned closer to Father Fu. She smiled and said, "The next time I want to come over, I can't be accompanied by you and Commander-in-Chief Xia. It's so stressful that the other soldiers don't dare to come close." "You little girl, are you blaming me for coming over?" Father Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. "It's rare for me to take some time out to accompany you. You dislike me?" No, definitely not. "The next time you come over, you have to wear a different set of clothes." "All right, you still dislike me. You dislike me because I don't look good in clothes. You're so understanding. If I didn't say that I really dislike you, you would have argued with me." "Aya, I don't dare to argue with you. I'm old and can't beat you. How would I dare to argue with a fierce girl like you?" Yi Qian was speechless. When her father was humorous, she didn't know how to respond. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't come over. As her future father-in-law, he didn't want to join in the fun when the father and daughter were having a heartwarming moment. It was better for him to show some concern for the grassroots, chat with the soldiers, and ask about their recent situation. After bickering with his father, Yi Qian's hand no longer hurt, and his heart no longer felt stifled. He finally calmed down. When he calmed down, he remembered that he had lost his composure just now, and his already red face became even hotter. He apologized to the soldier he was training with, rested for a while, changed his clothes, and left the boxing training center with his future father-in-law and his own father. And the consequence of suddenly exerting too much force was that when Yi Qian woke up the next day, he realized that his arms were sore. Ever since Principal Chun had placed heavy weights on her wrists to train her hand stability, she had never felt sore after a night of rest, no matter how tiring the training was. Due to the sore hands, Yi Qian, who planned to go to the southern province, was forced by Father Fu to accompany his grandfather until the 15th day of the first lunar month. He even went to the family Xia's old residence with his grandfather. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qian only had a pitiful 3 days of vacation left. It was almost time for Father Fu to return to the military base, but before that, he still wanted to accompany Yi Qian to the southern province to visit his wife. He had even booked the plane tickets. In the end, he was recalled to the military base on the afternoon of the 16th day of the first lunar month. Fortunately, he had already packed his luggage. When he received the recall notice, he grabbed his luggage and returned to the military base. After the father and daughter pair left, the old man was left alone at home again. The old man was already used to living alone. His son had devoted himself to scientific research, and his granddaughter had to go to school. The father and daughter pair had accompanied him at home for so long, so the old man was very satisfied. Chapter 35:55. In the past, he had never thought that he would have such an old granddaughter to accompany him. It was the 17th day of the first lunar month when they left Dangui Garden for Nan Province. Old Master Qin happened to drop by and found out that Yi Qian was going to Nan Province. He smiled in surprise and said, "Your flight is also at 1 in the afternoon? If it's at 1, I can let my grandson go with you. He's also going to Nan Province to visit his uncle." He was referring to Principal Chow of Nan Province First High School. Yi Qian wanted to refuse, but old Master Qin chuckled and said, "What a coincidence. My daughter is at 1 in the afternoon as well. I'm relieved to have her with you. Okay. I'll get Qin Xiu to pick you up. You two can go to the airport together." Old Master Qin chuckled and agreed on behalf of Qin Xiu. The two elders didn't even think of asking for the opinions of the two youngsters and happily made the decision. Old Master Qin was afraid that Qin Xiu would leave early, so he stopped chatting and hurriedly got up to inform Qin Xiu. Old Master Qin even happily asked his granddaughter to send old Master Qin off. Yi Qian didn't want to travel with Qin Xiu. At least before Qin Xiu had a girlfriend, it was better for the two of them to keep an appropriate distance. Moreover, her boyfriend had been jealous of Qin Xiu before. Now that he was overseas on a mission, there was no news of him. She didn't want to travel with Qin Xiu, who had feelings for her. When it came to relationships, Yi Qian, who had never been in a relationship before, was unexpectedly loyal. Xia Jinyuan had given her precious and rare loyalty. Similarly, she should be the same. Without Qin Xiu's call, Yi Qian immediately thought of fifth brother Xia Yunin without hurting her self-esteem. Captain Xia said that if anything happened, she could ask fifth brother for help. Changing a plane ticket shouldn't be a big problem for fifth brother. It would be best to change the plane ticket to the morning. After sending old Master Qin off, Yi Qian went back to her room and secretly called Xia Yunin, family Xia's fifth son. Xia Yunin was still in the capital, but she wasn't at the old mansion. She happened to be playing mahjong with a beautiful woman beside her. She was a very capable, beautiful, and proud celebrity. When he received Yi Qian's call, he stopped playing mahjong. Xia Yunin, Yi Qian didn't ask why. Xia Yunin was... Yi Jian could not help but heave a sigh of relief when the plane ticket was successfully changed. However, she did not expect that her phone call would cause such a stir in Xia Yunin's circle. She even made Xia Yunin, who was always gracious, fall out with her on the spot. Most importantly, after the incident, she even asked Xia Yunin to turn over a new leaf. When Xia Yunin and Yi Jian ended the call and came back, they saw his three buddies who were playing cards with their arms crossed in front of their chests and looking at them with a smile. They also glanced at the somewhat cold and arrogant star, implying that the new girlfriend they had spent a lot of effort to get was angry and that they should quickly coax her. Xia Yunin acted as if she didn't see anything. She sat down and hugged her girlfriend. Then she kissed her on the cheek and said intimately, "Darling, did you lose just now, or did you win?" The celebrity's surname was Song, and her name was Lan Ting. She starred in a drama about life ethics and became a celebrity with some status. Xia Yunin pursued her and supported her in a drama. Now, she was considered a B-list celebrity. When Xia Yunin answered the call, she could tell that it was a girl's voice. She even affectionately called her fifth brother. Just this name alone made her uncomfortable. Chapter 35:56. She thought that he would come back to explain, but he acted as if nothing had happened and even asked her if she had won or lost. Song Lanting's face was even colder than before. As for the other girls who were playing cards with their girlfriends, when they saw this, they all had the intention to watch the fun. Sitting next to Song Lanting was a female model. She couldn't stand Song Lanting putting on airs and showing off her status, so she couldn't help but smile sweetly. "Lanting, are you angry?" "Fifth young master, why don't you explain to me which female confidant called you just now?" "I heard her call you fifth brother just now." Outside, everyone knew that Xia Yunin didn't like people calling him fifth brother like his siblings at home. Family members were family members and outsiders were outsiders. As long as Xia Yunin said that they were family members, even the best buddies would shut up. This was a taboo for Yunin. The female model knew this, so she didn't say anything else and only picked out the arrogant Song Lanting. The buddies who played mahjong together all knew that Xia Yunin only had one cousin, and this cousin always called him Xia Yunin. Then, who was the person who called him fifth brother? They also wanted to know, but since his best friend said that they were family members, it was taboo and couldn't be brought up in public. It was more appropriate to ask a few questions in a formal setting. Asking questions in this setting was simply courting death. After the female model finished speaking, the man beside her glanced at her coldly. "Have you lost your manners? If you don't want to stay, then leave." His words made the female model's face turn pale. She didn't even need to wait until tomorrow to leave. It was hard to say if she could continue to survive in the capital after she walked out of this fan door. She quickly acted coquettishly and apologized to Xia Yunin. When Xia Yunin saw this, he looked up and glanced at his buddies while playing mahjong. He smiled and said, "You haven't met my family members before. I'll let you meet them when you have the chance." When he said this, the three buddies who were familiar with him knew that they couldn't tease the girl who called him fifth brother. They laughed and shuffled the cards. "Come, come, come. Your girlfriend was defeated by us just now. You lost half of the money you won from us in the first round. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. If we win one more round, we'll be able to recoup all our losses." "Really? I'm afraid that you'll lose so much that you'll have to mortgage your house and car to me." Xia Yunin raised her eyebrows. This topic was over. They knew that they could not continue, but the female model who started the conversation did not dare to make fun of Xia Yunin, but she dared to make fun of Song Lanting. Seeing that the face of the person she disliked was getting colder and colder, the female model pretended to be a good friend and patted Song Lanting on the shoulder. "All right, Lanting, don't be angry. Mr. Wu has already given you an entire crew just to pursue you. You should be content." Song Lanting's arrogant temper flared up. She glared coldly at the female model, who was making sarcastic remarks. She did not give her any face as she retorted, "Who are you to meddle in the affairs between fifth brother and me? Mind your own business. Don't think too highly of yourself." Xia Yunin, who was playing mahjong with one hand, paused for a moment. She pulled her arm out from Song Lanting's embrace. She smiled, but her gaze turned cold. "Lanting, you know my rules. There aren't many people who can call me fifth brother." "That's right. Even we know Mr. Wu's rules. Lanting, how can you break them knowingly?" "Don't really. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she was slapped hard on the face by Song Lanting with a "pa" sound. She was stunned. Chapter 35:57. The force of the slap was not light. Suddenly, several red fingerprints appeared on the female model's fair and tender face. She suddenly made a move regardless of the occasion. The playful smiles on the faces of the young masters sitting at the table disappeared, and their eyes turned cold as they looked at Song Lanting. After the slap, there was the sound of the mahjong wall being pushed down. Xia Yunin, who had been elegant just a moment ago, stood up and said indifferently, "Apologize." His voice was cold and without any warmth. The cold voice made the female model, who wanted to make a scene, tremble. She did not dare to make trouble for Song Lanting anymore. She turned around and threw herself into the arms of the man who had brought her here, crying. Song Lanting stood up and raised her delicate chin a little. Her eyes were red, and she gritted her teeth and said, "She asked for it. Why should I apologize? You didn't explain to me what happened, but you talked to me about the rules. Since you're hooking up with another little b asterisk tch, why did you come to me?" "Xia Yunin, I misjudged you. This time, they really poked the hornet's nest." Xia Yunin laughed coldly, and the coldness in his eyes made the faces of the men change. They all stood up and said to the female companions beside them, "Go, go, go, all of you, go." Even the female model, who had been slapped in the face, did not dare to stay. They grabbed their bags and ran away one by one, leaving only Song Lanting standing there stubbornly. Xia Yunin lightly sneered and said to the brothers beside him, "I'm sorry, I've made a fool of myself today. Let's disperse for today. I'll treat you to a good meal another day." After that, Xia Yunin picked up the suit jacket that was casually placed on the chair. He did not pay attention to Song Lanting, who was still stubborn and wanted him to coax her. He took the jacket and left. Song Lanting, who had raised her chin proudly, suddenly panicked. Seeing that he walked straight past her without even saying goodbye, she suddenly felt wronged and burst into tears. "Xia Yunin, don't come back if you leave. I want to break up with you. You hear me? I want to break up with you." This time, the third young master, who was about to take his clothes and leave, was scared by her bold words and wanted to laugh. "Ioyo, was there something wrong with this flower vase's brain? Break up? Was there a need to break up? Did he really think he was a dish? After acting in 2 TV series and gaining some fame, he dared to put on airs in front of the fifth young master? He was either a fool or an idiot. Choose one of the two. All right. Next time, I'll ask fifth young master to treat Lele properly. I really didn't have enough fun today. Isn't that so? It wasn't easy for us to have a chat. We came in high spirits, but left in disappointment. Why don't we meet again tonight?" She still had to see if fifth young master's anger had subsided. "This is the first time I've seen him angry. His face is so tense. I was really worried that fifth young master would flip the table." His words made the stubborn Song Lanting's eyes flash. There was some hesitation in her eyes. Was he really not going to come back and coax her? Was he really leaving? That's fine too. I'll give him a call later. Someone who can make our elegant fifth young master angry is a talent. I gave you face, but you don't want it. You think you're a dish? Don't you know how many dishes there are? You still need to think about a dish. Buffed. I'm leaving. Song Lanting's body stiffened. These words were clearly said deliberately for her to hear. Was he really planning to leave? Was he really not going to coax her? No. Did he mean that she was different from the women he had dated in the past? No, he wouldn't coax her. It would be like the previous few times. As long as she was angry, he would patiently coax her. Thinking about the days they had spent together, Song Lanting's panicked heart calmed down a little. Chapter 3558. For the first time, Xia Yunin felt a little tired after playing around like this. For the first time, she decided that she couldn't play around like this anymore. Song Lanting became Xia Yunin's last girlfriend who wasn't considered a girlfriend. Since then, Song Lanting's self-cultivation made Uncle Xia Jiazi wonder if there was something wrong with his son's body. Later, Uncle Xia Jiazi found out that it was because his niece-in-law called Xia Yunin and asked her to book a plane ticket, which led to a series of subsequent events. Uncle Xia sighed to his wife. If this had happened earlier, I would have been happy to be called a little b asterisk tch. No one called her a little b asterisk tch, but she had been performed by Aunt Xia's 18 dragon-subduing palms from beginning to end. Family Xia men were all afraid of their wives. Even Xia Jiazi, who was in the business world, was the same. Yi Qian didn't know about this at all. After changing the plane ticket, she explained the whole story to old Master Xia and then took the morning flight to Nan province. When Qin Xiu found out, he smiled bitterly. She really didn't give others a chance. She didn't even need Xia Jinyuan to do anything. She took the initiative to clean up the flowers and plants around her, and he was one of the flowers and plants that she needed to clean up. Old Master Qin didn't think much of it. When he knew that Yi Qian changed the plane ticket at the last minute, he said to Qin Xiu, Yi Qian is also a busy person. Fortunately, the transportation system is developed now. Otherwise, even the most urgent matters would be delayed. Old Master Qin, who didn't know, really thought that Yi Qian had something urgent and changed the plane ticket at the last minute. Old Madame Qin sighed and said, You're so busy. Your Grandpa Fu is alone at home again. When you leave later, say goodbye to your Grandpa Fu. Okay, I'll go over when I'm done packing. Qin Xiu didn't let old Master Qin see the bitterness in his heart. He smiled elegantly as usual. I'll be busy here too. I can't come to Dangui Garden to see you often. Old Master Qin knew how busy his grandson was. According to him, it was better to be busy. If he wasn't busy when he was young, he wouldn't be busy when he was old. He wasn't disappointed that his grandson couldn't come often. Instead, he said with relief, Your career is important. Your grandmother and I are fine. Don't worry. Give me a call when you're free and make your grandmother happy. That'll do. Qin Xiu was the most outstanding grandson in this generation of the Qin family. Naturally, old Master Qin had high hopes for him. As a family of diplomats, he hoped that every generation of the Qin family would be successful. This was the wish of every elder in the family. With Qin Xiu's intentional interference, old Master Qin didn't mention Yi Qian's early departure. Instead, he talked about other things with his grandson. Qin Xiu suppressed the bitterness in his heart and chatted with old Master and old Madame Qin. By the time Qin Xiu's plane took off, Yi Qian's plane had already begun to descend slowly. After getting off the plane, she didn't even leave her luggage. She went straight to the Southern Province Cemetery for Martyrs to tell the news of Li Chuhai's death to the forever sleeping martyr Sun Xueqing. Yi Qian, who was kneeling against the tombstone, slowly told her everything she knew. It was probably because her biggest worry had been solved. Other than her slightly red eyes, there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. It was like the layer of clouds that was dyed with the sunlight. Although it was faint, it was still very bright and beautiful. Mother, I was unfilial in my previous life. I didn't clear your name. In this life, I've avenged you. The person who harmed you will never be able to harm others again. No one will ever smear your name again. Commander-in-Chief Xia said that he will go back to your original unit and find all the traces that Li Chuhai had erased. Your name will also be engraved on the hero's monument in your original unit for the future soldiers to admire. Chapter 35 59. Although the sky had cleared up, it was still very cold on the mountain. Yi Qian, who was leaning against the tombstone, did not feel cold at all. By the time she finished speaking, it was already time for the sun to start warming up. The winter sun started to dim around 3:30 in the afternoon. Yi Qian closed her eyes and sat there for a while. Then, she moved her stiff legs and slowly stood up. She went to the tombstone and kowtowed 3 times before getting up and leaving. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the tombstone of martyr Sun Shu etching. The bright sunlight illuminated the old black and white photo. The person in the photo, who was forever frozen in her youth, had her eyes squinted, and the smile on her lips seemed to have deepened. After taking a few steps, Yi Jian, who was a little reluctant, turned back and saw the tombstone with only a photo of a beam of sunlight. The mother and daughter seemed to have passed through the time and space of life and death, and had the most affectionate gaze. Yi Qian smiled. This time, she smiled so much that there were tears in her eyes. Captain Xia said that her mother had always lived in her heart and had never left. Yes, he was right. Her mother had always lived in her heart and had never left. Goodbye, mother. Your daughter will visit you again next time. Yi Qian bowed to the photo again. This time, her footsteps were lighter than ever, because all the burdens from her previous life had been put down. All the grudges from her previous life had finally disappeared. In this life, she was a brand new Yi Qian. Yi Qian did not leave immediately. She went to old Uncle Jen's grave to bring the good news to this old man who had helped her so much. When she walked out of the cemetery of martyrs, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Her good friend and Jessen called as promised. Yi Qian did not contact any of her classmates when she came to Southern Province. She only contacted her good friend and Jessen, who had now settled down in Southern Province. And Jessen's father used to travel a lot. For the past 2 years, he stayed at Southern Province University's School of Geology and became a professor. As a result, and Jessen's mother, Dr. Zhou, was also transferred to the university. She changed from a doctor in the town hospital to a school doctor. Now, the whole family was living in the 2-bedroom apartment allocated by the school. Although the apartment wasn't very big, the whole family could live in one place. The apartment was small and warm. By the time Yi Qian arrived at Southern Province University, it was already past 6 in the evening. Many students had already returned to school on the 17th day of the Lunar New Year. Yi Qian, who was carrying luggage that was different from the other students, was not stopped. He did not even register his name and directly entered the university. And Jessen received Yi Qian before she even left the university. What Yi Qian did not expect was that T6 combatant Wu Yu was also there. She was even wearing an apron and cutting and frying vegetables with Papa and in the kitchen. She really looked like a chef. My boyfriend is pretty good, right? This is his 3rd time coming to my house. After that, he and my dad took over the kitchen. When my mom looks at him now, TSK, 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 her eyes are filled with kindness. She can't wait to pack me up and give me to him tomorrow, so that I won't be an eyesore in front of her every day. Leaning against the kitchen, and Jessen was holding a handful of melon seeds and munching on them with a smile. She looked at T6 combatant Wu Yu with a similarly radiant gaze. As for Wu Yu, he looked up at Jessen while cutting vegetables as if they had read each other's minds. He completely ignored his comrade Yi Qian and only had eyes for Jessen. Are you hungry? Go have some snacks. Don't eat too much, or you won't want to eat dinner again. Even her voice sounded sweet. Chapter 3560. Yi Qian felt that she shouldn't be standing at the kitchen door with Jessen. Their gazes were so sweet that she couldn't stand it. Also, she missed her boyfriend. Papa, who was cooking, turned his head and saw the two girls standing at the kitchen door. He laughed and said, "Eat if you're hungry. The food is still warm in the steamer. Xiao Xian, quickly take it out and let little Yi try my cooking. Let little Yi judge whether my cooking is better or little Wu's." Papa and Mama were very enthusiastic about Yi Qian's arrival. They knew that Yi Qian was coming in the morning, so they went to the market after lunch. Wu Yu was returning to the army in a few days, so he came again with gifts. Coincidentally, Yi Qian ran into him. In the family, Wu Yu, who came here for the third time, was already very familiar with him. When Mr. and Mrs. N saw Wu Yu for the first time, they saw him quickly catch the child who fell from the tree. With just a glance, they didn't even say anything. The couple felt that Wu Yu was very reliable. That skill, that reaction, that speed. The child's parents didn't even have time to react. He rushed forward and caught the child. The people around them didn't even notice. It was only when the child was scared to tears that they realized what had happened in that instant. Because of this, Wu Yu started dating Xia Jinyuan much later than Xia Jinyuan. In the end, he settled his parents-in-law before Xia Jinyuan did. The parents of the two families even talked on the phone and made an appointment to meet in a few days to talk about their relationship. They were no longer boyfriend and girlfriend, but engaged husband and wife. Wu Yu planned to show off this to his comrades when he returned to the army, and Jiesin had already brought out the hot dishes and whispered to Yi Qian, "My dad was shocked. Later, you can just say that my dad's dishes are better than Wu Yu's." Actually, I think Wu Yu's dishes are better than my dad's. But he's my dad, so I can only lie against my conscience. Sigh, I feel bad. Yi Qian couldn't stop laughing when she heard this. In the past, she didn't have a father by her side, so she couldn't understand how joyful the interaction between father and daughter was. Now that she had one, she understood. She pursed her lips and couldn't help but laugh. My dad is the same. He's like a child in front of me and always says that he's old. I should give in to him. This was the first time that Yi Qian had mentioned his father Fu in public, and Jiesin was also the first to know that Yi Qian had found his father. But before she could react, she placed the bowl on the table and casually picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth. She smiled and said, "You found a godfather? When did this happen? If I had known earlier, I would have asked my parents to acknowledge you as their goddaughter. In any case, in their hearts, you are no different from their own daughter." Yi Qian smiled and said, "He's my biological father." Biological father? Biological father? Biological father? Uncle Yi, no, don't. What? No matter what, and Jiesin didn't think about it any further. She was stunned. How did you come back? She had already passed away for more than 10 years. How could she come back? Fake death? Yi Qian saw the change in her expression and knew that her good friend was overthinking things. She put her hands on her shoulders and said solemnly, "My Papa Yi didn't come back from the dead. I found my biological father. In other words, Papa Yi and I are not related by blood. My mother and Papa Yi are only husband and wife, but they are not husband and wife. Also, before my mother married Papa Yi, she was pregnant with me when she married Papa Yi. My biological father is someone else. Understand or not? Understand or not?" Chapter 3561. I understand a little, but I don't. I understand a little, but I don't. I don't really understand. I don't really understand. I'm a little dizzy. Come, help me sit down. And Jiesin, who had always thought that she wasn't smart enough, felt a little dizzy. She was overthinking things. Why did it sound like a rich family drama? Her biological mother and father were separated because of their identities. Her biological mother got pregnant with her biological father's child and married someone she didn't love. Then she gave birth to her daughter, Yi Qian. Then there was no more. Yi Qian rubbed her face and said helplessly, "You're a foreign language major. Why do you sound like you're a director? Why do you have so much drama in your head? Don't think too much. There are no such things. There were some reasons, but it's all in the past. You just need to know that I've found my biological father. My father is very good to me. He's afraid that I'll be wronged, just like Papa, and he's afraid that you'll be wronged. Jessen, I have a biological father who loves me. Here." Yi Qian pointed at her heart with a smile. "It's very warm here. I'm very, very happy. I also have a grandfather, a very, very capable grandfather. He's very, very good to me. Jessen, my father, and my grandfather all love me very, very much. In the future, you don't have to sit by my bed in the middle of the night and say that you'll protect me. After all, I've protected you for so many years." A second ago, and Jessen's eyes were wet because of her best friend's words. The next second, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She threw herself at Yi Qian and dug her hands into her clothes to tickle her. "Good fellow, you actually knew. I was just glad that no one found out about that stupid thing I did. Who knew that you already knew? You're so bad. How could you say something so stupid?" It was the second year of junior high, on the first day of their new dormitory, and Jessen suddenly sat by Yi Qian's bed after going to the bathroom in the middle of the night and muttered, "Silly girl, you finally know how to go against Ying. Since you've become smarter, I'll protect you in the future." At the time, Yi Qian was a light sleeper. When in Jessen's close proximity to her, she woke up with a start. Then, she heard a string of words that really touched her. This was also why she cherished her friendship with Jessen so much. She wasn't afraid of being tickled, but there were elders around after all. Yi Qian quickly restrained Jessen's hand, but this fellow actually shouted at the top of her lungs, will you protect us? An assassin is trying to ambush me. Quickly come and protect me." "Wu, you didn't come out to protect the emperor." Mother An, who went out to buy food, heard it. She pushed the door open and scolded with a smile, "The whole corridor is filled with your voice. You still want to protect the emperor? Wu spoiled you. Little Yi, don't bother about this crazy person. Let her go crazy by herself." "Mom, your biological daughter is back. Should I give up my position?" And Jessen shrugged and nudged Yi Qian with her shoulder. "Have we switched our identities? You're actually my parents' biological daughter." After that, she asked softly, "Can I tell my parents that you haven't found your biological father? That's not right. Will your surname be Yi in the future?" "My surname is Yi, and I won't change it. You can say that I didn't tell you before because there were some unresolved issues. Now, I can tell you." Yi Qian rubbed Jessen's waist, which had gained a lot of weight, and said softly, "Your little belly is showing. You look like you're pregnant before marriage." This teasing made Jessen's eyes widen. "Oh my, amazing, amazing. The most serious little Jane Eyre actually knows how to make these little jokes." Chapter 3562. Sure enough, now that she had found her biological father and had a backer, she was full of confidence, and her heart was clear. Mother An, who had changed her shoes and entered the house, replied to her daughter with a look of disdain. "If only that were the case. I wish Xiao Yi was my biological daughter. You're just crazy because you hugged the wrong person." And Jessen laughed out loud in response. "Mom, you wish. The Xiao Yi you've been thinking about has her own father to dote on her. She doesn't need your fake doting. I'm the first to know that Xiao Yi has found her biological father. Ha ha ha, Mom, you should give up. Her voice was so loud that even Father, who was in the kitchen, came out. He was shocked by Injussen's words. Didn't she say that her parents were dead? Why did she have another biological father? She couldn't have another biological mother, right? While they were eating, Yi Qian simply told her about it. Mother N, who was soft-hearted, kept saying, "That's good, that's good. After suffering comes sweetness." That's why people say that people have to suffer first before they get sweet. That's good enough. Mother N used to be a doctor in town. From time to time, she would hear from her daughter what kind of life Yi Qian was living. Her heart ached for her, now that she knew that Yi Qian had found her biological father and grandfather in Beijing. She was really happy for Yi Qian. The T6 combatant, who had rescued Father Fu together, knew about this, but now he had to pretend that it was the first time he had heard about it. When he heard this, he poured himself a glass of Coke and raised it. "Cheers! Congratulations on your family reunion. Come, come, come. Let's drink together." Father and Mother and raised their glasses together and gave Yi Qian their blessings. And Jiasen was Yi Qian's very important good friend. At that time, she could not get along with the rest of the class. It was Jiasen who pulled her along and guided her, allowing her to get along well with her classmates in the end. Now that she told Jiasen the most important thing in her life, Yi Qian felt the joy of sharing a small secret with a good friend. However, it was no longer a small secret. Father and Mother and Wu Yu already knew. Later, when Wu Yu saw the old man beside Yi Qian, he silently choked on his own saliva. When they found out that Qing Niao had found her biological father, they were shocked by Father Fu's background, who knew that her biological grandfather's background was so great that it made people feel reverence at first sight. In the evening, Yi Qian stayed at Jiasen's house for the night. Since school started on the 19th, they had to return to school the next day. And Jiasen felt regretful that her good friend could not witness her engagement with Wu Yu. She even said, "Wu Yu's parents want to meet you. They say that you are the matchmaker between Wu Yu and me, and that they have to pay the matchmaker. What a pity you're going back to school tomorrow. Why can't you stay for one more day? The military academy's management is too rigid. The bed was only 5 meters long. It wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. It was more than enough for 2 people to sleep on. Auntie and even brought an extra quilt. In the end, and Jiasen would rather sleep on the extra quilt than share a bed with Yi Qian. The 2 friends hugged each other to sleep and talked about the whispers between their little daughters. Yi Qian answered her with his eyes closed. "Then didn't I miss out on a big red packet? It's okay. It's the same even if you accept it. The matchmaker is just pulling strings. The one who really made the decision to be together is you. It has nothing to do with me. I won't repeat what I've said before, so that you won't say that I'm long-winded. Since you've decided to be with Wu Yu, Jiasen, I hope that you can be happy in the future. Now that you know the situation, you can't use it as an excuse to say that you're tired of it in the future. Also, don't say things that will hurt each other. Guard this hard-won marriage well. Wu Yu is a man worth waiting for." Chapter 3563. When these words came from the mouths of parents and good friends, even if the meaning was the same, the feeling was different. It was a heart-to-heart talk between peers, and it could promote a deeper friendship. And Jiasen, who also had her eyes closed, nodded. "Yes, I know. Wu Yu also told my parents that he wouldn't be retiring for a while, and he wouldn't have much time to accompany me. It's not appropriate for him to visit his family, but as long as he's on vacation, he'll definitely come back to accompany me." At that time, This idiot wanted to say that he might not be able to come home even once in a year or two, but I stomped hard on him under the table to shut him up. If he really said it, no matter how satisfied my mother was, she would still be dissatisfied. You also know that my father used to investigate everywhere. When my mother gave birth to me, she went to the hospital alone. Sometimes she would complain to me that being married was equivalent to not being married at all. When I first went to university, she even reminded me that I couldn't find a boyfriend who didn't come home. In the end, I still found one, but I don't regret it. Wu Yu is really good. He came to my house 3 times, and he can do everything like cooking and cleaning. He can even do technical work like making a quilt. Making a quilt was also a technical work. Yi Qian laughed until her shoulders shook a little. As expected, beauty was in the eye of the beholder. Everything was pleasing to the eye. You can't always hide it. You still have to mention it to uncle and auntie. Yi Qian gave a pertinent suggestion. If you don't tell them, uncle and auntie will definitely feel uncomfortable. You can tell uncle first. He should be able to understand. You can let uncle handle auntie's work. And Jiasin immediately laughed mischievously. I told him. My father said that he could live at home in the future. He sounded very happy. He also said that he would work with my mother and wouldn't let her do something like breaking up a couple. Father was very humorous, and Jiasin took after him in this aspect. Yi Qian couldn't help but think of Father Fu. When Father Fu's mouth was pressed tightly, he looked very serious. A few days ago, when he went to visit Grandpa Xia and Grandma Xia, third brother Xia, Yui happened to be there too. He didn't dare to speak loudly in front of Father Fu. Actually, he was also very humorous in private and liked to bicker with her. Speaking of Dad, I miss my dad too. Yi Qian's lips curled into a smile. Even the corners of his eyes were smiling. And Jiasin seemed to have found a new topic. She opened her eyes and teased her with a smile. Why? Do you only want your dad and not your boyfriend? Do you think I want to? Yi Qian also chuckled softly. The 2 girls were like children, poking each other under the quilt, giggling nonstop. As Jiasin poked and prodded, the tone of her laughter changed. Yi Qian immediately sensed that something was amiss and said, "It's getting late. Go to sleep. Wu Yu will come tomorrow morning, and we won't be up yet. Can you bear to let him wait outside alone?" I'm not sleeping. Come, let's talk about adult topics." And Jiasin's eyes were shining. Yi Qian's expression froze. He turned his back on her and pretended not to hear her. How could Jiasin let her go? She poked her good friend's waist and said with a smile, "You've been talking to him for a long time, right? Did you do that?" Yi Qian, who had turned his back on her, breathed lightly. "What did you mean by that?" "Nothing." He refused to answer. Yes. We've been talking for so long. It should have happened long ago. How many times does it take for it to stop hurting? Why does it still hurt after 2 times? Yi Qian, Wu Yu's actions were so fast. They both had sex with Jiasin. Chapter 35-64. Yi Qian, who had yet to experience any substantial changes in his relationship with Xia Jinyuan, was shocked by his good friend's rapid progress. The first time I was in so much pain that I almost cried. Wu Yu didn't understand anything and said he was in pain too. How could he be in pain? After that, and Jiasin blushed shyly. After that, he tormented me for a long time. I didn't sleep at all. Yi Qian blushed and had no choice but to turn around and pretend to be serious. Don't talk about gender issues. Sleep. Talk about it. I wanted to flip through the books to see if I have a neurological disorder. Why does it still hurt? A few of my roommates said that it felt good. It did feel good, but it still hurt when I first came. Yi Qian was so annoyed that he wanted to cover his ears. Then flip through the books. Let's stop talking about this. I really can't give you a reference. She and Captain Xia were innocent until now. At most, they had cough, touched. That was all. And Jessen suddenly discovered a new world. Her eyes widened, and she looked incredulous. Don't tell me that you and your boyfriend dated for a few years and didn't sleep together. Damn, is there something wrong with your boyfriend? A beautiful woman was right in front of him, and he didn't have any thoughts. Wu Yu couldn't control himself just because I took a shower. Faced with his good friend's incredulity, Yi Qian felt that it was normal. Before I could react, he carried me to the bed. In the blink of an eye, he took off all my clothes. Damn, that skill, he must have been trained. I almost thought that he had been through hundreds of battles. Fortunately, when he took off my underwear, he asked me how to take it off. Only then did I know that it was his first time too. He was just a little better at it. Faced with his good friend's lamentation, the blushing Yi Qian's mouth twitched. Captain Xia was the same as Wu Yu in this aspect. He was so fast that in the blink of an eye, his hand would appear on her body. Fortunately, Captain Xia could control himself and stop the car. Little Jian, tell me, do they have that kind of endurance? One of my roommates even complained to us that her boyfriend was an instant shooter in the middle of the night. I didn't know what that meant, and even stupidly asked what instant shooter meant. I was laughed at by them. Only later did I find out that it was just a few moves. Wu Yu isn't like that. He's simply, my waist is about to break, but he can still continue. It's just that the two of us were a little nervous the first time, and we weren't very familiar with each other, so he did it long ago. Thank you, classmate. You even know how to euphemistically use that thing to describe it. Yi Qian was grinding his teeth. Classmate and Jessen, I can't give you a reference for how painful it is, and how many times it will hurt. After all, I haven't experienced it yet. As for whether or not they can last, it's more appropriate for Wu Yu to answer this question. Because I'm a woman, I can't answer the question of how long they can last. Also, let's stop with the adult questions. Don't talk about it anymore. My face is so red that it's like I have a high fever. If he didn't make things clear with her, he wouldn't want to go to bed early tonight. After saying that in all seriousness, and Jessen laughed so hard that she almost hugged her blanket and rolled around. Ha ha, ha ha, oh my God, ha ha, ha ha. My little Jane Eyre, why are you still so pure? Ha ha, ha ha, I'm laughing until my stomach hurts. Chapter 3565. Yi Jian was a little embarrassed. They just didn't sleep together. Was it so funny? He turned around and decided to ignore Jessen. And Jessen, who was so amused that tears were coming out of her eyes, didn't give up and said, "You can try. Really, you have to be mentally prepared for your first time." It felt like being split in half, but after that, hee, you don't say, it was really comfortable. After saying that, she even clicked her tongue twice, as if she was reminiscing about the feeling at that time. Yi Qian was completely shocked by her description. Split in half. If that was the case, why didn't he faint? As he thought about it, Yi Qian shuddered violently. If that was really the case, she wouldn't dare to try it. The pain of being split in half, how painful would that be? Could it be more painful than the injuries she suffered during training? Anyway, it's different from the pain we usually experience when we bump into each other. During the process of pain, you'll feel uncomfortable, and if you feel uncomfortable, you'll want him to come out. And Jessen patiently answered Yi Qian's question of more painful than the injuries she suffered during training. She said a lot of things like a tongue twister, and Yi Qian suddenly realized that he had unknowingly asked what was on his mind. It was too much of a tongue twister. Couldn't she summarize it succinctly? But in short, and Jessen suddenly gave her an adult's physiology lesson tonight, which made her even less inclined to do anything, intentionally or unintentionally, and Jessen ruthlessly tricked Xia Jinyuan. Just as Yi Qian finished thinking about it, he suddenly realized that Jessen had also thought of him as an adult. Whether it was painful or not, whether it was great or not, it had to stop, and Jessen lightly poked his shoulder twice again. It was obvious that she still had something to say. Yi Qian's back was about to break out in sweat. He quickly stopped her. "Why are you guys still talking about these things in your dorm? The 3 girls in our dorm are all exhausted after training every day. They just want to sleep after climbing into bed. So we don't talk about these things. If you really have any questions, I suggest you ask your roommates when you return to school." "Are you shy? Was she being shy? Don't be shy. Come and learn from me. I will definitely tell you everything I know. For example, how to use a condom." And Jessen, who was talking excitedly, had her mouth covered by Yi Qian. There was no end to it. The 2 girls started to make noise in the bed again. Their laughter drifted to the room next door. Mama lifted the quilt and said, "That crazy person in our house is probably making trouble for Xiao Yi again. I have to knock on the door to remind her." Father pulled his wife back and said with a smile, "It wasn't easy for them to get together. They're happy now. Just let them talk about what's on their minds. Xiao Xian doesn't have a sense of propriety, but Xiao Yi does. Don't go and spoil the fun for the 2 children. Hurry up and go to bed. Little Wu is coming over tomorrow morning. He wakes up early. Don't let our son-in-law come over before we wake up. You keep calling him your son-in-law. Are you that satisfied with little Wu?" "Satisfied? How can I not be satisfied? I was worried that Xiao Xian wouldn't be able to get married. But little Wu is from Nan province and is close to our house. Our daughter doesn't have to marry far away. I'm so happy." What Mama was most satisfied with was the sentence, "Our daughter doesn't have to marry far away." But to be honest, she was also quite satisfied with little Wu as her son-in-law. Chapter 3566. Poor parents. On one hand, Mama was worried that her daughter had found a reliable boyfriend from the southern province. On the other hand, she was worried that there were still more than 2 years before her daughter graduated. She didn't know if there would be any changes in between. However, little Wu looked like a steady child. He shouldn't be up to any tricks. Mama gradually fell asleep as she thought about it. Yi Qian and Jessen were still fooling around. Just as Jessen thought, Yi Qian was more energetic than before. She finally had the laughter that belonged to her age. Yi Qian was no longer burdened by the burdens of her previous life. How could she not smile? How could she not be happy? There's no need to think too much about things that are consensual. There's a girl in my dormitory. I won't say her name. She's already dated 3 boyfriends, and each of them has some sort of relationship with her. I'm the last one in my dormitory. Previously, when they were whispering to each other, I would either leave or hide. They even made fun of me. However, even though it's consensual, it has to be mutual. We can't just casually do it with a guy. We still have to be responsible for ourselves. If it weren't for the fact that my parents are very satisfied with Wu Yu, and Wu Yu's family is very good to me, and both families want us to get engaged first, I wouldn't have hesitated. As the most loyal listener, Yi Qian gradually recovered from her shock. Seeing that her good friend was very clear in her heart, Yi Qian only listened and didn't say anything, because she had 0 experience and didn't know what to say. Just because she didn't say anything didn't mean that Jessen would let it go. After revealing her little secret, she started to make a fuss about how far Yi Qian and her boyfriend had progressed. It was impossible for her not to touch him at all. In this regard, Yi Qian didn't say a word no matter how much Jiasin made a fuss. Yi Qian would never say such a personal thing that was difficult to talk about. The two of them messed around and fell asleep shoulder to shoulder. Before falling asleep, Yi Qian was still thinking in a daze. That kind of thing should be delayed as long as possible. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian's phone in the bedside cabinet vibrated. The phone rubbed against the bottom of the cabinet and made a buzzing sound. And Jiasin did not respond, but Yi Qian had already opened his eyes and taken out his phone from the drawer. It was a call from Wu Yu. His tone was a little serious. "I can't send you to the airport tomorrow morning. I'm calling you back urgently. Explain this to Jiasin." Yi Qian's eyes darkened as she answered the phone. She looked sideways at her best friend, who was fast asleep, and asked in a low voice, "Do you want me to wake her up so you can talk to him?" "No, I just want to talk to you. I just sent her a message." At this time, Wu Yu had already walked out of the house. He didn't even alert his parents and only left a note. Yi Qian said in a low voice, "Be careful. Jiasin just told me that she'll get married after she graduates." "Oh, her?" Wu Yu murmured softly. It was filled with warmth and infinite tenderness. "I'll wait for her to graduate and give her the most beautiful wedding gown. I'm hanging up. I'll contact you when I come back." After ending the call, Yi Qian looked at the time. It was 3:06 a.m. A midnight recall was usually an emergency recall, while the Snowfield Brigade's emergency recalls were usually for high-risk missions. He didn't know what mission the T6 combatants had received, nor did he know how Captain Xia was doing. There had been no news for so long. Thinking about his comrades who were about to go on a long journey and his boyfriend, who was far away in a foreign country, Yi Qian didn't feel sleepy at all. On the other hand, Jiasin was sleeping soundly and didn't know that her boyfriend had already gone on a long journey. Chapter 35:67. Looking at her friend who was sleeping soundly, Yi Jian's lips curled up slightly. Wu Yu's trip was also to protect Jia Xian's safety. The next day, Mr. and Mrs. N got up and turned on their phones. They received a text from their future son-in-law, Wu Yu. They looked at each other and sighed. They didn't even send him off. They didn't even take the Nan province specialties they prepared for him. Why was he in such a hurry to return to the army? Soon, Mr. and Mrs. N forgot about this question. When they got up, they found that Yi Qian had already run a few laps around the campus. When they asked, Mrs. N couldn't help but say to Yi Qian, "Xiao Xian sleeps until 9 or 10 every day. She doesn't exercise at all. I'm worried just looking at her." Yi Qian, who came back in light clothes, smiled and said, "Our school has a bedtime and exercise schedule. I'm used to it. Jia Xian is different from us. She can sleep in at home now, but she can't when she goes to school." Mr. N, who was on his daughter's side, immediately defended her. "Xiao Yi is right. How can you be satisfied with everything? I think Xiao Xian is good. At least she eats breakfast when she wakes up. I've seen many students in school who would rather starve than wake up in order to sleep for half an hour more." Yi Qian didn't continue to stand there. Although she only stayed for one night, she could see that Mr. and Mrs. N liked to talk to each other. As a junior, it was better for her to stay away. She quietly left the scene and went back to her room. When she opened the door, she saw Jiasin looking at her phone. Seeing her enter the room, Jiasin looked up and sighed. "Wu Yu can't drive you to the airport today. We can only take a taxi. He texted me at 3 in the morning to say he's back in the army." Why did he leave in such a hurry? Don't we have 4 days off? Calling him back in such a hurry, could it be an urgent mission? And Jiasin more or less knew that she was with Wu Yu. Yi Qian nodded. It should be an urgent mission. For example, the higher-ups suddenly came to the army for a big inspection. Maybe there's a drill. She didn't say that Wu Yu was on a mission in case she worried. However, Unshakable had never been one to seek trouble for herself. Since Wu Yu had sent her a message to tell her that he was leaving, she had no choice but to let him go. She could even adjust herself and said, "In the past, you didn't say a word when you left. Now, at least you're telling me that you've improved. It's worthy of praise." And Unshakable had already swept away the melancholy of parting between her eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, she was once again the sunny, confident, and positive Unshakable. After breakfast, Yi Qian politely declined Unshakable's parents' offer to send him off. Even Unshakable only asked her to send him off to the school gate before he went to the airport by himself. At 3:00 in the afternoon, Yi Qian returned to the campus. He first called old Master Lu, then sent a message to his father Fu. He didn't know when his father would see it, then called Unshakable. After that, he handed over his phone. Every time school started, it was the most painful time for the students. When they returned home, they would more or less slack. The first few days of physical training were very disadvantageous. Su Wen and He Jing arrived on the same day. After packing their luggage, they hurriedly dragged Yi Qian to stretch their muscles and train their bones. Only then did Yi Qian realize that the two of them didn't train properly for the entire winter break. They didn't even run at a fixed time every day. She could understand why Su Wen was slacking off, but why was He Jing slacking off too? Yi Qian couldn't understand. However, she had always been able to keep her cool. She didn't immediately ask He Jing about it. When He Jing was sweating all over, she took off her training clothes and began to do sit-ups. Yi Qian saw a petal-like red mark on her neck and immediately understood. Chapter 3568. He Jing saw Yi Qian glance at her neck, and then a smile of realization appeared on her slightly sweaty face. She reflexively covered her neck, and her face flushed red. Didn't they say spring was the easiest season to fall in love? Why was winter the same? Even though Yi Qian didn't ask, He Jing still felt a little awkward, but she was afraid that Yi Qian would misunderstand. So when Su Wen wasn't paying attention, she whispered, "He just kissed me a few times and didn't do anything else. He's afraid that something will happen to me." Military school students were different from normal university students. If something happened to a female student, it would definitely happen during daily physical training. If something happened, they wouldn't be able to go to the hospital in the morning and return to class in the afternoon. Students were different. If something really happened, they would most likely drop out of school. This was also what Xia Jinyuan was worried about, so he restrained himself. Yi Qian wasn't used to hearing other people's private matters. If He Jing really said it out loud, she would also feel awkward. She whispered, "It's nothing anyway, cough, as long as you have a bottom line in your hearts." A red mark on her neck. She had it before. This time, Captain Xia would secretly kiss her during the few days they were back in the capital. He was afraid that his family would find out, and he didn't dare to use too much force. He Jing saw that Yi Qian didn't pursue the matter and secretly let out a sigh of relief. She didn't have to worry about Yi Qian. She knew that her private matters wouldn't be leaked, so it was over after she explained. On the first day back in school, the three of them threw themselves into stretching. The next day, the school assembly announced that all grades and classes would be tested in the afternoon. Even those with excellent grades from the previous semester would have to take the test. The students in the assembly still stood straight and didn't have much of a reaction. When the ceremony ended, the students rushed back to their dorms. Quick, 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 practice a few rounds. Let's see if we can fix it. I'm screwed. I gained 5 pounds during the winter break. How do I run? How do I run? Tell me how to run. That's too cruel. It must be a deliberate arrangement. How can there be a test on the first day of school. I didn't even finish digesting the fish and meat I ate at home yesterday. I'm envious of those guys who were demoted. Who in our company was demoted? These fellows are great. All of them can pass. Cut the crap. Hurry up. He stood like a pine tree during the opening ceremony, but his heart was in turmoil when he returned to the dormitory and changed into his training uniform. He knew that something bad had happened. Ching and Sue would click their tongues. Scared me to death. Scared me to death. How many people will be scared to death by this? Luckily, we were quick-witted yesterday. As soon as we arrived at school, we immediately stretched classmate Ye's tendons. At least we were able to exercise for a while. What are we going to do with those who gained 5 to 10 kilograms? Sue quickly changed into her student uniform and hung it neatly in the wardrobe. She changed into her training uniform as fast as she could. Although she said it was scary, her small face was full of confidence. She was not worried that she would be a burden at all. Jing said, "You seem to have gained 5 or 8 pounds. Don't call the kettle black. Hurry up, there's still 1 minute." That's right. He had said that he would do the comprehensive physical fitness test immediately. This decision was not made early, but a last-minute one. For this reason, the leaders of the various academies had a short debate in the morning. In the end, it was still the principal who came forward and slammed the table. Since they were going to send students to represent their country's military academy in a competition overseas, how could they still give them a few days to adapt? Were they going to waste their entire winter break? Chapter 35:69. If they really wanted to waste their time, it would be the students themselves. There were a total of 4 military academies, and each school would send 4 representatives. A group of 16 people would go overseas to represent the military academies in the competition. It would not be a problem for the National University of Science and Technology to select 4 top students. As for needing a few days to get used to the environment before they could show their true abilities, that was just an excuse. The principal slammed the table and made a decision. The order was immediately given. All the students would take the comprehensive test after the opening ceremony. There was no room for discussion. Today, they received a notice from the military that Monfei would be holding a competition between the military academies of various countries. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the sea, long guns, long cannons, short cannons, all of them would be tested. It was equivalent to a comprehensive military competition. All participants had to be current military academies. Even West Point would send people to participate. The Chinese side received the invitation a little suddenly. The invitation they received yesterday was sent out by the military this morning to the 4 academies: the National University of Science and Technology, the Air Force Academy, the Navy Command Academy, and the Army Academy. The 4 academies immediately began the internal selection process. The list of participating students had to be submitted to the military within 3 days, and then to Monfei after 5 days. Otherwise, it would be considered as forfeiting the competition. The invitation should have been sent out last year, but it was suddenly sent out this year. They said it was accidentally left out, but everyone knew the real reason. If the Chinese side really wanted to forfeit the competition, Monfei would have something to say. The domestic news of the top few Asian countries would definitely report on the Chinese side again. It would not be anything good. It would all be misleading news. The Chinese side knew the other side's intentions. Since they accepted the invitation, they would fight. Who's afraid of who? Yi Qian and the others did not know about this. They only knew that the comprehensive fitness test had already begun. They did not open their mouths. They could only open their mouths and scold them. Even the class monitor could not raise his head. He had to raise his head, or else he would be scolded even more fiercely. Sue stretched her arms and legs. Their class and the other class were in the same group of students. The students of the other class were being lectured by instructor Changjiang. Although it was not their class's turn yet, listening to this kind of lecturing was like a knife at the back of their neck, ready to fall down at any time. With a kacha sound, their heads fell to the ground. The students in Yi Qian's class held their heads high and puffed out their chests. Even if they did not have much confidence, they could not lose their momentum. It wasn't just one class that was being reprimanded. Almost every class had a student being reprimanded. A student being reprimanded wasn't a personal matter, but a class's matter. If there was a punishment, the entire class would be punished. No one could escape. Yi Qian, Su Wen, He Jing, and 9 other students made up a class of 12. They were all stretching their muscles to avoid straining their muscles. The 3 of us female students definitely won't have a problem. It's up to the 9 of you guys. Don't embarrass our outstanding class. Male comrades. Su Wen spoke to the 9 male students in a low voice, including the class monitor. Yi Qian was not the class monitor. Due to her special circumstances, the position of class monitor was taken over by another male student, Wei Jiaming. Hearing this, he smiled and said, 3 of us went to the basic level. Don't worry. The other brothers are all training at home. There's no delay. With Yi Qian around, the male students were constantly spurred on to work hard. They did not dare to slack off. Otherwise, if they were too far behind Yi Qian's strength, they would lose face. Su Wen was delighted when she heard this. Then our class definitely won't have a problem. Look at the faces of the leaders and instructors. They're so angry. Chapter 3570. It would be strange if the team leaders and instructors' faces didn't turn black when they saw the students' physical fitness drop so much after a winter break. Apart from the students' roars, the team leaders' and instructors' roars could only be heard on the training ground. Not enough? That's it. You've gained a few pounds for nothing. Practice. Practice with all your might. You're all lazy. If you don't train for a day, you'll just eat and drink. Run 10 laps. Now go and run. Class 4's class monitor, step forward. Take your class and run with weights, now. The sudden comprehensive physical fitness test became a nightmare for some students. If they indulged a little during the winter break, it would be a black week when they returned to school. Those who didn't pass all the physical fitness tests would have to train harder without any objections. Yi Qian's class also had students who didn't pass. However, those who scored poorly in the previous semester passed because they were afraid that they would fall behind when school reopened. They didn't dare to relax during the winter break, and even trained at home without stopping. Those who didn't pass were mostly those who scored average or slightly below average in the previous semester. Such results were undoubtedly a warning to the students. If they dared to relax, the consequences would be very serious. The school's leaders had been paying attention to this sudden physical fitness test. At the same time, they also paid attention to a few students. These students are the leaders in their specialization and their comprehensive physical fitness results in each semester. Focus on them and choose 4 students from them. The chief instructor handed the 2 student lists to the cold-faced principal. They have always been outstanding students. Their grades are very stable, and there are no fluctuations. The list of students started from the 4th year to the 2nd year. The first-year students weren't considered. They had only been in school for half a semester and hadn't even touched a lot of conventional weapons, let alone cannons and bullets. The principal took the list and looked at the students' names and results one by one. In the end, he focused on the 3rd and 4th year students. Choose from the 3rd and 4th year students. Then look at the results of the basic level companies they were sent to. If they meet the standards in all aspects and this comprehensive physical fitness test. Choose 4 people and report the list to the military as soon as possible. Yes, sir. The chief instructor took back the name list from the principal and put it back into the folder. He had the same idea. The outstanding juniors and seniors had basically been sent to the grassroots companies and had experience in maneuvers. They were also familiar with the use of conventional weapons and had seen a lot of situations. They were able to stabilize themselves in the face of unexpected situations. This time, Yi Qian, who was a second-year student, was obviously not in the chief instructor's consideration. This was because Yi Qian would only be exposed to a large number of conventional weapons at the beginning of this semester. The chief instructor did not know about Yi Qian's past, so it was normal that he did not take Yi Qian into consideration. Yi Qian did not know that there was another reason for this physical fitness test. She continued to maintain her first place in class without any suspense. Only then did the team leader and instructor look slightly better. When they saw that all 12 people in Yi Qian's class had passed, they immediately pulled the 12 of them out and stood in front of the rest of the class to praise them for at least 5 minutes before letting them go. Suwon was so happy that her eyes narrowed into slits. She couldn't help it. It was her first time, so how could she not be happy? After the class was dismissed, Hee-jing helplessly rolled her eyes at Suwon, who was still secretly happy. She said to Yi Qian, "She's only this good. She's so happy with just a small praise." Chapter 35:71. Of course I'm happy. Ha ha. The instructor said to let the whole class learn from me. I'll climb from the bottom of the class to above average. Ha ha ha. I want to be happy. Suwon almost laughed out loud with her hands on her hips. Yi Qian stood on Suwon's side this time. He smiled at Hee-jing and said, "You've indeed improved a lot. You could tell when I stretched her muscles yesterday. Although she was lazy during the winter break, she didn't slack off completely. She still practiced, but she didn't practice every day, just like you." Of course, I practiced every other day, or every other day. Although I didn't practice every day, I was much more hardworking than those guys who didn't even run more than a few times at home. Suwon raised her eyebrows and said smugly. Hee-jing rolled her eyes again and said, "If you practiced every day, you might even be in the front today. Go, go, go. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Can't you say something nice to me? If I practice every day, I'm afraid I'll steal Yi Qian's throne. So, in order not to affect my friendship with Yi Qian, I don't intend to practice so hard. I'll just be average." She was really shameless when it came to boasting. Hee-jing was shocked by Suwon's shamelessness. She patted her chest and said to Yi Qian, "You definitely can't praise her anymore. Just now, her tail was only up to the roof. Look, it's up to the sky now. If she continues to be so arrogant, it'll only harm her." Hee-jing, who had been frightened by Suwon, was always on tenterhooks. She was afraid that this child would suddenly get carried away one day and make the same mistake she made in her first year of university. This was the last thing Hee-jing wanted to see. So, most of the time, she would attack Suwon. As long as she saw her being proud, she would stand up and attack her. She was determined not to let her make the same mistake she made in her first year of university. After Suwon said that, she also felt that she had bragged too much. She laughed and hooked her arm around Yi Qian's arm. She said with a smile, "I was just talking nonsense. If I really beat you, the first place, I wouldn't be Suwon anymore. I'd be Superman." She was aware of her own limitations. Once again, Yi Qian was in first place. Although the overall results of the year were not out yet, Yi Qian was still in first place in the team. 2 classes made up a brigade, which meant that Yi Qian's results were the best among the 2 classes. As for whether he would still be first in the entire cohort, Suwon felt that there was no doubt about it. He didn't see the captain and instructor's faces, which were as dark as the bottom of a pot, suddenly become as bright as stainless steel when they saw Yi Qian's results. Therefore, Yi Qian was the top student in the entire cohort. Suwon was very confident in Yi Qian, and Yi Qian naturally didn't let her down. Although she wasn't the top student in the school, she was still the top student in the grade. After 2 consecutive days of testing, almost all of the students who had just returned from the holidays shed a layer of skin. If they could lose 1 kilogram a day, they could lose 3 kilograms in 2 days. Some people really did lose weight. A few boys in Yi Qian's class announced on the morning of the 3rd day that they had successfully lost about 3 kilograms after 2 consecutive days of testing. Suwon secretly touched her wrist. She felt a little sad. It seemed like she didn't lose even 1 kilogram. After the end of the physical fitness test, it was time for the students to reorganize. At the same time, the professional classes started as usual. This time, they had to balance their studies and physical fitness. On the 3rd day of school, even Yi Qian was tense and didn't dare to be distracted. The school leaders had already started a second discussion about her. Chapter 3572. I still stand by my original opinion. If Yi Qian can't be a representative, then I don't know who else is qualified. As the dean of Yi Qian, he had to support the outstanding students in his department, top in the majors, top in general studies, and top in overall ability. These were not just any outstanding students, they were outstanding students. Even so, they couldn't represent the University of Science and Technology overseas. Was there any reason for that? Another department's leader also had his reasons for opposing. When he heard this, he said, "We all know about Yi Qian's overall results. It's not like we're denying her ability. It's just that she's only a 2nd-year student and hasn't even come into contact with conventional weapons. This time, it's not enough to just look at her current results. She also needs to be proficient in the use of weapons." I don't agree. The participants this time are all military school students. They're all still in school. How many conventional weapons can they possibly come into contact with? It's not like they're frontline soldiers. I think Yi Qian can participate. If she doesn't, then no one else is more qualified than her. I don't think so. Since there's going to be a competition with conventional weapons, then we have to know about it first. Yi Qian is very outstanding in all aspects. Her biggest shortcoming right now is that she hasn't come into contact with any conventional weapons. Don't tell me that all the foreign military school students have come into contact with all the conventional weapons. Don't tell me they've come into contact with all the weapons that have been selected so far. They haven't come into contact with all the conventional weapons, but one thing is for sure. They've definitely come into contact with more conventional weapons than Yi Qian. Also, they have experience in being demoted to a grassroots company. At the grassroots company, they have more opportunities to come into contact with conventional weapons than Yi Qian. I disagree. I agree. I also disagree. I disagree. This is not a reason to remove Yi Qian from the team. Don't forget that there are still many physical fitness competitions in the next few days. Just based on this alone, Yi Qian can participate. Your reasons for opposing are one-sided. You don't consider the overall situation. I agree that Yi Qian should be selected. Similarly, you only see Yi Qian's excellent physical fitness and ignore her knowledge and use of conventional weapons. Your reasons for supporting her are also one-sided. You don't consider the overall situation. My opinion remains unchanged. I don't support Yi Qian being selected. It was yet another round of debate. One side was against it, while the other side was in agreement. The two sides argued, but it was hard to tell who was better, and neither side was able to win. The principal didn't say anything. Instead, He glanced at the head of education who had gone to Jean City to participate in the exchange meeting. Seeing that the head of education was silent and deep in thought, the principal leaned over and asked the head of education, "You haven't said anything. Do you have other thoughts?" The head of education was no stranger to Yi Qian. Hearing this, he looked up from Yi Qian's past results and pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm thinking, is Yi Qian not as good as what we see on the surface? I have a feeling that this student is not simple. Principal, you should know better." Also, her principal insists that Yi Qian will definitely be able to complete the mission perfectly. Why do I feel like the principal also knows a little about Yi Qian's uniqueness? As the principal, he naturally knew a little, but not much. He knew that Yi Qian did not return to school, normally a few times, because the military had other arrangements. As for what the arrangements were, he really did not know. The principal was the same as him. He did not know much. The principal nodded slightly and said, "Yes, he is indeed a little different. These were all orders from the military. Even I have no right to know." Chapter 3573. Not even the headmaster had the right to know about the direct orders given by the military. The head of education's gaze shifted slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Since the military has bypassed you and given the order directly to Yi Qian, then I suggest that Yi Qian participate. This student, I've seen her prowess." That night, he had asked the third-year student in detail about how Yi Qian had dealt with the criminal. The third-year student, Zhang Minghong, had described the situation in great detail and had even drawn the positions of the four of them. On the map, Yi Qian's position was still closer to the center, and the one standing outside was the student from the Air Force Academy. He had not noticed anything unusual, but Yi Qian, who was slightly closer to the center, had noticed and reacted quickly, capturing the criminal who had approached. She did not capture the criminal by knocking him to the ground, but instead covered his mouth, pressed him down, and twisted his neck in a practiced and ruthless manner. The military academy had never taught them such a ferocious and deadly move. From this, it could be seen that Yi Qian was different from the rest. Later, she had single-handedly protected the other students as they safely returned to the reception center, while she herself had snuck onto the ship to receive the soldiers sent by the military. From this, he could see some clues. Also, he had seen Yi Qian's experience in school just now. Logically speaking, an outstanding student like her would either stay in school during the summer and winter holidays or go to the basic units to take a look, but she did not. Every time, she would leave school immediately after the exams. At this point, he had a bolder guess in his mind. Could it be that Yi Qian had special training every holiday? If that was the case, it would also explain why her overall physical fitness results were so outstanding. Taking all these factors into consideration, the head of education felt that Yi Qian was completely qualified to participate. The headmaster did not nod immediately, but he had clearly taken the head of education's words into consideration, and the scales in his heart also tilted slightly towards Yi Qian. He picked up the thermos on the conference table, twisted open the lid, and sipped a few mouthfuls of warm water. He put the thermos down, and the voices of argument died down. The military only gave us 3 days, which means that we have to confirm the name list by 5 this afternoon. Since there is a huge debate over whether Yi Qian should report, how about this? Let's have Yi Qian walk around the Provincial Guard Company. Not only her, but also the other selected students. Walk around the guard company to see if they are familiar with the use of conventional weapons. They can't just be familiar with it. They have to be proficient in using it and at a high level. Now, tell the 10 students to gather. The headmaster raised his wrist and looked at his wrist. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes to gather at the gate, and take a bus to the provincial guard company to the provincial guard company. Then the headmaster of the teacher to the teacher to ye to the front of the teacher to of the teacher to the front of the teacher. It was obvious that the political commissar was looking for Yi Jian instead of the teacher. The students in the class all looked at Yi Qian, not knowing what had happened. Yi Qian himself did not know either. Yi Qian walked out of the classroom and did not return. The teacher did not mind, and even though the students were puzzled, they did not take it to heart. After all, the headmaster did not call Yi Qian out to criticize him, but to praise him. At 10:18, Yi Qian and 9 other seniors arrived at the school gate. Yi Qian knew one of the seniors, and the two of them greeted each other, smiled, and stood at their respective positions. Chapter 3574. After a simple formation, they walked towards the small bus parked at the side. Yi Qian walked at the front, followed closely by the third-year senior, Zhang Hongming. The two of them had spent 3 days together in Jin City, and even had that thrilling night together. They were not exactly acquaintances, but friends who could chat for a while. When Yi Qian and the others got on the bus, the principal, the head of education, and 2 other leaders were already on the bus. Facing 4 important leaders of the school all of a sudden gave the students, who were not mentally prepared, a fright. The lineup was a little big. Even their principal was there. There were 4 leaders in total. What were they going to do? Why were the principal, the head of education, and the other 2 important leaders in the same bus? They were even riding with the students. Being called out was already puzzling enough. When they gathered, they did not say much, only saying that they were going somewhere. Now that they got on the bus and saw that all 4 leaders were there, they were more or less a little scared. After sitting down, Yi Qian and the 9 third-year and fourth-year seniors did not talk much. They did not take the initiative to ask what they were going to do. They just waited for the leaders to speak. Relax, relax. There's no need to be so serious in an informal setting. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, and I won't eat you. Relax, the principal said with a smile, indicating for the students to relax a little. There was no need for them to sit with their backs straight. If there was an emergency break, they would all crash into the front row. That being said, the students couldn't really relax. They just smiled slightly and leaned their straightened backs against the backrest of their seats. But not all the way. Yi Qian was a little better. She had only interacted with the higher-ups. Even her father Fu was a major general. Facing a principal who was also a major general, but in a different field, she was not very nervous. She was very relaxed. Later, I'll take you to the security company to see your knowledge and use of guns and ammunition. They are all live ammunition. You must pay attention to your safety and listen to the arrangements and instructions of the soldiers in the security company. Do not act on your own accord. When we get there, show us your true abilities and let the 4 of us see. Don't worry. Now is the time when we need you. I hope you can all achieve results that we are very satisfied with. This made Yi Qian and the other students even more confused. They wanted to see their understanding and usage of firearms and ammunition. Why do I suddenly want to know these things? It's not convenient to disclose the specific reason for now. Your mission today is to submit a report card to us. You understand? Understood. They only knew that their mission today was to go to the guard company and properly understand and use the guns and ammunition. As for why they had to do this, they did not know. However, everyone had noticed that all 10 of them were students who appeared on the physical fitness ranking board. Their results in their specialization were also among the top. If even the principal was accompanying them, they were afraid that something even bigger would happen later. What else is there? Yi Qian, who appeared calm on the surface, could not help but ponder in his heart. The sudden test, and the sudden call of the top students on the physical fitness ranking board to the guard company made him feel that things were not as simple as they seemed. No matter how smart Yi Qian was, he could not figure out what was going on. The guard company had already finished their preparations and were only waiting for the military academy students to arrive. The group of people who arrived at the guard company did not rest and headed straight for the training grounds. Following that, the 10 students saw all sorts of guns of different sizes and models neatly arranged on the ground. Beside them were boxes of ammunition. Chapter 3575. There were domestic guns and foreign guns. There were so many different types that Yi Qian scanned through them. There were at least 20 different types, and all of them were famous guns. There are 28 guns in front of you. They are divided into automatic and semi-automatic rifles, submachine guns, pistols, and large caliber guns. There are no bullets in any of the guns. You need to find the matching bullets for each gun and complete the shooting. The semi-automatic rifle shooting area is right in front. The automatic rifle shooting area is to the left, the pistol shooting area is to the right, and the submachine gun shooting area and the large caliber gun shooting area are in another training ground. Next, I will ask the soldiers to teach you how to use all the guns and the correct bullets for each gun. There will only be 5 minutes of explanation for each gun. I hope you can listen carefully and remember it well. After you finish learning, you need to find the matching bullets for each gun in the ammunition box. Before you load, you need to confirm with the soldiers beside you whether the bullets are correct. All the bullets must be confirmed. The person in charge of their shooting was a platoon leader from the security company. He was a southerner, not tall, and had ordinary facial features. However, he had a pair of hawk-like eyes. His sharp gaze was like a knife cutting through paper, making people not dare to look him in the eye. Other than the principal and the head of education, one of them was in favor of submitting Yi Qian's name to the military to go to Monfei, while the other was a leader who was firmly against submitting Yi Qian's name. He came over to see if the sophomore Yi Qian could do it. Yi Qian looked down at the various guns less than 2 meters away from her. Her gaze swept from the first gun to the last one, and then she gently retracted her gaze. Domestic guns, foreign guns. She recognized all the guns. During the week of training with the Snowfield Brigade recruits, all kinds of guns were neatly placed in the armory. Every time she went in, she was reluctant to leave. For this reason, Captain Xia specially took her to the gun warehouse at night so that she could take the time to look at the guns, especially those that she had never seen before. She loved them so much that she couldn't put them down. She even joked, "I want to carry one as a souvenir." Because of Uncle Jen, Yi Qian was very fond of guns. She liked all kinds of guns, be it small caliber or large caliber. He had also seen some special guns in the armory that were used for special occasions. They were all in the armory of the Shuiyu Brigade. He had seen all kinds of guns before, so when he looked at the 28 different guns in front of him, he didn't feel much. First, pick out the guns that you recognize. Pick out the ones that you don't recognize. If you don't recognize them, just say it. It's normal that you haven't come into contact with them. As the platoon leader spoke, he gestured for the soldiers to come over. If you have any questions or difficulties, you can ask the 10 soldiers. They will help you solve all your questions and difficulties. Time was of the essence, so the platoon leader didn't say anything more. He first let the 10 students identify the guns themselves so that he could focus on explaining the guns that they didn't recognize. Yi Qian first looked at the juniors and seniors, then picked up the 9mm Arsenal Shopka submachine gun. The design of this submachine gun was very simple. It used an open-barrel recoil mechanism, and there was nothing new about its working principle and structure. The main thing was that the body of the gun was molded from polymeric materials, and it left a deep impression on people. This gun appeared in 1996 and was mostly used by the Bulgarian police, security forces, and special forces. This gun was exported in large quantities and could be seen in the underground market. Chapter 3576. Yi Qian had seen this gun before. He had seen it during the first battle in Pakistan. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Qian saw that his 9 seniors were seriously picking out the guns that they did not recognize. He did not hesitate, and also picked out a few guns. She had picked out all 4 types of guns. Out of the 28 guns, she picked out 10. It was a little inappropriate to say that she knew all of them. She would probably have to explain how she was familiar with so many guns when the time came. Explaining to others had always been a troublesome thing. She did not like to explain too much. The other seniors picked out about the same number of guns as her. Soon, the soldiers started explaining the guns that the students did not recognize. They thought that more than half of them would not recognize the guns, but when they saw that more than half of them knew the guns, they suddenly had a lot more time. When the leader who accompanied them saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face. However, when they saw that Yi Qian only picked out 10 guns that they did not recognize, they were a little surprised. It was actually about the same as the juniors and seniors. When the leader, who used the reason that Yi Qian needed to start using conventional weapons this year, saw this, his expression suddenly became a little unnatural. When the leader who was in favor of reporting Yi Qian's name, Liz, saw this, his smile deepened. He said to the leader, who looked a little unnatural, "How is it? Yi Qian is not bad, right? She's about the same as the juniors and seniors. Less than half of them have passed." The internet is so advanced now. You can see pictures of guns from all over the world. Even the library has pictures of guns. It's normal that she knows them. However, just knowing them is not enough. She has to know how to use them. The leader didn't change his opinion immediately. If he really changed his opinion, there wouldn't be so much controversy in the meeting. Then let's wait and see. I still have a lot of confidence in Yi Qian. Let's wait and see. As long as she knows how to use them and is familiar with them, I will definitely support her. Ha ha ha. Then you should be prepared to support her. Just the way she held the gun just now made me confident. The 2 leaders who supported Yi Qian and those who did not support Yi Qian started a new round of discussion. The leader who did not support Yi Qian was not deliberately targeting her. It was just that this time, Monfei did not come with good intentions. If she made a fool of herself during the competition, it would be a disgrace to the country. Since he had his misgivings, he naturally had to stick to his own views. The head of education was also whispering to the principal, "Look at her movements. She's very skilled." The instructor also said that she never misses any target practice. Her accuracy is 100%. Her results are even better than the instructor's. If it's possible this time, then there won't be any more questions. We'll directly add her name to the list. The principal nodded. She's a moldable talent. Wherever she goes, she'll shine like gold. Not bad. We'll have to wait and see. I'm a little pressed for time here. I still have a meeting to attend in the afternoon. Keep a close eye on me if I leave midway. The principal was also very satisfied with Yi Qian's performance, especially when he saw that Yi Qian was able to memorize it after the soldier spoke once. He was even more satisfied with her. I know that she has a good memory and strong learning ability. As long as she can familiarize herself with the following steps and her results are not bad, I'll choose her. Yi Qian's extraordinary memory was not a secret among the leaders. Almost everyone knew about it. However, the soldier who taught Yi Qian did not know about it before. After he spoke, he asked Yi Qian if there were any problems. When Yi Qian shook his head, the soldier did not quite believe him. Yi Qian practiced on her own and found the right bullets from the ammunition box. Only then did the soldier believe him. Yi Qian already knew about the 10 guns, so a 5-minute introduction was enough. Chapter 3577. For the other 9 students, a 5-minute introduction was more than enough. They were all students with excellent overall grades. Their ability to accept new things and their memory was strong, so they had no pressure to learn new things. The next step was to see how their results were. After all, this was the most important thing. The soldiers were very professional. The 5-minute introduction was all about the essence. Even though Yi Qian knew it herself, she still listened with great interest. 50 minutes passed very quickly. Yi Qian had finished learning again, and the other 9 students were almost done. There were no major problems. The shooting practice began. Each gun could only be loaded with 5 bullets. There was no limit to when they could finish, but they couldn't be too slow. They had to maintain a score of 45 points and above. Anything below 45 points would be considered a failure. Shooting was not a big problem for Yi Qian. Not only did she recognize these guns, but she was also familiar with them. There was no problem at all. After the 10 soldiers finished speaking, they watched as the students quickly found the right bullets for their guns. Because they were familiar with the guns, they naturally knew what type of bullets were loaded. Other than the fact that they were a little slow, there were no major problems. Yi Qian had even less of a problem. The first thing they did was to shoot with a semi-automatic rifle. Under the guidance of the soldiers, everyone lay down on the ground and held their guns. They began the first round of semi-automatic rifle shooting. As the small flag was waved down, the 10 students began to aim. The sound of gunfire rang out instantly. Yi Qian had finished firing her first bullet. Any training, any shooting practice to her was a battle. There was no room for modesty. If she had the ability, she would show it. Why bother hiding it? If it wasn't for the fact that she was a second-year student and would only be exposed to conventional weapons this semester, she would have directly said that she recognized these guns and had done some research on them. But shooting was not within her scope of consideration. The first bullet rang out. She reloaded the gun and began firing the second bullet. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another on the battlefield. Yi Qian had finished firing all 5 rounds. Immediately after, he leaped up and quickly switched to the next semi-automatic rifle. He quickly found a suitable bullet and rushed back to his original position to fire another automatic rifle. Her movements were fast and fierce, and her shooting was as smooth as flowing water. After the first bullet was fired, she immediately reloaded and shot the next bullet. The 4 school leaders didn't know what Yi Qian was doing, but the soldier who had been squatting beside Yi Qian saw it clearly. Because he saw it clearly, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. When Yi Qian came back with the 3rd semi-automatic gun, the soldier kindly reminded him, "You have to aim before you shoot. Don't shoot directly. It's easy to miss the target. Look at the people standing behind you. Be more serious." While the soldier was reminding Yi Qian, the platoon leader also said, "The student at the first target is fast, but too fast. I'm afraid most of the bullets will miss the target." Almost everyone who saw Yi Qian shoot for the first time thought the same. After all, Yi Qian didn't have any obvious aiming movements. Who else could they misunderstand, if not her? If Yi Qian's instructor was here, he would definitely tell the platoon leader that his student was just that good. Every time she didn't aim during shooting practice, she would always get a perfect score. Chapter 3578. The instructor was not around, and there was no one to explain to Yi Qian immediately. The platoon leader's words made the principal frown. He looked at his watch. It was almost time. He had to rush to the meeting. If it's really like what the platoon leader said, Yi Qian can't be considered. Speed alone is a waste of bullets. The principal was a little disappointed, but he did not directly reject Yi Qian. After all, he had seen how outstanding Yi Qian was. When the time comes, report their results to me. The name list must be submitted to the military by today. At this moment, the head of education did not have much confidence. He nodded solemnly. Okay. Before the principal left, he deliberately looked at Yi Qian again. With this look, he realized she had already finished shooting with her semi-automatic rifle and was standing by the side waiting for the other students to finish. This was really fast. How could it not be fast? Yi Qian's average speed was twice that of the Snowfield Brigades, and when she was shooting together with the other students, her speed was 2 to 3 times faster. It would be strange if she was not fast. The soldier did not say anything else. He had already reminded her, but this female student in front of him was insistent. What else could he say? She did not turn around to look at the faces of the 4 leaders. If she did, she might even be more serious. However, when the soldier saw the principal's gloomy face as he left, he still said softly, "Your leaders are all looking at you. You have to be more careful. You can't just casually shoot in front of your leaders. You should at least have the right attitude." He had never seen anyone with such a bad attitude in front of their leaders. Hearing this, Yi Qian, who had not been paying attention to her leaders, could not help but turn her head to look. She happened to see the head of education looking at her with a serious expression. She smiled slightly. Her gaze was calm and unburdened. When the head of education saw her faint smile, he could not help but think of the next morning after that night. The student who had worried him the whole night finally returned to the reception center. Her gaze was calm and unperturbed. It was as if what had happened last night was just a dream. She had woken up when the sun rose. There was no trace of her at all. The other party had a gun. She snatched the gun and killed the other party. After not returning for a night, there was no fear in her eyes. There was only a bottomless darkness like the sea at night. The head of education, who had a serious expression, smiled. He said to the platoon leader beside him with a smile that female students' overall results are excellent in all aspects. Even the male students concede defeat in front of her. I've seen her shooting results. In the first half of her first year, her shooting results were a little unstable, but in the second half of her second year, all her shooting results were perfect. I still believe in my student. Since she was able to get a full circle every time during her usual training, I'm sure her results this time will not be bad. He should have believed that the girl in front of him was willing to risk her life to protect the other 3 students as they retreated in the face of armed criminals. She was no ordinary student. She could be considered a true warrior. She was a warrior who was fearless in the face of danger and returned calmly. He should believe in her ability. The platoon leader was not familiar with Yi Qian. When he heard what Yi Qian said, he thought that all leaders were the same. They were all protective of their students. He did not explain further. He only said, "That is indeed very good." However, the semi-automatic rifle she is using now is not the domestic rifle that is usually used for training. There may be some deviation. But with her ability, the deviation will not be too big. In short, the head of education had 100% confidence in Yi Qian. Chapter 3579. Yi Qian saw the head of education suddenly smile at her. His previous seriousness was swept away, and he smiled again before calmly looking away. She knew the head of education, and the head of education knew her. He probably knew a little about what happened that night, but she believed that the head of education, who was also a soldier, would abide by the discipline of a soldier and would not expose what happened that night. But now she had nothing to worry about. In the past, she was afraid of exposing herself because the culprit behind her mother's murder had not been found. Now that the culprit had been killed, it did not matter if the school leaders knew a little about her. The old man even planned to tell all his friends, colleagues, and subordinates that she was his biological granddaughter at this year's birthday banquet. Yi Qian looked away and turned to the soldier with a smile. "Thank you for your reminder. I usually shoot at this speed. I don't shoot randomly." Her attitude was the most proper. "You usually do this." The soldier was shocked. If she was always like this, her instructor would definitely severely reprimand her. If he did not reprimand her, that meant her speed was not only fast, but also very accurate. Thinking of this, the soldier's expression changed. "Then your hit rate? High or low?" "It's okay. I didn't fall behind." With that, Yi Qian saw that the last senior had also finished shooting all his semi-automatic rifles. When he picked up his gun and stood up, Yi Qian smiled at the soldier who was talking to her. "You can go take a look at the target now. I don't think I missed." It turned out that he thought she was shooting too fast and had a high miss rate, so he reminded her. The soldier thought so, and so did the platoon leader. The leader, who was originally very confident in Yi Qian, was a little worried. But when he thought of Yi Qian's outstanding performance in the freshman year drill, he felt that his worries were unnecessary. When the leader who was against reporting Yi Qian's name saw this, he smiled and patted his colleague's shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. With Yi Qian's outstanding performance, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This time, let's let the more experienced students go. The competition is no small matter. It's not a big deal to lose face, but it's a big deal to lose face for the country. She won't be able to answer to the country when she comes back. It might even be a big blow to her. This is not something we want to see. It's better to be steady than to act rashly." The soldiers had already run over to check the target. The leaders of Yi Qian did not say anything more, and the results would soon be known. What was the result? Seeing the hole on the target, the soldier wiped his face and rubbed his eyes. He probably couldn't believe what he saw and immediately ran back to ask the platoon leader to take a look. When the platoon leader heard this, he glared at his own soldier. "Don't you even know how to look at the target? How shameful!" It was not embarrassing at all. This was because there was only one bullet hole in the entire target, and this bullet hole was very big. The center of the bullet hole was completely empty. The platoon leader ran over to take a look and saw a bullet hole the size of a cow's eye on the target. His expression changed abruptly as he quickly circled behind the target and lowered his head to search in the bushes. Soon, he saw the scattered warheads and immediately ordered the soldiers, "Pick up all the warheads in this area and count how many warheads there are." The soldiers bent down to pick them up one by one, and it took them a little longer. The other students' shooting results were already out. Only Yi Qian's platoon leader had to run over to confirm exactly how many points he had hit. Chapter 3580. Zhang Minghong was closer to Yi Qian, so he asked her in a low voice, "How did you shoot just now?" When the soldiers ran over just now, they all had strange looks on their faces. They even looked at you a few times. Yi Qian looked at the two figures bending over to pick up the bullet casings behind the target. She smiled and said, "I hit a hole. It probably wasn't easy to calculate the ring, and the soldiers weren't sure either, so I had to ask the platoon leader to take a look." "Hit a hole?" The truth came too suddenly. Zhang Minghong couldn't help but gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times, and he asked in a dry voice, "You mean to make all the bullets hit a bullet hole? The bullet hole at the center?" His intuition told him that Yi Qian would definitely tell him that she had hit the same bullet hole at the center. "Yes, Although I don't know why the school leaders brought us to the security company. I think they want to see our shooting skills. Yi Qian nodded and answered. She heard the senior beside her swallow with difficulty. She couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so surprised? As long as you aim at the hole, it's actually not difficult. As long as you train hard, you can do the same. Zhang Minghong, who was so shocked that his breathing stopped, didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her words. Yi Qian, do you think everyone is as talented as you? No, you have a certain level of talent in shooting. Our instructor has already said that it's very difficult for any of us to surpass you. Hard work can only lead to one person's success. However, talent is innate, not something that can be achieved through hard work. He already knew that she was so good that even the instructor praised her. Now that he knew it in person, he was still shocked. To be able to hit a full circle with dozens of bullets, her ability was undeniable. No one could compare to her. Yi Qian was about to answer when she felt someone walk up behind her. It was the head of education. He walked up to her and asked, "Is there a problem with your results? Or did something unexpected happen? Why did they all walk behind the target to pick up the bullet casings?" "Sir, there's no problem because I just hit a bullet hole with all the bullets. It might be a little difficult to count them, so I need to pick up all the bullets." Yi Qian straightened her back and answered calmly. His voice was neither loud nor soft, and his tone was calm and natural. It was just enough for his comrades around him and the two school leaders to hear him clearly. The two school leaders paused for a moment, then quickly walked over to him. The head of education was asking, "You shot all the bullets into one bullet hole. Are you sure?" "I'm sure." He asked again. Yi Qian was still confident in his answer. It was the truth, so naturally he was confident. There was no need for the other two leaders to ask any further. The head of education asked what they wanted to know, and Yi Qian answered what they were puzzled by. She had shot all the bullets into a single bullet hole, and the soldiers were in disbelief. That was why she had dragged the platoon leader over to take a look. The 50 bullets were all picked up from the surroundings. The platoon leader stared at the bullets in his hand and then looked at the bullets in the soldier's hand. He had to believe it even if he didn't want to. This is really strange. How could a military school student be so powerful? He's a sharpshooter. He had just confirmed 5 times that all the bullets came from the semi-automatic rifle the female student was holding. There was no mistake about it. The soldier silently looked at the bullet hole the size of a bull's eye and said softly, "Platoon leader, that female student just told me that she was able to complete her shooting at such a fast speed during school training." With this reminder, the platoon leader recalled Yi Qian's shooting speed in his shock. When he thought of it, he was once again shocked. This was not just any kind of strange thing. Chapter 3581. The platoon leader had never seen anyone who could shoot at such a high speed and still get a perfect score. He had never seen anything like this before. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it if anyone had told him otherwise. How was this possible? She did not even aim, so how could she have a perfect score? It was impossible, no matter how. But today, it was possible. There was really someone who could do this. There was really such a sharpshooter. Strange, too fucking strange. He had no choice but to admit defeat. The platoon leader took a few steps back and turned his head to look at the target again. He saw the empty bullet hole in the middle. Should he take the target down and carry it over? After thinking about it, he decided against it. He only said to the soldier who was holding the bullet and walking beside him, "I will stand beside her later. You take note of the time she fired." He wanted to see how fast she could shoot. The head of education and the two leaders had been waiting for quite some time. As Yi Qian's score had not been calculated yet, The other 9 cadets could not start shooting with their automatic rifles. They had to wait for the platoon leader to come back. But at this moment, no one seemed to want to start shooting with their automatic rifles. They all wanted to know how many points Yi Qian had hit, and if she had really hit the same bullet hole with all her bullets. Very soon, the platoon leader walked over with the bullet in his hand. Everyone's gaze fell on the bullet in the platoon leader's hand. These were all the bullets that Yi Qian had shot. It took some time to pick up the bullet. The platoon leader placed the bullet on the ground again. His gaze fell on Yi Qian. He really did not expect a cadet from a military academy to be so good at shooting. It was really too shocking. His gaze fell on Yi Qian for a while before he said to the head of education, "This student from your school is very good. This is the first time I've seen someone who could hit the same bullet hole with such rapid shooting. All 50 bullets passed through the center, and not a single one missed. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such a thing could happen. If any of you leaders have any questions, you can go and take a look at her target personally. Just now, I was wondering if I should take down the target and show it to the leaders, but after thinking about it, I felt that it would be a little troublesome, so I gave up. But later, I will bring the soldiers in the company to take a look and let them have a look." As soon as the platoon leader finished speaking, the entire crowd fell silent. The platoon leader even had the thought of removing the targets and showing them to the leader, and even wanted to bring the soldiers in his company to take a look. All right, they also wanted to take a look. The 9 senior brothers, who also wanted to take a look, held their breaths. Their school's junior, Yi Qian, was simply a myth, a legend. When the head of educator heard this, he smiled and said, "Then bring the soldiers over to have a look later. Let us have a look first." Indeed, he had not misjudged him. This student from Yi Qian was indeed amazing. Otherwise, why would the military allow her to stay and sneak into the cargo ship? Following the platoon leader, they all walked towards Yi Qian's shooting range. When the head of education saw the hole in the middle of the target, even the usually calm head of education was delighted. "Good, good. Very good." The head of education felt that the 2 good S were not enough, so he added another "very good" to increase his confidence in Yi Qian. He said to Yi Qian, "Under such rapid-fire conditions, you were still able to hit the same target with all the bullets. I think you must be 1 in a million. Who knows, maybe even 1 in a million wouldn't be able to be picked out." Chapter 3582. Yi Qian looked at the bullet hole and replied with a smile, "As long as I can keep aiming, it's not difficult." "Ha ha, ha ha. It might not be difficult for you, but for others, it would be difficult. Otherwise, everyone else would be at your level." The head of educator was completely at ease with Yi Qian. Her name had to be reported and definitely could not be left out. Then he said to the other 2 leaders, "Yi Qian should have no problems. This kind of result is amazing enough. What do you think?" At this moment, even the leader who had objected to Yi Qian's name being reported did not have any objections. He hurriedly said, "There's no problem at all. With her results, I'm sure even a sharpshooter wouldn't be able to do much." Zhang Minghong and the other 9 students raised their heads and looked at the empty target in the center. They looked at it silently for a while, then silently looked at Yi Qian before silently looking away. It wasn't amazing, it was shocking. From the moment junior sister Yi Qian stepped onto campus, her name had already spread among the students. After half a semester, it could be said that there were not many who did not know junior sister Yi Qian. They all knew that Yi Qian was very good, but they had never seen how good she was. Now that they saw her today, they finally understood why. Everyone said that junior sister Yi Qian was very good. Too good. The leaders who were in favor of reporting Yi Qian's name laughed and said to the head of educator, Although there's no problem, let her continue with the shooting. What if she can get a full score again? After saying that, they even smiled and asked Yi Qian, Yi Qian, do you have the confidence to get a full score again? Look at everyone's eyes. It's obvious that they want to see how good you are. Why don't you challenge it again? To Yi Qian, this was not a challenge. It was something that she had to do. Yi Qian naturally did not have any problems with it. When she returned to school, she would not have such a good opportunity like today. It was a good opportunity for her to practice. Yi Qian was the type of person who got more and more carried away by the end of the game. He started shooting one after another, which made the people around him feel as if their hearts were about to explode. Getting a perfect score with a semi-automatic rifle was just the beginning. Following that was automatic rifle shooting, pistol shooting, submachine gun shooting, large caliber shooting. After finishing shooting in several areas, there was only more shock. This time, he was completely shocked. It was shocking to see a full circle for the second time. 3 full marks. That was truly shocking. 4 full points. This was what a sharpshooter was like. The platoon leader wiped his face as he watched. He really wanted to pull such a sharpshooter into their security company. Later, he would report to the company commander and see if they could make a move in advance. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. They needed such powerful sharpshooters. Most importantly, female soldiers. As for the school leaders, they looked at Yi Qian with a gentle gaze. He was a good seedling, a good seedling. This was a good seedling of the National Science and Technology University. They had to nurture him well. Otherwise, they would be letting down this good seedling who had taken root in the National Science and Technology University. On the way back to school, Zhang Minghong sighed to Yi Qian and said, "Do the students in your class all have good psychological endurance?" Being in the same class as Yi Qian, those with average psychological endurance would probably not be able to continue with their studies. Yi Qian still did not understand. He smiled and said, "It's all right. No one failed the psychological test. They all did well." Zhang Minghong smiled wryly. Their class was full of amazing people. After half a day, he was starting to feel anxious. He felt that the gap between him and Yi Qian was too wide. If he did not work hard, he could be eliminated at any time. Chapter 3583. The 10 students who had been sent to the Provincial Military's Guard Company to practice for half a day had no idea why they were sent back to school. Before the head of education could report the situation to the principal, the Provincial Military's leader called to express his concern. As they chatted, the Provincial Military's political commissar smiled and said, "I just heard from the platoon leader of our guard company that there's a female student named Yi Qian in your school. She's really good. Do you want me to meet her when she's free?" The political commissar was from the late chairman's hometown, so he spoke with a familiar local accent. "She'll be in her 3rd year in the second half of the year, right? She has to be transferred to the grassroots level. Why don't you let her join our guard company? The guard company is also a grassroots level and is close to the school. It's so convenient." After chatting for half a day, it turned out that he was here to understand the situation and also to decide on the unit she would be assigned to after graduation. The head of education, who was in a good mood, laughed and said, "Political Commissar Tan, that's against the rules. I only brought my students to your guard company for a round of target practice. Why are you eyeing my students? That won't do. There's no such thing. You might be disappointed. Go to the guard company." What a joke. With Yi Qian's current strength, it would be a waste for her to go to the guard company. In another 2 years, her strength would increase by another level. Why would she stay in the provincial guard company? Even if she really wanted to go to the guard company, she would go to the assembly hall. The guard companies in the big cities like Zhonghai and Beihai should take up the heavy responsibility. A provincial guard company would not let Yi Qian down. The head of education really thought so, so he immediately rejected political commissar Tan in a joking tone. Student Yi Qian's results have to be reported. When her results are announced, I'm afraid even our school won't have the authority to arrange for her. Everything will have to be arranged by the higher-ups. When political commissar Tan heard that this matter had to be reported, he held a piece of paper full of numbers in his hand and looked at the platoon leader standing in front of him. He shook his head lightly, indicating that there was no hope. You still have to report it. It seems like the higher-ups also know about your students' abilities. I can only regret it. However, a talent like her won't be buried no matter where she goes. She can do great things wherever she goes. When the platoon leader who came to report heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He said to the company commander, who came with him, "What a pity, what a pity. If he had stayed in our guard company, he would have been able to fight for countless medals of honor." Every year, there would be large and small competitions between the various units of the country. There would also be competitions between the guard companies. Although it couldn't be compared to the military competition, it was still a competition for the soldiers of the guard companies. The company commander also felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing he could do about it. As long as these results were presented to the higher-ups, they would definitely leave a deep impression on the higher-ups. Once the higher-ups had an impression of these results, the higher-ups would definitely be able to go to a big place. The head of education could understand the feelings of the provincial military: pity, regret, helplessness, and so on. He wanted such a good student to stay in the school to train the next batch of students. Unfortunately, she could not stay. If he couldn't stay, it would be a pity. The young eagle was destined to spread its wings and fly high. No one could stop it from yearning for the freedom of the sky. Although Yi Qian's results were not bad, her position was clearly a combat personnel. She did not choose the path of scientific research. Instead, she chose the combat that she liked and was strong in. This was also very good. Talents, no matter what kind of talents they were, the country needed them. Chapter 3584. The headmaster personally signed the names of the 4 students and sent it to the military. After signing his name on the document, the headmaster looked at Yi Qian's results, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Student Yi Qian was truly a special existence. Talent. He was truly talented. Yi Qian found out that she and 3 other students would be participating in the military academy competition from 38 countries on the second day. This time, the military will select 4 students from each of the Lu Academy, the Naval Academy, the Air Force Academy, and our school. A total of 16 people will represent our country in the International Military Academy competition. We only have 1 month to prepare. The 16 of you won't even have time to meet and communicate. You will only have 1 person to go to Monfei and 1 person to Monfei to adjust to the 2-day time difference. The headmaster personally told the 4 students what they needed to do a month later and why he had pulled them out for target practice 2 days ago. It was all for the competition against the military academies of 38 countries. But why did they invite our country so late? Were the other countries like this? The 4 of them looked serious. Time was so tight. Had Monfei not considered it, several countries in Asia received the invitation 3 months earlier than us. That is to say, they had 3 months to prepare before us. As for us, because the organizers leaked the invitation, the military only received it a few days ago. Therefore, our time is very tight, but the military has confidence in you. Being tight on time does not mean that we cannot win. With the headmaster's explanation, although he did not say anything else, Yi Qian and the other 3 were all intelligent people. How could they not understand what he meant by leaking the invitation? How could such an important invitation be left out? They were just doing it on purpose, trying to intimidate our country. Or perhaps it could be said that they did not want our country to win. No matter what their intentions were, their actions were despicable. Competition, we have to go. We can't reject the invitation just because the other party leaked it and the invitation was late by 3 months. Although there are many reasons to reject, the leaders did not think of rejecting. If they come, we will fight, and you will represent our country in battle. Let the world see the glory of our military academy students. No country can stop China's progress, and no country has the right to deny China's existence. China must have a place in the world. Despicable means and shameless behavior will only make China continue to move forward and never fall behind other countries. If they didn't have time to meet, they would communicate online. There was always a way to get familiar with each other and understand each other. There were a total of 16 people from the 4 schools. Yi Qian knew 3 of them. They were Zhang Minghong, a third-year senior from his own school, Jiang Yang from the Air Force Academy, and Li Xiang from the Naval Academy. Since the 4 of them already knew each other, they quickly communicated online and brought their own students to interact with each other. Lu Zhi's side did not feel unfamiliar with him either. Everyone had the same status and the same goal, so there was no barrier in communicating. In order to let the other party have a deeper understanding of them, everyone took videos of their training and uploaded them to the military network. Then they set up a local network and set it so that only the 16 of them had the right to watch it. Just like that, they had a preliminary understanding of each other through the videos. Yi Qian was communicating with the 15 students, waiting to see if there was any news from the person she was worried about. However, even after the snow had melted and she was about to leave the country, there was still no news from Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 3585. It was normal for there to be no news about Xia Jinyuan when he went abroad on a mission. But this time, because she knew that the place he was going to was extremely dangerous, Yi Qian found it difficult to wait for his return like before. There were still 2 days before they left the country. Yi Qian bid farewell to his 3 seniors and sent their leaders and instructors on the plane to the capital. Today, they would meet up with the students from the other 3 schools. Tomorrow, they would have a good rest and get to know each other better. The day after tomorrow, they would take a flight to Monfei on the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. There was no direct flight to Monfei. They needed to transfer. It would take a total of 48 hours to reach this country, which was supported by another powerful Western country. From Asia to Europe, they would have to fly across the Pacific Ocean, then fly through vast forests before arriving at Monfei. When they arrived at the airport in the capital, the 4 students from the National University of Science and Technology first met up with the students from Lu Zhi's team. Lu Zhi's team arrived an hour earlier than Yi Qian's team. The 4 of them sat at the airport and waited for the students from the National University of Science and Technology to arrive. They agreed on a place to meet up in advance. After getting off the plane, Yi Qian's team of 4 went straight to their destination. There were too many Yi Qian at the airport in the capital. She was the one who had chosen the destination, so she led the way. Soon, Yi Qian saw 4 upright figures standing under a beam in the hall. The students from Lu Zhi's team also saw Yi Qian's team. They were not mistaken. They knew at a glance that these were the students from the National University of Science and Technology they were waiting for. She's here, she's here. Yi Qian is walking at the front. She's so tall. She must be considered tall among the southern girls. 68 meters tall. She's tall even in the north. She's much fairer than in the video. I really couldn't tell that she's such a badass. She's here, she's here. Stop talking. The student leading the team reminded them. Then, he walked over with his luggage. Seeing Yi Qian getting closer and closer to them, the student leading the team whispered that we can just hug the male students. Yi Qian, just shake hands. Don't hug. Men and women are different. There was no distinction between men and women on the training ground, but at this time, it was still necessary to differentiate. At this moment, Yi Qian, who was walking in front, naturally walked to the back. The male students were supposed to give each other a hug when they met. If she walked in front, she was afraid that she would affect the hugs between the male students. When Lu Ji's students saw Yi Qian suddenly walk to the back, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhang Minghong, who was walking at the front, was the first to speak. Soon, the two leading students hugged each other. It's only an hour. It's worth waiting for a while. Lu Ji's student replied with a smile. Although they got to know each other through the military network in the computer room every night, this was the first time they had met, so there was still a sense of unfamiliarity. However, this sense of unfamiliarity disappeared with a simple hug. The only thing that stunned the four students was Yi Qian. When Yi Qian, who was at the back, showed his face, Lu Ji's students, who had gotten to know each other with just a hug, instantly felt a little embarrassed. In the video, Yi Qian's face was covered in thick paint like everyone else's every time he appeared on screen. It was hard to tell what he looked like, but from his facial features, he looked about the same. But when they saw the real person, how could he look about the same? He was so beautiful that it made people's hearts flutter. If they looked at him longer, they were afraid that he would be misunderstood as a lecher. The male students could still hug each other, but when it came to shaking hands with Yi Qian, the four male students from Lu Ji did not dare to hug him. When they shook hands, they even secretly wiped their hands on their pants before shaking hands with Yi Qian. All of them were a little embarrassed. Chapter 3586. At this time, Lu Ji Academy was still a national full-time university, but from 2003 onwards, it would no longer accept local high school students. It would only be responsible for the training of officers of company rank and above. In other words, the current students of Lu Ji Academy would become the last batch of local high school students to be accepted by Lu Ji Academy. Yi Qian, who did not care about military affairs in his previous life, naturally did not know about this. Seeing the little movements of the Lu Ji Academy students before they shook hands, he could not help but smile. When the Lu Ji Academy students saw this, they knew that their little movements had been discovered by Yi Qian. For some reason, they also felt that it was funny. Thus, the group of 8 began to quietly laugh. With a laugh, the feeling of unfamiliarity disappeared without a trace. The 8 students from the Air Force Academy and the Naval Academy arrived in the morning. At this time, they were already waiting at the military guest house. There was a young lieutenant colonel with 2 bars and 2 stars on his shoulder. He was wearing a naval uniform and was talking to the other students while occasionally looking in the direction of the military recruitment office. Sometimes he would even raise his wrist to look at his watch. From his actions, it was clear that the young lieutenant colonel was waiting for someone. The students from the Naval Academy were not just afraid of Instructor Li, who had been parachuted in. Even if his expressionless eyes swept over them, their calves would still tremble. At this time, seeing him occasionally looking outside, they thought that they had delayed Instructor Li's official business. Li Xiang gathered his courage and said, "Instructor Li, if you have something to do, you can go ahead. The 4 of us can wait here. You don't need to accompany us." He even spoke with respect and honorifics. It couldn't be helped. The academy had spent a lot of effort to invite this instructor to come over and train them for 21 days. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these 21 days could be described as hell. Even so, they were still convinced by Instructor Lee's abilities. He knew everything from practice to theory. He was proficient in all 18 types of martial arts. Difficult data was in his hands, and when it passed through his mind, it was as smooth as musical notes. It was not difficult at all. It was simply the difficult in the hearts of all the male students. Learning by his side for 21 days was like learning for a year and a half. They had improved so much that even the school leaders wanted to keep Instructor Lee. Later, they heard that the head of the school was fiercely criticized by the head of the Navy Commander-in-Chief, who was above Instructor Lee. He said that a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It was impossible to get Instructor Lee to come over. He had already borrowed it for 21 days on account of the fact that they were wearing the same military uniform. There was no way he was going to ask for more. Li Jinyan wasn't in the mood to talk to the students around him. He nodded and said, "You guys have a good chat with the students of the Air Force Academy." "Yes." 4 voices rang out in unison. They were sonorous, forceful, and full of vigor. They had some resemblance to the water ghosts of the Storm Commandos. Li Jinyan glanced at the 4 students with a cold and sharp gaze. He nodded slightly and strode away. Calculating the time, his sister should be arriving at the guest house soon. Rather than waiting inside, he wanted to go out and pick up his sister, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. At this time, Li Jinyan still didn't know what had happened in the Li family. He also didn't know that what had happened in the Li family had a lot to do with his sister, Yi Qian. When he walked out, he saw Yi Qian getting out of the car with her luggage. His cold and handsome face suddenly had a faint smile. Chapter 3587. Yi Qian did not see Li Jinyan immediately as she stepped off the car. She only felt a gentle gaze on her face, so she subconsciously raised her head to look. Then, the students behind her saw Yi Qian suddenly run towards a young soldier who was striding over. There was no need to look at Yi Qian's expression at that moment. Just looking at her back, they could feel her heartfelt joy. "Boyfriend." One of the students who got off the car whispered, "He's really tall. I think he's at least 9 meters tall." "What nonsense are you talking about? How could he be her boyfriend?" Another student shook his head and whispered, "Dating is forbidden. How could he be her boyfriend?" "That's true. It's just that, seeing her so happy, they couldn't help but think in that direction." Whether Yi Qian had a boyfriend or not, her seniors from the National University of Science and Technology did not know either. But at this time, they would definitely unanimously deny that their junior sister, Yi Qian, had a boyfriend. What kind of joke was this? They were going to participate in a competition. If a boyfriend suddenly appeared and was seen by the leaders, they would definitely be punished and scolded. Soon, the students who got off the car heard Yi Qian's pleasantly surprised voice. "Brother, why are you here? When did you come back?" "Brother." The 3 seniors from the National University of Science and Technology were instantly relieved. So it was Yi Qian's brother. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Li Jinyan carefully sized up Yi Qian. Then he calmly said, "You've lost weight. You've lost a lot of weight. There's not much meat on your chin." The way they interacted with each other was filled with benevolence. Yi Qian's eyes, which were as bright as stars, curved into crescents as she smiled. "I didn't lose weight or lose weight. It's just an illusion. Maybe my facial features have completely matured, and I'll look like this in the future." "Brother, you haven't answered my question. Why are you here? If you've lost weight, then so be it. Why are you still looking for excuses?" Under the sunlight, the handsome young lieutenant colonel looked at his sister with doting eyes. His eyes were as cold as ice, like spring water sparkling under the sunlight. He raised his hand and gently rubbed Yi Qian's hair with his slender fingers. His thin lips curved into an extremely sexy smile. I came specially to see you. Can't I? He must have come specially. But the point was, how did he know she would come here? Yi Qian smiled. Sure, of course. If you didn't show up, I wouldn't even know what you looked like. Because of Li Jinyan's military rank, the 7 of them had to stand and salute him even though they weren't from the same military branch. Li Jinyan returned the salute and said to them, I'm the chief instructor in charge of your overseas competition. You can call me Instructor Li Jinyan. The students from the Naval Academy and the Air Force Academy are waiting for you inside. You can go in first. His voice was cold and sharp, especially when he looked at them. There was a sense of transparency that made them feel like they had nowhere to hide. The 7 of them couldn't help but tense up. So it was their chief instructor and the one who was going overseas with them. Yes, Instructor Li. They stood at attention and saluted again. Yi Qian waited for them to salute before opening his mouth again. Senior brothers, this is my brother. He looks a little cold, but he's actually very easy to get along with. Don't be scared by his cold expression. The 7 senior brothers smiled back. Chapter 3588. They didn't think that Instructor Li was easy to get along with. Just his gaze alone was enough to make them tremble. His aura was so strong that even if he just stood there and didn't speak, they would still be afraid. As his sister, she would definitely say good things about her brother. Even the tone of his voice and the cold look in his eyes revealed that this chief instructor was very, 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 very serious. He had to treat his sister like a spring breeze. Li Jinyan had already taken the luggage from Yi Qian's hands. He didn't even wait for Lu Ji and the other students to go in. His tone and expression had already changed to a gentle mode. I haven't talked to you in a long time. Let's go to my room first. I'll call home later. I haven't contacted my grandfather yet. Li Jinyan, who didn't go home for the New Year, had just finished a cruise mission. He was supposed to have a month's vacation after returning. However, the Naval Academy called the headquarters and learned that Yi Qian was going to participate in the competition. Li Jinyan agreed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the time to go to the Naval Academy for a month. The 2 siblings hadn't seen each other for a long time. When they met, they would definitely have a lot to talk about. Yi Qian thought for a moment and said, I'll go and greet the students from the other 2 academies first. I'll come and find you after I let them know. Go and tell them now. We have a small meeting tonight. It won't be too late to talk to them then. When Li Jinyan thought about what happened a month ago, a sharp, dark glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yi Qian could already tell that something was wrong. He calmed down a little and knew why. It must be because of Li Chuhai. At that time, she knew that Li Chuhai was the mastermind behind the scenes. She begged Commander-in-Chief Xia to help her hide it from her father Fu and her brother Li Jinyan. She was afraid that her closest relatives would be hurt. And now, Yi Qian looked up at his older brother, whose jaw was tense. He said softly, Brother, it's all in the past. Really, it's all in the past. Over? No, it's not over yet. From his understanding of the old man in charge of the Li family, although he was calm now, the calmer he was, the more it meant that this matter was not over yet. Let's talk in my room. Li Jinyan saw the worry in Yi Qian's eyes. He relaxed his tense jaw and smiled gently. It's not about the past, but about the future. The past is in the past, but we still have to talk about the future. In the future? What would happen in the future? Yi Qian blinked. Obviously, she didn't know about old Master Li's methods. It was not convenient for Li Jinyan to say much outside. Seeing her bright eyes blinking, he couldn't help but want to protect her. Li Jinyan, who had grown up alone, felt his heart soften. This was his only sister, and he would do his best to protect her. He would never allow anyone to hurt her, not even the Li family. His slender fingers gently pinched Yi Qian's nose. Li Jinyan said with a smile in his eyes, "Let's go and say hello to the other students." Even though the students of the Naval Academy had only known Li Jinyan for a short 20 days, they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. They saw him holding the luggage of a student walking against the light. The student was petite, and it was obvious that she was the other female student in their team, Yi Qian. Chapter 3589. There were a total of 16 people participating in this competition, 14 male students and 2 female students. One female student from the Air Force Academy was Tianqin, and the other female student from the National University of Science and Technology was Yi Qian. When the students from the Naval Academy saw Li Jinyan walking towards them, their relaxed nerves immediately tensed up. They even stood up straight. It was not just them. The students from the other 3 academies were the same. The young lieutenant colonel's aura was too strong. His aura was intimidating as he walked over. It was as if there was an invisible barrier around him. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths and stop talking. "You guys chat. Don't worry about me." How could Li Jinyan not feel the change in the students because of his arrival? The water ghosts of the storm commandos were like this when they saw him walk over, let alone them. Faced with the nervous anticipation of the students, Li Jinyan did not intend to improve their impression of him. When Yi Qian saw this, he could not help but give him a push. "Bro, go up quickly. All of us feel uncomfortable standing here." The eyes of the Naval Academy students lit up when they heard the sudden news. "Bro." Their instructor, Li, was Yi Qian's brother. Then he must be their cousin. They did not know why. But when Yi Qian gave him such a light push, the students saw a hint of helplessness flash across the stern instructor Li's face. For a moment, they felt like they were not so afraid anymore. But very quickly, the gazes of the Naval and Air Force students were drawn to Yi Qian. They were all young lads in their 20s, and the military academy had always been a place where males flourished. Tianqin, with her delicate features and steady voice, had already made the eyes of the male students of the Naval Academy light up. They felt that she was a great beauty. Now that they saw Yi Qian, the young lads realized that Li Xiang's words were really not exaggerated at all. There was really not a single word of exaggeration. They even felt that Li Xiang should have described her more. Li Xiang nudged his comrades with his shoulder. These 3, did they not see that Instructor Li's face was a little dark? He hadn't gone far yet, but it wasn't too late to wait until Instructor Li had left. Jiang Yang and Tianqin from the Air Force Academy were the first to speak to Yi Qian. Then, the other 2 students from the Air Force Academy shook hands with Yi Qian and introduced themselves again. When they were filming the video, everyone had intentionally painted their faces with oil paint. With Yi Qian's ability to recognize faces, she could still differentiate between A, B, C, and D. Thus, when she shook hands with them, she was able to match their names. The other students had to introduce themselves before she could match their names. Upstairs, Li Jinyan heard Yi Qian and the other students chatting warmly, and the corners of his lips curled up again. Yi Qian didn't let Li Jinyan wait for too long. After chatting with the students for about 15 minutes, he went upstairs and knocked on the door. The rooms in the guest house were relatively simple, but they had all the necessary facilities. The room was also very warm, so there was no need to wear a military coat. They could just wear casual clothes. Li Jinyan made Yi Qian a cup of tea first. The 2 siblings each sat on a 1-person armchair made of cloth wood, separated by a round wooden coffee table. After taking a sip of tea, Li Jinyan took the lead to speak in a low voice. He spoke very slowly, with a heavy, rusty tone. When Yi Qian heard him, her heart couldn't help but tighten. The Li family, all the descendants of the Li family combined, are no match for the elder in the Li family, which is my grandfather. You don't know what kind of family the Li family is, but Xia Jinyuan knows very well. Chapter 3590. Yi Qian did not know much about the Li family's affairs. Old Master Fu and Father Fu did not like to talk about their family's private affairs, but because of Li Jinyan, they would more or less tell Yi Qian a little. However, it was all related to Li Jinyan. Li Jinyan was not as clear as Old Master Li Jinyan. My grandfather took over the Li family through dishonorable means. Later on, by chance, he was able to adapt to the situation and understand the big picture, so he survived that turbulent era peacefully. In the end, he even became a big shot with some real power in his hands. As for my uncle Li Chuhai, although he was born without my biological grandmother's knowledge, he was my grandfather's most beloved son. He wanted to support him so that he could take over his position. Unfortunately, my uncle was too ambitious. The more things he took, the more he could not be satisfied. Later on, he made a mistake and went abroad to avoid trouble. My grandfather then retired from his position. Now, my grandfather's most beloved son is gone. How did he die? Why did he die? What was the reason for his death? Based on my understanding of my grandfather, he will definitely find out the truth. No matter what method he uses, he will find out the truth. Although he has been gone for a long time, the people from before are still around. Some of them are even doing a good job. If he insists on investigating, these people will not dare to disobey. So, sister, don't treat Li Chuhai's death as the real end. This matter is not really over. It is only the end of Ant's case. This was the end of one matter and the beginning of another. After Li Jinyan finished speaking, Yi Qian nodded slightly under his heavy gaze. I understand, but on my side, brother, you don't have to worry. If old man Li can find out about our team, then there is really nothing that he can't find out. He might be able to find out why Li Chuhai was arrested, but it's impossible for him to find out who shot Li Chujin. He definitely won't be able to find out. Li Jinyan naturally believed this, but as he lowered his head, a cold glint flashed across his eyes, and Li Jinyan pursed his lips. He will vent his anger on my father. Just like back then, because my father didn't help Li Chuhai, he still has a lot of prejudice against my father. It can be said that he doesn't like his eldest son at all. The more he can't find out who shot Li Chuhai, the more he will vent his anger on you. As long as he finds out why Li Chuhai was arrested, he will vent his anger on you. Yi Qian sneered. If he wants to vent his anger, then that's good. Isn't there a saying that goes, old men who don't die are thieves? Since he wants to be the thief, I'm not afraid of him playing any dirty tricks. I heard from Grandpa and Dad that he doesn't treat you very well. If that's the case, then if he really makes a move and we have something on him, he won't have many good days ahead of him. At this moment, Yi Qian actually hoped that old man Li, who was quite restless and said that old men who don't die are thieves, would make a move. Li Jinyan wanted Yi Qian to be more vigilant and not think that the matter with Li Chuhai was over. He didn't want Yi Qian to be afraid. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Yes, so you don't have to worry about me. I don't have much fate with the Li family." Since he didn't have much fate with the Li family, he didn't have much kinship with them. Kinship was thin to begin with. Now that he knew what Li Chuhai did to his uncle and aunt back then, it could be said that Li Jinyan had cut off the last bit of kinship with the Li family. The siblings didn't talk about this topic for too long. When Yi Qian saw that Li Jinyan's expression became much colder when he talked about the Li family, he wanted to end the topic as soon as possible. As for Li Jinyan, he didn't want to make Yi Qian sad because of the past, so he didn't say much either. They tacitly changed the topic. Chapter 35:91. The two siblings tacitly changed the topic and called the old man at home. They didn't say where they were going, only that they had a meeting together by accident. The old man on the other end of the phone beamed with joy and said, "It's a good time for you two siblings to meet, get together, and get to know each other." The people that the old man was most worried about were Yi Qian and Li Jinyan. Now that he saw the two siblings getting along well with each other and that they were as close as real siblings, the old man was naturally very happy. They chatted about their daily lives with the old man and did not say much in case the old man was worried. The old man was also very satisfied. Although their family was small in number, it was already very good that the family was harmonious and united. One could not ask for too much, and one could not be too greedy. He was already very satisfied with this. The two generations of the Li family were chatting happily. Xia Jinyuan and his comrades who had gone abroad with him had gone to some unknown place with the people in the underground market. Later, T6, K7, and 4 other comrades who had come to pick them up were looking for their whereabouts through the National Security Agency. At this time, T6 was driving a pickup truck that was so old that it could go on strike at any time. K7 was sitting in the passenger seat, and the wheels of the truck rolled up milky white dust on the road. There were boxes of canned cola and beer in the back of the pickup truck. T6 and K7 were not Special Forces soldiers, but delivery men. The delivery place was none other than a bar. During the day, the bar was not as noisy as it was at night. The door of the bar was tightly closed, and there was not even a waiter. T6 got out of the car with a cigarette lit between his right fingers. His thumb was tapping on a black straight phone that was badly scratched. He spoke fluent English to the person on the other end of the line. K7, who was sitting in the passenger seat and did not get out of the car, had a cold look in his eyes. He looked ahead like a proud goshawk in the sky, and his sharp eyes were watching the gradually increasing number of pedestrians on the road. This was the red light district, a place where countless crimes were born. Even the local police would not easily enter this place, nor would they easily interfere with the management of this place. Next to the red light district was the place where the lowest level of the city lived. The people who lived here were very poor, and all of them had to rely on charity to survive. However, there were all kinds of shady businesses here. There was a freshly crushed syringe under the wheel of the pickup truck. After waiting for a while, a foreign man with messy hair and a high nose walked over in his shoes. When he saw the people standing next to the pickup truck, he raised his voice and said, "Yo, you guys are early. Looks like you guys had a good sleep last night. How was it? Did I introduce you girls to you?" The K7 in the car turned his head slightly to look at the person. He saw the K7 in a denim uniform slowly getting out of the car. His movements were not as nimble as a Special Forces soldier. His slow movements made him look like a lazy guy. When T6 saw who it was, he greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Big Boss. You look like you had a very intense battle last night." "Ha ha ha, of course. All the girls here know that I'm very strong." "Ha ha ha." The brown-haired man with a high nose blinked and puffed out his crotch. He looked very pleased with himself. T6 had known him for less than a month, but he had already become friends with him. Chapter 35:92. After saying that, the man patted T6 on the shoulder again and pointed at K7, who had started moving boxes of alcohol into his shop. "You're such a bad buddy. If he's tainted by something he shouldn't be tainted by, you should think of a way to get rid of him instead of bringing him everywhere you go You have to know that he'll really implicate you. He'll cause you to be targeted by the police outside. They'll catch him and make you pay a lot of money to bail him out. Buddy, you really shouldn't use your kindness here. Ha ha, you should throw your kindness out and feed it to the dogs. Because he'll implicate you sooner or later. The brown-haired foreign man tried to persuade him seriously. However, in his eyes, T6 and K7 were the foreigners, while he was the owner of the bar. T6 blew out smoke rings with a nonchalant look in his eyes. He shrugged nonchalantly. He's my brother, and I can't abandon my brother so easily. All right, big boss, you can go back and continue hugging your big beauty to sleep. As for the chick you introduced to us last night, I can only say that she's your type. What the F asterisk CK? You guys don't even like women with breasts so big they can suffocate men. Unbelievable. The man took off the key hanging around his neck and handed it to T6. Here, give it to my partner directly after you're done moving. Bye-bye, and good luck, poor guy. When the man left, he even took away the half-smoked cigarette between the T6 combatant's fingers. He put it in his mouth and took a deep puff. He blew out smoke rings and hummed an unknown tune as he sauntered away. Brother? Poor guy. Sooner or later, he would be harmed by those who needed syringes every day. The vampires on this street loved to find those who needed syringes the most. And those police officers, they loved to bully these people who were obviously not from their country. T6 tossed the key in his hand into the air, whistled, and put it into his pale blue denim overalls. Meanwhile, K7 had already moved several boxes of canned beer and piled them at the entrance of the shop. He could not help but take another look at K7, who was still so quiet even when he was overseas that people thought he was mute. K7, his excessively pale skin, really made him look like a guy who could not live without syringes. It was no wonder he could not find a girlfriend. Unlike him. Ha ha, he already has a girlfriend. It was a pity that he couldn't share such good news with his comrades for the time being. His chest hurt from holding it in. The two of them worked together to move the boxes of beer and cola from the car into the bar. When they were almost done, someone took a box of beer from the car and walked into the dimly lit bar. Do you need any help, guys? A familiar voice in pure Mandarin rang out, causing T6 and K7, who were squatting behind the bar counter, to stand up at the same time. Lin Feng, who was carrying a box of beer, went to the back of the bar counter. He raised his hands and placed them directly on the bar counter. He smiled and said, "Let's go to a place after we're done." Even after running all the way here, he could still see Lin Feng. The T6 combatants were all shocked. The people from the National Security Agency all have clones, right? Also, are they very rich? He came to this country from that country and was even a bar partner. Lin Feng himself did not expect to receive another mission from a brother who had worked with him in Mogadishu. The three of them worked together to carry the beer and coke and got in the car together. This time, it was Lin Feng's turn to drive. T6 asked, "Where are we going?" "Someone's already waiting over there. He has the information you want to know." Lin Feng quickly turned the steering wheel and reversed the car. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the red light district. Chapter 3593. The car drove out of the red light district and went around 2 more streets. Soon, they got onto the main road of the city. They were driving at a very fast speed. It was clear that Lin Feng was also a little anxious. An hour later, the car drove into an abandoned manor. They passed through a rugged road with nameless vines growing on both sides and stopped at a wooden house with mottled paint. Lin Feng turned off the engine and turned to T6. "Get out of the car. He should be here by now." T6, who was about to open the door and get out of the car, said to K7, "Stay here. I'll go over with Mountain Eagle." K7 nodded and opened the car door with a cold expression. He stood at the front of the car. Lin Feng had already opened the door and got out of the car. He quickly walked forward. Soon, T6 saw a man holding a walking stick with one hand. He was not tall, was thin, and gave off a gloomy aura that made people feel uncomfortable. It's him. Let's go quickly. It's too difficult to find this guy. He's afraid Li Chuhai's men will find him. Lin Feng's strides became even bigger. He was already right in front of the man, but he was still afraid that the man would suddenly leave. K7 did not have to wait too long before he saw T6 and Lin Feng walking over in a hurry. When they saw the car, they did not even have to walk anymore and just ran away. When K7, who was guarding the surroundings, saw this, he immediately jumped into the car and started the engine. T6 and Lin Feng's expressions turned cold. After jumping into the car, Lin Feng said, "Head north. Your captain has gone north." "Fuck, there's a fight going on in the north right now. You'd better hurry over." This was Melbourne, a country where guns and drugs were rampant. Li Chuhai's base was here, and he had become a local tyrant. He controlled all of Melbourne's underground markets, so no one would be surprised if an Asian appeared in this city. The north that Lin Feng was talking about was the place where the gangs of Melbourne fought each other. Every month, there would be a few fights, and as long as the gangs did not cause too much of a commotion, the police and army of Melbourne would not come out to manage it. That was because the north was a place where the poor lived, so they did not care about it at all. But this time, the commotion in the north of Melbourne was a little too big. An explosion occurred in a hotel next to the market. The sound of an explosion suddenly rang out, and half of the entire hotel was blown up. Then, countless bullets swept across the street. Suddenly, the customers in the market and the vendors guarding their stalls were all like headless flies, running around randomly. The sound of explosions, screams, and gunshots mixed together, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Xia Jinyuan, V8, and a few others who had just arrived in the north happened to encounter this incident. Bullets whizzed past their ears, and the streets were filled with countless civilians who were moaning in pain or had already fallen silent. Fuck, they're clearing the area. Melbourne's territory. Melbourne was a very delicate country. The army was afraid of the gangs, and the gangs were afraid of the army. The two had always maintained this delicate relationship and did not let any civil strife or war break out in their own country. After all, the mafia were not terrorists. They had never thought of dividing their country. They only wanted to seek more benefits for themselves. Xia Jinyuan pulled V8 aside and said in a low voice with a cold gaze, "The military has no choice but to step in this time. This matter has gotten out of hand. Soon, this matter will be reported internationally. Once it's reported, the people here will evacuate, and I'm afraid all our previous investigations will be in vain." Chapter 3594. Internationally, although Melbourne was a country with a high crime rate, there had never been a terrorist attack like this. Unlike a certain Western country, no matter how strong the country was, there would be a few gun attacks from time to time because of the proliferation of guns. However, it was rare for civilians to be killed by guns in Melbourne. This time, it happened. What was happening in front of them was the last thing Xia Jinyuan and the others wanted to see. It was related to the lives of others and their investigation during this period. "Cobra hasn't shown up yet. Tell our brothers to stay calm. This place." Xia Jinyuan looked at the foreign citizen lying in a pool of blood and heard the sirens from afar. He lowered his eyes slightly and said softly, "This is not something we can handle." This was not something they could handle. If they were not on a mission, they could step forward bravely. However, they were on a mission now. How could they step forward so easily? Also, Xia Jinyuan looked at an 8-story building opposite the market. His gaze was slightly solemn. Cobra was now in that building. It was impossible for him not to know about such a big incident in the market. He might even be observing. If he and his comrades went out, they might be seen. In order to capture Cobra, the European man who was inextricably linked to Li Chuhai, it had been a whole year since the Department of Defense started the investigation until they took over the assassination. The army gave him 3 months, and he had to solve Cobra within 3 months. Now, they had all sneaked into the underground dark market that Cobra and Li Chuhai had partnered together and came here together with Cobra's people. At this time, they did not know who had suddenly opened fire at the market. If they suddenly made a move, it would be too sudden. This was because they had been warned before they came to the northern region that they must remember that no one was to act rashly without Cobra's orders. Once they made a move, their own safety would be a problem, let alone coming into contact with Cobra. This was the biggest reason why Xia Jinyuan could not help. V8's jaw tightened. He looked away and stopped watching. His voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. But Cobra is very cunning. Once there is chaos here, Cobra will hide again immediately and will not show up in a short period of time. That's why we can't show ourselves. We have to stay in the underground market. Xia Jinyuan gently patted his comrade on the shoulder. They were all soldiers, and in the face of the tragedy in front of them, even if they were citizens of another country, they could not remain indifferent. However, the only way to get close to Cobra and deal with him was through the underground market. If the people in the underground market found out that they disobeyed Cobra's orders, all the efforts of the Department of Defense would be in vain. But they had to get rid of Cobra because this guy was the mastermind behind the kidnapping of the 4 scientists from our country. If they didn't rescue the 4 scientists in time, including Father Fu, in the end, everyone would fall into Cobra's hands. As for who else was behind Cobra, it wasn't just one person, it was an entire country. Spies were never backed by an individual, but by a country. Otherwise, who would they give the stolen secrets of other countries to? Naturally, it was the country that they worked for. Cobra was such a person. With the in-depth investigation by the National Defense, Cobra had a special line of spies in our country. The Snowfield Brigade's special forces were dispatched to deal with Cobra and destroy this special line of spies in our country. Chapter 3595. Cobra was too cunning. Even someone as cunning as Li Chuhai had to lower his head in front of Cobra. Because of this cunning, the National Defense Department immediately asked for the military's assistance after finding this person. In the end, they sent the Snowfield Brigade, their trump card, to take action. Solving Cobra was Xia Jinyuan's primary goal, and the sudden attack could only be handled by the local Melabon police. The sirens were approaching. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the small building where Cobra was staying. He gestured to V8, and the two quickly retreated. Now that they were certain that Cobra was here, it was time for them to take action. In the undamaged 8-story building opposite the market, someone put away his binoculars. His eyes were cold, and his brows were tightly knitted. It seemed that his mood was affected by the attack at the market. This was a European man in his early 40s. He was extremely tall, and his light brown hair was naturally slightly curled. It was relatively long, reaching his shoulders. From the back, he looked like a depressed painter. His temperament was somewhat gloomy. There was a light knock on the door. It was not loud, and it seemed that he was afraid of disturbing the person inside. He only dared to knock 3 times, and after that there was no sound. It was not until there was a sound from inside that the door opened. 2 tall men wearing silver-gray trousers and white shirts walked in. Then a local man walked in. The 2 men who came in first stood respectfully in the middle of the room waiting for the man standing by the window to turn around. When the man who came in with them saw this, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. However, he did not let his displeasure be seen, and it quickly disappeared from his eyes. He greeted the man standing in front of the window in Spanish. Melbourne was close to the equator and had a tropical oceanic atmosphere. Their official language was Spanish. The man who casually placed the binoculars by the window sill turned around. He glanced at the local Melbourne man, who greeted him. He did not immediately say anything. Instead, he walked elegantly to the sofa and said in Spanish, "Was the shooting just now planned by Angus?" With that said, the tall man bent down and picked up the glass of red wine on the glass coffee table. He gently swirled the glass before taking a sip. The local man smiled and said, "Yes, there are often conflicts between gangs and drug dealers here. This kind of thing is actually very normal. It's just that today's movement is a little big, but it's not Angus's plan." Hearing this, the European man sipping his red wine glanced at his two subordinates. They nodded slightly, indicating that this was indeed the case. The man shook the crystal cup in his hand and smiled casually. "It seems that someone is very dissatisfied with me coming to the north, right? Go and tell Angus that I hope he can give me a good answer before dawn tomorrow. If I don't hear from him tomorrow, then I'm sorry. I don't think he and I can be best partners. Also, tell him that I prefer to settle things in the dark. I prefer to kill people who don't listen to me directly, just like what my partner Lee said. If you don't want the grass to grow from the ground again, the best way is to pull out their roots." I think my partner Lee's words are very, very reasonable. I sincerely hope that my future partner Angus will listen to my advice. Chapter 3596. After that, the man ordered his subordinates to send the guest off. This time, he spoke in English, his mother tongue. After the Spanish-speaking local left, the European man walked towards the sunlight with a crystal cup in his hand. There was a canvas outside the sunlight. On the canvas, the colors of the sky were drawn using purple, brown, and dark red. Putting the crystal cup aside, the man picked up a brush and began to draw the current scene of the market. When he was drawing, his expression seemed to be particularly focused, mixing colors, coloring, sketching. Soon, the silhouette of the market was formed under the dark sky. When he added more brushes, there were figures lying on the streets. Below the figures, he had deliberately used dark red paint to outline them. That was blood flowing. When he drew the blood, the corner of the artist's mouth curled into a cruel smile. A large area of blood appeared under his brush and was directly presented on the canvas. The sound of sirens downstairs did not drown out the cries of the bereaved. The sun was high up in the sky, but the market was filled with blood and sorrow. Some people held their injured loved ones and screamed for help. Some saw that the ambulances could not enter the market, so they simply carried their loved ones who were still breathing and ran. Those who lost their loved ones hugged their cold-blooded loved ones and cried until they almost fainted. However, this did not affect the European man who was drawing. When he drew the blood, his eyes were filled with obvious excitement. The cries of grief did not disturb him, but instead gave him inspiration. He was Cobra, a guy who liked to draw. The colors he drew were always dark cold and filled with blood and gray. G3 slowly curled up. Then, a photo was sent to Comrade X's computer. This time there's a front view. Quick, combine it. X received the photo and immediately said to his partner, "Why, excitedly, my intuition tells me that it's this guy. G3 is amazing. He got a front view. I'm not afraid we can't get rid of Cobra this time." Y calmly looked at the photo sent over and immediately got to work. In order to eliminate Cobra, a total of 8 people came out. Captain Q King, V8, Sparrowhawk, and Long Eagle took turns to keep an eye on Cobra's entourage, while he and Project X guarded the computer. As long as G3 and Z7 took a frontal photo of Cobra, they would immediately combine it to see if it matched the blurry photo taken by the National Defense Department. Following wise manipulation, the data matching Cobra's front clear photo and a blurry photo began to elongate. Weiss smiled faintly. Let's ask our captain to see if we can take action tonight. I have a feeling that tonight is a good time. After tonight, that might not be the case. After following Cobra for so long, they had only managed to find her first real foothold. The cunning enemy had finally shown her face. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they didn't know when they would have to wait. Xia Jinyuan thought the same. Cobra's whereabouts were very secretive. Even if he appeared in the underground market, he would not really show up for a long time. No one knew when he came and when he left. This time, if he did not come to the north to discuss cooperation with a local gang in Melbourne, and the north was very chaotic, Cobra needed to bring more people over. That was why the Snowfield Brigade had the opportunity. All the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade had gathered. Xia Jinyuan began to formulate the elimination plan. The time was set to take action tonight, and did not intend to delay it until the next day. Chapter 3597. This time, no matter how meticulous the Snowfield Brigade's plan was, it was still extremely dangerous. Cobra's influence in Melbourne was too great, so much so that the local gangs did not dare to provoke him. However, Cobra's whereabouts were too difficult to track. The National Defense took almost 11 months to find out about Cobra's existence, and the Snowfield Brigade took another 50 days to find out about Cobra's true identity. If they did not seize this opportunity, no one knew when the next one would be. Therefore, even if it was extremely dangerous, they had to act. They worked from 11 o'clock in the morning until 1 o'clock in the afternoon to formulate a complete plan. While they were formulating the plan, the scout, Sparrowhawk, kept an eye on the 8-story building to prevent Cobra from suddenly leaving again. All the escape routes are here at the canal. On the computer was a city map of Melbourne. With a pen in hand, Xia Jinyuan tapped lightly on the map, pointing out all the escape routes in the north. There are a total of 4 routes from here to the canal. These 4 routes can all be used to evacuate. In a moment, we'll disperse and evacuate separately. We'll gather here at the canal and finish off the target within 6 hours. I won't say how much firepower they have. We can't compete with them in terms of firepower. After the assassination, we'll escape immediately. It won't work even if we fire an extra bullet. That'll expose our position. The opponent's weapons are very sophisticated. Our brothers already know our location. There are many gangs and drug dealers, so they'll provide us with cover. Also, there was an attack outside just now. Cobra's side hasn't made any moves until now. This means that he didn't take it to heart, or it could be said that he knew something like this would happen. What I'm worried about now is that once this is reported internationally, Xia Jinyuan said, then suddenly paused. His deep, dark eyes narrowed slightly. He and V8 evacuated about 15 minutes ago. The police and medical personnel rushed over 10 minutes later, but there were no news personnel present. Could it be that this matter was suppressed by the Melbourne government? Why, go to the international network and see if there's anything that happened this morning. With that in mind, Xia Jinyuan immediately asked Y Alliance to post it on the international network. If it was not even on the international network, then the matter would most likely be suppressed by the Melbourne government. Fighting between gangs and drug dealers was a common thing in Melbourne. Sometimes the government even liked to see it. 2 big tumors killing each other. The government did not have to put in much effort to get a ready-made result. How could they not be happy? Wai quickly entered the international network and browsed through all the current international news. There was no mention of the incident at Melbourne's Northern Market, which meant that the matter was really suppressed by the Melbourne government. It would be easy to suppress this matter. The North was originally a place where gangs and drug dealers gathered. Shooting at the civilians in the market did not last long. After a round of bullets, it did not continue. It did not seem deliberate, but more like it was done on purpose for some people to see. The people of Melbourne were used to this kind of thing happening in the North. After all, their country had one of the highest homicide rates in the world. Today's sudden gunfire was very short. It was like throwing a few small stones into the sea. There was only a small splash at the moment of falling, and after that, everything returned to normal. How could it attract their attention? At the end of the day, the country was too chaotic. It was so chaotic that the civilians thought it was normal to hear gunshots. Chapter 3598. If this had happened in China, it would have been heavily guarded. The special police, armed police, and special forces would have all appeared. But now, at least 10 people had died in the market, and there was no news on the international network. Xia Jinyuan smirked and said to his comrades, "It seems like Cobra won't be leaving any time soon, but he might not leave after tonight." Q King, do you think he brought his men all the way to the north? Does he have some shady dealings with the gangs or drug dealers in the north? Otherwise, with his cunning and sharpness, he would have run away immediately after something like this happened. Project X raised his doubts. So he hasn't run away since something happened. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. Are you sure he hasn't left? His comrades' gazes fell on their captain. If this bastard was going to run away, what were they going to do tonight? Wouldn't they be alerting the enemy? The battle plan I just mentioned is all based on the assumption that Cobra hasn't left. Before the operation, I will confirm whether he has left or not. If he hasn't left, we will start the operation immediately. Also, if I don't come back, don't send the news back to China immediately. If there is still no news from me in 3 days, then spread the news. Has the news of our arrival in the north been sent back to China? Is there a reply from China? His words made the young Special Forces soldiers look particularly serious. Long Eagle pressed his lips and said, "I'll go with you." "No need, I'll go with Q King." G3's gravelly voice was low. Cobra's anti-reconnaissance ability is quite strong. Q King, and I think he used to be a professional soldier. You can only leave the matter of going into us. Only Q King, and I have the chance to get close. None of you have the chance. The atmosphere suddenly became much colder. Indeed, only Q King and G3 had the chance to get close. They had even formed teams and took turns to walk around the 8th floor 24 hours a day. The few of them couldn't get close. There was no more debate about who was going to check to see if Cobra was still there. There was nothing to argue about, just do what was best for the plan. Wai checked silently to see if there were any replies in the country and entered a special website. His fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard a few times, and he looked up at Xia Jinyuan from the screen. There's no reply yet. It's midnight in the country now. Maybe there's no time to check. In Melbourne, which was 14 hours later than in China, it was already past 1 p.m. In China, which was almost 14 hours later, it was already past 2 a.m. Yi Qian, who had fallen into a deep sleep at 11 o'clock, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, there were remnants of the nightmare in his jet-black eyes. The hand under the blanket moved, slightly, then slowly moved to the position of his heart. There was an inexplicable panic, an inexplicable confusion, and a trace of lingering fear. She had a nightmare that she did not know what kind of nightmare it was. When she woke up, she had completely forgotten what the dream was about. Only her heart was still inexplicably flustered. No longer sleepy, Yi Qian propped himself up against the back of the bed and sat up. He then turned on the table lamp. At that moment, he was no longer sleepy. He picked up the small camouflaged alarm clock on the bedside and fixed his gaze on the time. It was 2:21 p.m. Yi Jian's eyes were so clear that she didn't seem to be sleepy at all. She stared at the ticking minute hand, and the corners of her mouth tightened. Chapter 35:99. When her eyes suddenly darkened, she quickly put down the alarm clock in her hand and opened the bedside drawer. She picked up the cell phone in the drawer and dialed a number she had memorized by heart without any hesitation. She had to make this call no matter what. She was so flustered that she could not care less about the fact that it was already the middle of the night. Ever since Grandpa Jen fell seriously ill and Uncle Chin fell ill, she had always felt this way. But now, the lover she was most worried about was nowhere to be found. She wanted to know if the military had any news of him. She desperately wanted to know. There were 2 people on Yi Qian's cell phone who could directly contact the military. One of them was Boss Yang, and the other was her future father-in-law. Yi Qian was contacting Boss Yang. After all, he was Xia Jinyuan's direct superior. At 2:24 a.m., Major General Yang, who had already gone to bed, took the phone from the guard. At 2:27 a.m., he finished washing up, brushing his teeth, and getting dressed. The guard then drove him all the way to the military headquarters. At the same time, the personnel on duty at the military's Information Management Center received a special English email from Melbourne. There was nothing else in the email but the numbers and the watermark on the crown immediately let Major General Yang know that it was sent by Xia Jinyuan, who was on a mission. It was sent an hour ago. This email made Major General Yang feel slightly relieved. He first contacted T6, K7, and the others who had gone overseas to provide support. T6 Wu Yu replied that they had already rushed to the north of Melbourne. With this, Major General Yang heaved a sigh of relief. With T6 and the others as backup, the safety of Q King and the others was further guaranteed. The 4 of you are their last line of defense. While paying attention to your own safety, you must ensure that all of your comrades return safely to their country. This was the order Major General Yang gave to T6 Wu Yu and the others. At the same time, the Information Management Center replied to the special email sent by Xia Jinyuan and the others, informing them that 4 of their comrades had arrived and would be their last line of defense. After making the arrangements, Major General Yang contacted Yi Qian. Only Yi Qian could alarm a major general into heading to the military headquarters at around 2 a.m. because of a nightmare. From this, it could be seen that Major General Yang trusted Yi Qian's intuition very much. As it turned out, Yi Qian's intuition was right. The 8 people who had lost contact with their country contacted their country at around 1 o'clock in the morning and told them that they were all safe and that there were no problems for the time being. The panic in Yi Qian's heart did not dissipate after hearing their news, but at least she knew that the person she loved deeply was safe for the time being. She also knew that Wu Yu and his comrades, who had suddenly left, had rushed over to support them. There were 12 of them in total, almost half of the Snowfield Brigade's strength. At this moment, Yi Qian deeply felt that there were too few ace special forces in the Snowfield Brigade. He could only hope that the recruits who had already entered the Snowfield Brigade could quickly mature and become independent. On the phone, Major General Yang's voice gradually became serious. Relax. Although this mission is dangerous, they are already used to it. Compete well. This is also your mission, and it's not any lighter than theirs. Everyone has their own duties and matters to attend to. Yi Qian, you need to focus. I hope you can compete seriously in the upcoming competition. Don't get distracted. Monfei's omission of an invitation letter was already a sign of discrimination against the Chinese. Before they even left the country, they were already making things difficult for them. Yi Qian, who was holding the phone, took a deep breath before answering. I understand, Major General. I will definitely compete well and not let you down.